as the first pick, but it does mean things like the Jarvan wide open, which can be very high priority. Things like your Orianna as well towards the mid lane that can be absolute power picks, and then of course the Renekton.
Yeah, I mean the Croc, but not for Croc. I mean it's incredibly strong on that top side, and the Rakan as well, trying to separate that lovers duo. This is a very, very strong already early game skirmish composition that you're setting up for. You can play around the Rakan and that Renekton, specifically around that early Rift Herald.
Cek sound. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh semuanya. Hari ini adalah LoL World Play-ins yang day ketiga ya. Sekarang hari ini tuh ada tim PSG Talon versus Loud. Terus bakal ada CFO melawan tim Wells. Jadi 2 match setiap hari. Dua tim per hari lah gitu. 4 tim ya. Dan untuk nobar gue selanjutnya bakal ada lagi di hari Kamis minggu depan, oke? Jadi kita nonton bareng ini dulu. Dan untuk mencegah hal-hal yang tidak diinginkan, gue telah memesan kopi Asian Dolce ukuran paling gede. Jadi harusnya tidak ada lagi hal-hal yang tidak diinginkan yang bisa terjadi ya.
A lot of those like self-peel AD carries, the only one that's available right now is Ezreal, right? So, or well, I suppose you could go for the Sivir, but again, like yes.
Kalau suara in-game-nya, suara casternya terlalu gede, kasih tahu gue ya. Talon dari mana bang? Coba kita lihat ya, adik-adik ya. Nggak tahu adik-adik.
I will say the one big benefit of the Sivir is if they're all going to group up in circles. Siv's gonna if you're not in that circle at the start, you're gonna shred through them. So it's all gonna be down to positioning, and I have to say, Root's
Taiwan cuy.
Positioning side of things, like he looked fantastic in his first series. Hoping to see a similar performance today. The Kennen, this is something we've seen against the Renekton already. I believe that was actually playing it. In fact, yeah. Absolute decimation in the top side. So I think very reasonable ban there.
Yeah, I'm curious exactly what Ozzy wants to go for. I mean, you still have things like the Jackson that are up and available. This is most played coming in from summer, so maybe they want to fall back towards that, or maybe Loud will actually ban it away. There it is, yeah. And then for Croc, he's already getting himself pitched as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see like a Sejuani ban coming through here as well from PSG, just to try and get rid of more of a front line, because I think that's the last big thing that you're missing here is that like definitive engage tool. Sejuani kind of offers that. You've then got the Rakan and the Renekton to follow up, but you typically
Bang, gimana tuh skinnya Pike? Katanya ada bug. Skinnya Pike. Apa bugnya?
We'll have to see where they're going to go here. Loud. Again, we're wanting to see priority. We're wanting to see ways for them to find.
Oh, maksudnya bug belum rilis.
A way to push PSG. Sejuani is certainly a champion that can find you that early presence.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one. It'll be able to kind of match a lot.
Kalau di WR ada Poppy pasti jadi Kang Buang Hero ya. Iya, kayak set lah bisa dibilang ya. Cuman ini benar-benar ngebuang. Rel lepas, Cuk. Dari kemarin di ban terus ya. Ini si Jarvan benar-benar selalu di pick loh, cuy. Ada Sejuani lagi. Apakah Sejuaninya bakal magang lagi nih? Yang kemarin cuma muter-muter doang. Wih, ada Nico. Bahas sambil jelasin champion yang di pick sama di ban. Siap. Gue juga nggak terlalu ngerti sih.
We are setting up for objectives. We are coming in at the same time, but you also have to be careful on the outside. Because one of the big things we saw was how good Maple was at finding picks on this Nico. Yeah. You need to keep counting your minions, keep your sides warded, so Maple can't find those options.
Yeah, quite a few big pot blossoms as well, and it's like they won. They looked like decent winning, even without having perfect coordination. Imagine if they did get that together. It's a terrifying thing to go up against. The Gnar as well, another circle to play with. On the other side now, Loud, they've got to grab them.
Lagi nggak bang? Nggak, gue udah minum kopi cuy. Tapi pas lo datang nggak bisa gitu gimana ya? Coba uninstall terus install lagi terus nunggu aja gitu, emang agak lama. Biasanya ada notif downloadnya kan di notifikasi HP. Saya lagi, bentar. Oh iya ini real support ya. Kasih tahu kalau suara in game-nya kegedean ya adik-adik ya.
And the only one you kind of got to be careful of is our Maple even coming in on this Nico to just find those opportunities. So
kenapa Lux jarang dipakai bang Lux? Ya, kenapa ya?
Plus the scaling when you've got
nggak punya dash, nggak punya buat kabur.
Mungkin.
really are.
Yang kanan full tubruk anjir.
Offers more than
Iya juga ya.
the other AD carry really is the late like one ricochet.
Kenapa player LoL iri ke player WildRift padahal dalam segi perkembangan lebih gede LoL daripada WildRift? Nggak tahu, karena WildRift better.
PSG, you know, you get the right execution. If they group up in a fight and you do get
Oke guys, jadi kita baru aja dapat info. Kita mendapatkan info dari katanya ini ada bilang buat GA nih.
Especially if you're going up with like Nico, being able to get a long range tango barb, follow it up with the Jarvan, it just becomes difficult to operate. So I feel like that strong mid jungle that we've seen.
Bentar guys, kita konfirmasi dulu soal info terbaru nih. Lu pribadi dukung tim mana bang? PSG. Soalnya Taiwan ya. Gua agak kurang yakin sama tim Brazil sih. Tapi ini Taiwan ya, bukan Cina ya?
Just a few months ago. They're coming in prepped. They look great in their first series. Can they face their demons?
I mean, this is such a big one for the Loud crowd. They want to really get a win here, as you say, to put themselves
the Loud crowd. I like that. I like that a lot.
Into a spot where they're ahead. I mean, getting yourself into a position where you are that first seed, going to be going up against the second seed coming over.
Udah tenang dulu aja.
So
udah gue tanya no. PSG Taiwan bang, iya.
As you say, face their demons. Last time was a 2.
Taiwan terkenal nggak sih LoL-nya guys? Kalau Cina kan ngeri ya.
I've got to say as well, it's nice that A, we get to cast together, but B, we get to cast.
Cina masih Taiwan. Iya, maksud gue itu server liganya kan beda mereka.
You know, it feels kind of reminiscent. But I'm also looking towards Junja and Maple as that sort of mid jungle.
Karakter lo pindah ke kiri bawah aja. Oh iya.
Like there's a lot of
kan?
on this Taliyah. There's a lot of pressure that Sejuani can put on. So that 2v2 is going to be important.
Yeah, I think as well, just the amount of damage and one-shot potential you have from Maple and Junja as you start to get towards like even half an item, you know, level 5, level 6, if you get caught at all as Tinones, you're in a terrible position. So I think a lot of this is going to be a case of, hey, let's try and get some early vision down river, make sure that Tinones has a safe side of the map to play towards, and make sure you're going to be okay. Because yes, Croc and Tinones will have a lot of CC.
Apa kita ini aja guys ya?
They're just not quite able to match up to Maple and Junja.
Yeah, not until you got a few items on that Taliyah.
Exactly, yeah.
She's not exactly the mage you know for crazy damage. But don't forget
Gini aja kali ya guys ya.
Watch on lollysports.com to earn exclusive Worlds 2023 drops.
Tier teratas Liga LoL, Cina, Korea, NA. Nah, gimana dengan Taiwan?
Checking out the website, but I'm checking out this bottom lane right now, especially as the level 2 spike comes
Ya,
in.
untuk 5 menit, 10 menit awal kita masih santai lah ya.
Have been fantastic. Their first series, I mean, Root got a pentakill, like, but just the laning.
Cocok. Biji lu cocok.
He was popping off. But the laning phase especially phenomenal.
EU kalah. Seriusan anjir? Ada lagi tim Vietnam. Emang kemarin Gam main lagi? 2 tim dari Vietnam apa gimana? Ini mode Sasuke.
Opportunities for the enemy to kind of find advantages or even push him out of lane early. So
Lu nontonnya kebalik juga nggak, Kor? Iya.
If Root and Seos can have that same performance, as you can already see, like getting control over the level 2, even getting some hurt down on Woody, like that's going to be an issue for PSG. So, want to see if Wacko's
Wales itu Vietnam juga. Wah. Ada bendera logo timnya cuy. Gimana sih cara mencarvan ini? Agak kaiting-kaiting, kabur-kabur. Taruh skill 3. The Glory.
Junja just having that faster clear is already up on this top side, able to turn that one around. And as he TPing back into lane, means he gets the majority of those minions as well.
Ngeri well kemarin mainnya. Oh, berarti menarik nih habis ini matchnya juga ya. Yang tahu Flash Wolf itu Wales anjir, bukan Flash Wolf. Ini skin Jarvan kok gue ngeliatnya kayak Oriana ya. Wah anjir, itu dapat berapa tuh? Dapat gak dia tuh anjir modal skill 1 doang?
Croc where Junja knows he has the level advantage, has to push in mid, and actually he's going to have push, I think, on this bot side as well. If,
Jadi hari ini ya guys ya,
keep this invade up on the bottom side as well.
untuk level PC kita hari ini itu bakal ada giveaway-nya guys ya. Giveaway-nya itu adalah skin Street Demon Rengar.
In that jungle is sizable at this point because of that early invade from Croc.
Yeah, and I think that's going to kind of continue here. You can see Croc has to back away. Level advantage for Junja, although
Street Demon Rengar, mungkin yang Emerald Chroma kali ya. Wih, keren banget anjir.
Root has to back away in the meantime as all in onto Seos. Once again, the root is good from the feathers. Seos will get underneath his tower in the meantime. Croc might just go down here. He's not got flash available. Junja does though, and he looks for
Dikit lagi cok, basic attack. Wah anjir.
He flashes away from the queue. The banner's not enough.
Gila.
My God,
Nge-flashnya tuh di timing yang pas gitu.
would have been perfect.
I mean, if Seos didn't have fast reactions, that would have been perfect as well. Potentially double kill going across the Junja, but Root still in trouble. Wacko Global, Woody could dive this, and that's why you're seeing Seos with the
Ini prediksi gue ya.
is there more for
Untuk di April Mob nanti itu bakal rilis skin pizza si Sivir ini nanti.
Absolute carnage to start this game off, and that's exactly what we wanted to see. I will say though, the fact that it's 2-2, not ideal for Loud. We were expecting them to be the ones pushing the envelope, but
Jarapan kok keras di LoL di WR nggak setebel itu. Iya cuy. Di LoL PC emang Jarvan itu termasuk hot pick.
completely dips on his top side jungle. So
Wih, wih.
Aji doesn't end up burning.
Anjir di camp anjing.
Pick up the kill. So now Croc
Ini yang tadi. Oh ya, ini yang tadi anjir bukan di camp.
top side, whereas Junja gets to pick up the double crab. So you can see here level advantage for Junja. And that's why I was surprised to see Croc go in. Like
Dia udah lompat-lompat loh.
wins this, especially with the passive on the Jarvan at this stage. So flash.
Nice flash.
I'm shocked. Sales
Padahal itu dikit lagi loh nggak mati. Anjir bet ya.
flashes the Q, and then the flag just not quite enough. And Root as well picking up a kill will give him the advantage, but we're back on top.
Buset, 3 orang.
Seos, has moved up as well to try and make this happen, but Woody's here. This is an absolute brawl of a game. Knock up onto Robo.
Apa tuh skill railing itu guys? Gue nggak tahu.
Enough as Aja turns into Mega Nah, slams him against the wall. Robo's been kicked out of the fight. Maple is behind enemy lines.
Sayahnya datang ternyata itu Nico. Wow, nice banget cuy. Itu nge-flash Nico-nya ya.
Loud were too slow in the collapse. Tinones had first move, but they didn't commit. Now Robo just about able to get out, but they left.
Faker masih T1 kah?
Able
Masih
to
lah.
come across. Great positioning to catch out both Croc and Seos, who had no flash after the initial plays.
I've got to be honest on this one. So far, if we've got 2 Crocs on the side of Loud, then we've got Crocodile Dundee on the side of PSG right now. They're going full Steve Irwin in this one with 3 kills already onto the Loud jungler. Dragon is up on the board. Junja getting that Scuttle Crab, getting vision as Woody. Might be getting cheeky with it. He doesn't have vision of this right now, but he's just going to be spotting it out. Yeah, okay. Can blast Cone out to safety.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like they're playing Knife be Spoony. Unfortunately, PSG has the knife, but Bruce wants to see what he can do. Takes a scoop out of Wacko, but that's about it.
Itu yang mid champion S siapa? Champion S. Nggak ada di mid champion S. Jungle-nya.
Forces the flash, forces the W at Seos as well. But with those cooldowns with priority in the bottom side, they could even potentially look towards the dragon.
Oh, skinnya ya Talia itu.
Yeah, I mean, but I love this look from PSG, right? When we've been thinking about PSG talent, it's been, hey, it's a little bit slow, we'll get this to come online a little bit later, but like, they're matching all these early plays from Loud, and traditionally, this isn't how aggressive we see Loud play, but they're trying to make things work. It's just fumbling that little bit because Croc's behind. Seos is behind a flash, not able to get himself into a position where he's happy. And as a result, PSG have actually turned around so much of this early aggression.
Robo ini yang jago di tim LoL ya guys ya. Siapa sih? Levi ya? Levi bukan yang LoL ya? Bukan yang LoL ya?
There's always that mental game conversation, thinking back to MSI. Hang on, we could have a steal on our hands. Junja is just gonna walk forward.
Wow. Enggak, anjir genarnya. Kejar ADC-nya. Oh, nggak bisa, anjir. 2 flash, ADC-nya nge-flash. Nggak ada smite ya dia, Cok.
And he will walk away with his life. So no kills, but a herald for PSG. Oh, he's spotted.
Croc, just hop out. Just leave. But I do have that, like, at what point does Croc become the grandson of Junja? Because at this stage, 3 kills.
Itu baron lain PSG. Oh, Gnar.
It has not been a good look for Croc when Junja.
Itu kayak ini.
Yeah.
Kayak yang di Mobile Legend apa namanya guys? Kayak yang kayak Alistar di Mobile Legend guys. Jadi kalau stacknya udah penuh dia bisa berubah.
I wonder what his username will be if this series continues how it started. I've got to know what that solo queue idea will become. Robo trying to push this in. I keep calling him Robo because I'm casting with you.
Nah ini nih. Tuh berubah kalau dia merah cuy.
With a Rob all day, it becomes hard to say Robo. Oh dear. So far so good for PSG. Let's take
Nah iya Minotaur.
Beautiful still from Jun.
Nah ini nih. 1100. Gak ada smite dia, cok. Ada loh smite. Kalah smite ternyata ya.
Spot out exactly where Jarvan is, but at this stage, you haven't had to trade the dragon for the Rift Herald because you sold it in front of their face. You've still got good control over this mid lane as well because Maple has that extra kill. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a play happen in this mid lane.
Itu Woody pakai champion apa? Mana Woody? Rel.
I mean, the second the flash is down, Tinons is so vulnerable. Like, that's what we're saying. It's one Tango Barb lands, and in that case, it's just a case of Cataclysm and the follow for Maple. And now, with the push on bot side, there's the Dragon play that you can probably...
Kasih tutor smite core. Smite gue butek juga, anjir. Lebih parah.
Sorry, with Sales. But I think he just easily picked this up as PSG talent.
You'd think so at this point. And we started talking off about Junjo and Maple versus Croc and Tinons, and so far that's going heavily in PSG's favor. But the side lanes actually, in fact, yeah, the jungle matchup is, I mean, 1,500 gold up in jungle. You don't see that very often, honestly.
Anjir, smite-nya sisa 2 darah, cok.
But the side lanes are going well for Loud. That's the silver lining right now. You can see big old CS lead for Robo in the top side with that kill as well. Root in a similar situation where even in CS, but he has that kill on the board. And that is really going to be the shining light for Loud fans.
Yeah, I think the problem is, though, it's going to become significantly easier to try and move that pressure around the map for PSG talent. Like, you already saw that quick kill in mid. All right, cool. Now Maple has the a little bit of an advantage.
Gimana apa ini namanya LoL PC? 720p core? Enggak. Ternyata tadi auto cuy, kampret emang, batas agak ngeblur. Sorry guys, udah jernih nih, sejernih air BPA free.
The mid lane once again. I mean, the flash is still on cooldown for Tinons. Cataclysm's back up. If Tinons steps out of position, like
ulang kah? Enggak dong. Lagi live ini gue nontonnya di Twitch ya.
Coming back up. I won't be that surprised to see them dive, honestly.
Go. Where is it? Oh, it's so scary. It's so scary. This is like a horror show.
Croc knows, and you can see Seos on the way.
Wah. Ya cuman ya gimana anjir, Sejuani cok, mau diapain? Tebel. Pasifnya Genar apa cuy? 3 base attack bonus damage.
I think ulting just to get his aftershock to make sure that he was safe. I really like that ult actually as a defensive maneuver. Look at this. Woody and Junja go back into the same spot again. The CC chain not even recovered.
Itu si Rel juga skillnya kayak Jarvan ada knock up lompat gitu ya.
Sure, look, we give it a third time. See what happens. Like the fact that
iya kayak Venom mirip.
The least covert operation I've ever seen. But now Junja moving bot lane, they want to make sure that Brute cannot touch this wave.
Pasifnya jadi Mega Genar. Kalau itu sih tahu gue salah satunya. Apelius udah nggak meta bang di patch ini. Kemarin ada yang pakai cuy Apelius. Tim apa kemarin ya? Lupa gue. PSG juga apa? Udah 2 game gue ngelihat Sejuani Dev ya. Udah boleh nggak dipakai sih kayak Sejuani ya. Nih, sep. Kemarin kenapa nggak live? Jadwal gue setiap Kamis. Jadi live itu ada jadwalnya cuy. Ujir, ada stun kayak begitu juga dia. Skillnya kayak skill 1 Jarvan tapi nggak sih stun. Sirel.
close the gap. And now PSG having a TP advantage.
Apelio sudah keluarkah? Belum, ini ke LoL PC. Kemarin ada yang pakai Garen, serem Garennya. Niat pengen menang banget tuh pakai Garen.
Wacko even on the bot side. I think Seos was considering making a play towards Wacko, but it's a Xayah with flash, cleanse, and ults. Like, trying to respond cross-map to that is a pain.
Mulai musik iklan Mastercard.
You know, Mastercard, Lane economy snapshot there. Like, this is a game and a half from Junja. And it's worth mentioning, like, you know, we were kind of talking about Junja behind the scenes, saying, like, sometimes he goes a bit too far, sometimes the team's not on the same page. We've got to keep an eye on him today. Well, clearly he's had his Weetabix this morning, because he is on fire.
I mean, Gordricker now completed, going up here against Robo. He wants to fight, though. He wants to get onto Maple. So's the clone, though.
Santai dulu Nikonya. Anjir, perih banget, Cuk. Oke, kayaknya Hera dilepas saja. Ngapain aja ngemot-emot Nikonya aja.
Even when you look at the bot side, yes, Ozzy's in a position to start threatening that bot, but not really there to get the wave in fast enough to really make that Tinons can even TP down if he wants to. Wacko trying to get pressure.
Aneh si Adam itu pakai champion of meta macam Garen, Darius menang mulu, giliran pakai Renek kemarin malah turu. Waktu gak pakai Sejoni juga kalah lawan El pas Day One. Iya bener. Dan sama jungle deep juga ininya. Jungle pas itu Sejoni nggak ngapa-ngapain. Ya di ulti. Si Firen nggak punya ini. Masih ada flash anjir. Wah, jadi kalah, Cok.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, look, I think Tinon should have TP'd bot to try and cover that bot lane tower. Robo could have swapped up towards the top lane, but it ended up being a case of, like, PSG talent got their wins, but it's when they tried to
Gwen masih nggak meta ya? Kurang tahu juga sih. Mungkin karena scaling kali ya.
See if they can pick him off before Dragon spawns, but they end up giving over those kills. Loud, though, not really in a position now to try and contest because of them having to burn a lot of those health bars to get that play happening. So instead,
tapi Jarpan ini selalu laku di turni ya guys ya. What the fuck is that?
You showed that wall.
Yeah, great moment for the camera to come down to Azure there. He was looking for the opportunity to potentially get on Robo there because Junja was in the area. Herald taken for Loud, and it does feel like they're getting back in the game. Feels like a couple of plays in a row now that are starting to feel a bit Loud favoured. Still an advantage for PSG, and I will say, Infernal Soul on the cards this game, worth mentioning, as Azure in all kinds of trouble.
Anjir, Cok, buat ngekill satu doang lo, ampe ada yang teleport anjir. Seniat itu ya, dapat satu, buat satu doang anjir. Ya ada kemungkinan bakal di follow up sih, mungkin karena itu kali ya.
And it does feel a little bit dangerous for PSG that, like, the big sort of advantage that they've got in this game at this point is the two Drakes. But it feels like they're starting to lose control of game over.
Oh, yang ini nih yang pengen gue lihat tadi nih. Nah, ini kan udah di damage sakit tuh. Terus akhirnya siapa yang nge-damage mereka, Cok? Oh, kena ulti Sejuani. Perih ternyata ulti Sejuani ya. Oh iya, ini juga terlalu dalam sih dia tadi. Renek laku banget ya, Kur. Iya. Mapnya kok berubah DG api, Kur, padahal DG api belum keluar. Apa emang beda mekanismenya sama WR? Ini bukan DG api nih, angin.
He's got some items now. He's not quite as afraid of Junja as he was once. Junja going a little bit sideways, and so is Krok. Do you know what?
Iya ya, kenapa ada api-apinya ya? Oh, Cemtek ya? Bukan Cemtek, apa sih namanya itu? Apa sih namanya satu lagi guys? Ya Cemtek ya?
Maple could be in trouble here.
Apa yang di atas sana, Kor? Biar nggak ngalangin.
Channeled. Maple walks away with his life and now TP coming in from
Iya, kok infernal ya? Oh iya, bener juga di low PC itu kan ini ya Dragon ketiga ya.
Robo hops over his head as Junja flies in, but Robo's over the wall. But so
Lupa anjir.
the rest of PSG. It's a 5-man play towards Robo to shut down the Croc.
PSG Talon were so easily able to collapse on that. Like,
Wih, ada Wendy WX.
Like, yeah, you get Terra, but they
Lupa anjir. Dulu 2 Dragon gak sih? Apa emang 3 Dragon ya?
Maple looking
Gak inget, Cok.
Root here, trying to wait for the spell shield, but Root, the reactions are perfect. The waiting, the patience is
Oh iya, 2 Dragon. Kan kalau udah ngekill 2 Dragon, kita bakal tahu soulnya apa. Nah, soulnya itu bakal nentuin elemennya. Iya.
And Junja grabs the shutdown for himself. Tenones flies into the play. And Seos is still running around the jungle. He will finally be found out. And that's 2 kills.
Jadi angka itu bukan 3 sebenarnya, tapi 2 Dragon. Baru muncul soulnya. Emang agak ribet sistemnya, coy. Sebenarnya sederhana, cuman ribet dijelasin.
Like everything they want to do, get the vision that they need, get the push in top side. This is where PSG Talon can now start to smother Loud, go for this third dragon, and set themselves up. But you'll see here, Croc.
Gak ada damage anjir. Basic attack Jarvan aja kagak ada damage aja dia, Cok.
Everyone of PSG Talon is trying to come in through that top side. Root does a great job here.
Jarvannya bikin nggak tank sih harusnya. Masih jual ninjanya tebel, Cok.
Stopwatch lets Jarvan get into position, so Junja after the Bramble Barb hits immediately follows up.
Oh, nice banget anjir.
Pickings there with the amount of damage that they have.
The fact that Maple's able to get both of them with the Tangle Barbs there, maximum range, and then the extended route because it hits the first target. Fantastic play from Maple. It's a great TP flank to start, and it's a great bit of mechanics to finish it off as well. PSG, just when it felt like they were starting to lose control of the game, they get a couple of plays in a row, and now, with Drake spawning in 20 seconds, it feels like they're the ones in control once more.
Yeah, they've just got so many opportunities here. They've already got vision established on the bottom side jungle. They can make sure that they're able to keep people out of the bot side.
Bentar.
At the moment, grouping up in mid.
Wendy WX juga content creator WildRift. Dulu, rame Wendy ya. Wah, gue baru tahu anjir lu content creator WildRift. Maksud gue WildRift Indo. Kontennya bahasa Inggris.
That wasn't patient or slow, Munch. And immediately they're going, and here's the TP. Robo's in behind them. They don't know.
This could be massive, but Croc's in trouble.
Oh, nice banget ultinya, cuman ya gimana ya? Rame banget. Ulti Nico sih bagus banget, Cok. Cuman ya gimana ya? Sendirian aja lawan segitu orang.
Post 20 minutes and they're starting to come alive, Munch. They've managed to get those picks, to get the kills, they're getting their first dragon.
Tapi yang gue bingung sama Genar ini ya, kan buat dapetin ulti itu lumayan ribet ya. Lu harus ngehit sekian banyak dulu gitu. Nggak susah emang nentuinnya, guys. Emang lu yakin bakal war di saat stack lu lagi penuh gitu? Atau ada skill yang bikin stacknya langsung penuh, guys?
And I think a lot of this is the case of, hey, look, Woody tries to go for the engage. He thinks he's going to have the Nar coming in to put off root on the backside.
Gak bisa didapetin Sivir ya, cuy. Sivir ada kebal ini. Ada kebal. Ini dibalikin. Oh, ada Renektonnya dari belakang, Cok. Nico bagus sih sisinya ya, kayak area luas, tapi bentar banget anjir. Nek aku dulu Kenjutsu pas di WildRift Core. Sekarang aku nggak main lagi, Wendy. Kayak gue pernah lihat Kenjutsu. Kurohichan kok jadi kelelawar biar nggak ngalangin. Nggak lah, kan ada hitungannya, Core. Masa bisa lu hitung aja? Musuh tinggal nunggu dong. Ah, nggak mau nunggu ininya habis dulu gitu. Itu yang ungu champion apa? Yang ungu Nico. Itu yang bisa berubah jadi temen, bisa berubah jadi minion, bom, war, segala macamnya. Itu senjatanya Jarvan Umbral Glaive. Senjatanya Jarvan Umbral Glaive. Kenapa Umbral Glaive?
shot damage to the Croc. Junja doesn't even get his shield broken there. And Robo trying to return fire. It's crazy to me that Junja and Robo are essentially on the same items.
Keren banget dinding Thalia ya. Woi. Komoe sudah mantap ya, damage-nya yang kurang ini. Alah anjir, sayangnya nungguin stasis redneck, cok. Wah, udah bagus banget tadi, cok. Cuman kurang di damage-nya, anjir. Udah bagus banget saya, cok. Tuh, ditutupin jalannya. Tuh, lu lihat tuh. Saya damage anjir. Nungguin stasis, nungguin. Ih. Cuman ya gimana ya? Masih ada rakan soalnya.
Absolutely bonkers. That pot blossom, I was so sure the fight was won for PSG. But managing to get into the back line is Robo. Root spell shielding the knockup like you say, so he can just keep on getting damage out in the meantime.
Masa ini yang menang LLL, cok. Padahal tadi lagi tertekan ya. Lu lihat cuy, langsung networknya langsung geser cuy. Lu lihat tuh dari menit 5 sampai menit 24 ya, network milik PSG. Sekarang langsung pindah ke laut.
Massive performance on day one. 2 solo kills, a pentakill in his first game. Then coming in being a massive performer for Robo actually. Wants to make sure he might have a performance here. That Croc is still strong.
Gak bisa di. Oke, nice banget ultinya. Selamat. Masih gak selamat Ajim. Wih, shutdown cok. Tapi harusnya bakal menang sih mereka nih. Enggak anjir, Rengarnya, Genarnya.
Drake not up for another minute or so, but this Red Bull Baron power play from Loud.
Genar itu dia ada skill yang kayak ngumpulin musuh gitu ya. Kalau misalnya kena dinding jadi kena stun ya.
Robo gets caught out of the bot lane and they try to connect, try to turn that one around, but once the spell shield.
Bukan PSG yang kemarin ya. Yang kemarin ini. Ini udah upper bracket. Ya. Kan ini yang kumpulannya menang di hari pertama. Yang menang hari pertama sama hari kedua ini nih. Ulti Genar. Oh. Udah berhasil padahal ya. Kok bisa sih pas Genarnya tuh lagi full stack cuy?
I love that in the end as well. Junja and Croc just swapping places over the wall. Let's both agree just to get out of dodge. But now, Drake coming up negative on the Baron power play.
Balik lagi networknya. Punya Baron tapi kayak nggak ada impactnya anjir. Turret nggak dapet, minion kagak kepush, nggak ada apa-apa cok. Numpang ngabisin Baron pertama doang.
Find ways to separate talent so they don't just go for that big play.
Both AD carries on 3 items, but crucially.
Halo Banaran Loko, welcome to Kurohichan. Terima kasih telah memutuskan untuk menjadi membership. Welcome.
Could be monumental in this fight. Croc trying to make his way in to see if he can get onto that back line.
So we've got the stopwatches available for the Nico and the Thalia as well. So you have to be careful with who you decide to go for here. The longer Loud can play this though, the more opportunities they have for Root to try and get that ult.
Sebutnamaku om, halo Aikor. Packer mana belum? Oh ini bagus lagi nih.
Okay, he's got a little pocket. He's quite happy at his little corner there.
Gue baru tahu ternyata Thalia itu walaupun dia nge-cancel dindingnya tetap kebentuk ke depan ya. Bagus banget anjir. Selain bagus buat follow up, bisa buat nutup jalan juga anjir. Nah ini nih, ini kan dia otomatis jadi merah nih. Kalau merah kepaksa harus war dong. Kalau enggak ya udah batal gitu kan ya. Ngumpulin lagi dong nanti Genarnya.
And that's why Robo went in there, wants to try and get it. Sales and Croc are there, but positioning here for Loud is not great. Aja ult down.
Beautiful combo with the feathers and the smite.
Dah udah tuh abis Genarnya mau ngapain? Oh, dapet tuh. Anjing, masih ada stasis. Tryhard, oke, dapat ADC-nya. Tapi buset, 3 orang cok yang dilawan sama Jarvan anjir. Anjir, nggak mati Jarvan cok. Nggak, ini udah pasti menang ini mah. Lawan 3 orang. Anjir.
PSG Talon are able to take control of River, they take control of the Dragon, and they might have just taken full control of this game for once. They have the push in mid, they can crack open the base here and just be able to reset in time for Baron and Mist time as well, set up all this gorgeous vision on this top side. This becomes really difficult now for Loud to play.
Kenapa sih namanya Swiss guys? Bukan itu namanya sandwich ya? Apa karena bendera Swiss? Oke, lihat lagi nih ya. Si Genar juga udah nggak ada ulti lagi. Jarpat, ini berhasil dapetin si itu. ADC-nya stasis. Langsung hilang anjir. Bertiga kayak nggak ada bisa ngapa-ngapain anjir.
Maple has been so valuable in these fights, and you know he's part of our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's him.
Dari dulu disebut ronde Swiss score. Baru tahu gue nih. Jungle Deep.
Pop blossoms have been fantastic, and you know Root even had a stopwatch in that situation. But when Maple is doing Maple things, and when Jun just diving in alongside him, there's only so much you can do.
I mean, Maple's such a legend in the PCS. This guy's been around for such a long period.
Statsnya namanya Swiss score, jadi lu dikasih 5 kesempatan. Lu kalau 3 kali menang lu lolos playoff, kalau 3 kali kalah ya lu cabut. Oh.
Just going somewhere with that. Not entirely sure how it was off the, but coming back to it, I think Maple, he is the guy to watch when you're looking at PSG.
Itu pasifnya Genar karena basic attack atau skill, semuanya harusnya, nggak cuma basic attack. Dia ada skill kayak bumerang gitu juga tuh.
Multiple years in the LPL as well. Certainly has had his time at the top. And he's made it back to the World Championship.
Ini tinggal fight dikit.
Good, especially on this Nico. This feels like the pocket pick for him this year.
Bisa nih. Ada war tapi.
There is vision in the pit right now. John just going to clear that, but Woody just playing his own.
Kayak tetap digas sih. Jarvan smite-nya mantep cuy. Ya, anjir kok ngeburst gitu ya? Nggak kayak expect aja sama sejuaninya tiba-tiba hilang Jo. Oh nice banget anjir. Lincah banget Rakan. Anjir sejuaninya jungle dulu nggak sih? Wah full stack Genarnya coy. Gas bang sini lu anjing. Ya timing. Itu yang disebut timing anjir.
This could be it. PSG Talon, you've got Baron up creeps, you've got super creeps that are right there. Loud, 3 members, can they hold against PSG Talon? They're trying to end the game right here. PSG on the
kena lagi.
With a stopwatch, but it can only save you for so long. It only buys you so much time.
Goodbye. Ini dimenangin PSG sih. Waduh, mau kemana bang? Japan cooldownnya cepet cuy.
Zero down once again. They had moments of glory. There's time for them to come back in the series.
The grid of
that was so back and forth all over the place. You've got PSG who are picking up some early leads, then Robo has a moment where he's able to find a pick, get back into it, and then
Bonyo udah pegel punggungnya itu bang. Iya rehat dulu cuy. Jarvan MVP. Iya sih kayaknya.
Yeah, that was just mental, honestly. PSG, at the end of the day, though, this composition that they had, the circles, really paying dividends for them. Like, being able to execute on that multiple times. And it feels like the way
kayak kenal anjir ininya, coachnya.
Was almost an assassin, honestly. So often just diving towards the backline.
And I think the fact that Junji got this early lead off.
Rehat berapa menit, Gor? Mungkin sekitar 5 menit kali ya. Ini kalau ini cepet sih. Dia 5 menit sih harusnya.
potential dive into bot lane, which gives Junja more. Junja had so much control in this early stage. It looked absolutely fantastic, and unfortunately we kind of got like this battle between Junja and Maple versus Root. But unfortunately for Root, he's short range Sivir. He's only got one spell.
WildRift Korea mainnya di situ juga deh kayaknya. Ini kalau nggak salah kata Sirip kemarin di LoL part ya katanya. Contek Ron si Jarvan nggak bisa di wing rip coy.
Jarvan's still going to chase you. Maple's still going to get that flank.
Yeah, I think that's the hard part is like, although you kind of have that late game scaling from Tinones and Root that could maybe try and carry it, it's just so difficult when you're in that kind of position. And I think when Ezreal might have had a bit more safety in an arcane shift and a flash, but there was just like the long range engage coming through from Junjo made it hard. Maple
Tidur lagi nggak Kur? Udah ngopi gue.
It was just so tough to handle.
Staffnya serius bener outfitnya. Emang kayak begitu cuy. Rakan enaknya di build apaan? Tank atau AP? Kalau di wing grab kayaknya AP nih. Tapi cuman kalau butuh tank kayaknya mending tank. Mana sih? Perasaan kemarin ada nyebut Vicious ya. Viciousnya jadi analis anjir. Mana? Lo asik bang, lo juga Rizky. Yanto jarang dipakai di turnamen Kor. Jarang. Kor Saweria, gue error. Emang lagi error belakangan kayaknya cuy. Cannonnya damage paling gede.
When she was able to, when she has flash and she has cleanse and gets away, then all of a sudden the boomerang, everything, they're coming right back in, and PSG are getting blown up. But when she doesn't have flash, it is a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, I felt bad for her because that's multiple points of engage. Like once you get into a team fight, you
bisa nggak sih kita ngetahuan LLL ini cuy? LLL stand for loss. Wis. Tas. Masih ada flash. Ya udah lah ya, mantap dapat flash katanya. Skill 1 smite. Gak bisa apa-apa anjir. Tapi LS score 3 kali L-nya, bener sih. Grand final nonton offline kagak dong anjir. Oh iya bener cuy, si Jarvannya MVP. Halo Arga, thank you gift membershipnya Arga. Yang dapat jangan lupa saya thanks adik. Pekret champion di LoL terendah siapa Kur? Kurang tahu sih gue sekarang.
So he was able to get that first kill, but then constantly make it a pressure point for Sejuani. Just the Rift Herald made me laugh. Walk up slowly, Rift Herald smite. Just like I mine now, thank you. Job's done.
And take the fight. But I mean, like it wasn't all sunshine and roses for PSG. Right. Like this was one of the
Vego jarang di pick kah? Di ban malah Vego.
Their comp like Jarvan, Rel, they can go really deep. And sometimes that was a problem for them. Like here, they're right next to the mid-tier 2 tower. Root's able to cleanse, flash out of the ultimate, and then turn around a lot of damage. While PSG felt like they were in control for the majority of this game. With these two engages, all of a sudden it goes back. Wendy misses that.
Berkali-kali aja kena sisi. Kabur. Tapi kaburnya nggak kabur all in nih. Nggak benar kabur.
But honestly, like when those initial engages miss, it looks really silly. And that
kena skill 2 Renekton aja perih banget anjir.
Get the Sivir into a position where she has a couple of items, and now team fights might actually be winnable.
Yeah, Woody in particular had some bad engages. That was definitely true. And honestly, if you biff some of it, or if flash comes through, then you're still going to be a Rel that's in a bad spot. So that stuff like that does end up happening. But yes, love this game with how action-packed it was. And even with, like, as you can see in that team fight, you lose
capek
one
begitu
engage,
Kor.
it doesn't matter.
Apanya?
It's happening
Oh,
constantly. So
enggak dong.
I think positioning
Udah
is really
nyangkut.
important for the side of Loud. Just because
Darah X nggak masuk deh kayaknya, mereka udah mencar semua. Iya, si Dev dia udah ke D+ ya.
you're still having another team fight 2 minutes later and you don't have resources.
I mean, that team fight looked very good.
Translatein Kur. Jadi katanya, wih tadi gampang banget mainnya gitu. Easy game.
Yeah, I mean, this fight was crazy for so many reasons. First, it is that 5-player role. I thought it was completely over Robo.
Ini bagus buat si tadi cuy. Momennya bagus tapi tetap kalah karena kurang damage-nya. Sup.
The initial gauge, that's why like at the very start of the fight, I was like, oh my god, Rel not only used his ulti to stop the Rakan ulti to get in there, so I was like, okay, now the Xayah actually can live and play out the rest of the fight. But then, yes, you mentioned the 5-man Nico. I was like, that is the team fight that you can look back on and say PSG won this game. But then it didn't happen.
Yang masuk world cuman Dev sama Sayotik.
I think they figured out how they needed to play fights because before it was Jarvan Rel engaging.
Sayotik, bukan Sayotik itu ya, Pisotik.
Right? And then every single fight after that, it was sort of waiting for Loud to come into them and then them diving forward. And when it's Loud to be the ones to engage, that
agak kelihatan sama gue berusnya.
is close to try and follow up and deal the damage, and you can jump on her and kill her, or like in this weird situation on the
Di WR nggak bisa view begitu, nggak bisa cuy. Kliennya nggak ada kayaknya, atau belum dibikin.
That was the big difference. Once PSG stopped trying so hard, let Loud come to them, and then could find very easy fights.
Tryhards, man. They're just crazy, you know? You gotta
just relax.
Just relax. Don't be trying so hard. Anyway, before we head to break, we caught up with PSG's jungler Junja about his world's debut in the latest episode of Oppo. Welcome to the Rift.
Welcome to WildRift. Berapa menit nih rehatnya nih? Oh ini Junja ini dia pertama kali di World cuy. Jadi tahun ini tuh bagi dia World itu sangat penting dan dia sedikit gugup. PCS apaan anjing? Semenjak menjadi pro player, dia telah pengen masuk ke World katanya dan menjadi jungler yang GG. Dia jangan menyerah, latihan terus dan belajar dari region-region kuat. Dan kamu akan masuk ke World suatu saat. PCS itu Liga LoL saya Kor. Oh. Hah? Apa nih? Keren anjir suara Nico itu gak sih? Apa dia bilang apa sih? Come on ya? Come on, gitu gak sih? Nice. Nah gue suka tuh yang nice. Bang kok kebalik biar nggak ngalangin nih. Ragu gue kalau Kuro translate benar itu anjing. Yang jaga Nexus bisa nggak sih diadaptasi ke WR? Bisa aja sih, cuman bakal lama gamenya. Nico emang lucu suaranya meskipun gue nggak ngerti aksen dia apa. Yang bahasa Jepang keren kali ya. Dulu Taiwan itu punya liga sendiri LMS tapi udah nggak ada lagi. Kayak si Agrena makanya dipindah ke PCS. Ini dah kursi yang sangat menawan. Tak lebih tahan lama. Dengan 3D gradient knit. Dengan 4 adjustability atas bawah. Dengan warna yang baru. Ada bantalan yang sangat mantap dengan magnet 4D yang bisa diarahkan. Dan ada bantalnya. Ini dia. Secret Lab untuk Kurohiko.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ini dia HP lipat Oppo. Warna menawan seperti orang kaya. Kamera bulat ada 3. Boba. Bisa dipatahin. Oppo Find Entry Flip. Mana giveaway-nya? Bentar lagi, nanti lah ya. Kelarin dulu ini. Tentu dulu pemenang yang ini. Skornya berapa, Kor? Masih 1-0. Regional ada 3 Bang Kor. LCK, Korea, LPL, Cina, LEC, EMEA, LCS, NA. Kenapa NA namanya LCS ya? South Amerika ya? Masa South mah Latin ya? LJL Jepang, VCS Vietnam, VCS Taiwan, Oceania, Pasifik ya. CB LOL Brazil, LLA Amerika Latin. Ajak Moja Kor, nggak tahu deh, dia hilang si Moja. Ada giveaway itu skin LOL PC, yaitu skin Rengar apa tadi ya? Skin Rengar. Ada giveaway itu skin LOL PC, yaitu skin Rengar apa tadi ya? Mulai lagi anjing. Pak, ntar abis berapa? Kok belum rilis? Sekitar 600.000 di gua. Mulai lagi anjing. Pak, ntar abis berapa? Kok belum rilis? Sekitar 600.000 di gua. Mulai lagi anjing. Pak, ntar abis berapa? Kok belum rilis? Kok suara gua kayak berasa aneh gitu ya? 600.000. Cek sound. Ini harusnya suaranya agak beda dikit nih. Paradoks. Yang nebak di LOL web itu kah? Bukan. Ada dari gua nanti giveaway-nya. Bentar lagi saya toilet dulu.
Welcome back, everybody, to the caster desk as we continue our series between PSG, Talon, and Loud. I'm joined by Dagda, and I mean, if the rest of the series lives up to what happened in game number 1, this is going to be a series to remember, because that one was just simply insane.
I mean, look, it may not have been the highest quality League of Legends, but it was an absolute banger entirely. Like, everything working out incredibly well. And the fact that we ended up with, you know, back and forth with PSG Talon getting early control off of Junja, the Jarvan banned away immediately, Loud coming into this one, and then having Loud coming back, PSG Talon having their the return to form as well. It was absolutely spectacular to see. So, we're going to have to see exactly what the game plan is coming into this. Kaisa not going to be banned away this time. We're kind of getting a bit of a mix-up as PSG Talon takes the red side. Zaya, gone. Kaisa, probably not first pickable, I don't think, in the current state, but we'll have to see exactly what the plan is. Renekton, potential pick here. And still kind of surprised to see, like, Talia and that were, like, higher priority over things like the... I mean, personally, I just think Orianna's so busted.
Yeah, Orianna incredible. I'm like debating in my head whether Kaiser is.
Headset lu merek apaan? Gue pakai HyperX Cloud Alpha 2. Udah gue beli dari 2018 kayaknya.
Increases in priority for this series. I just feel like Kaiser is such a strong pick in terms of the sheer damage output.
Especially if you pair with something like Jace.
Nico lagi. Tapi sekarang Lord yang ambil ya.
Oh sorry, Jace is banned away, yeah, but like even the opportunities to go for hey,
Jarvan di ban, respect ban cuy.
And you can go for something like even
Poppy masih di ban, Nocturne di ban,
for these kind of
Maokai di ban, Jace di ban ya.
mid AP bot kind of idea.
Rel diambil lagi,
This is Rel going to be picked up here already.
lagi-lagi sama PSG.
Opportunity, but Woody, for the most part, looks confident.
Review bangku duduk lo, Kor.
But I mean, his ultimates at times.
Gue pakai kursi ergo mereknya Louis Pro. Pego lepas. Oh iya ya.
Will be locked in the end. I will say, Nico is one of the champions that can make it a bit.
Tris lepas nih. Emang Tris biasanya di ban?
Like you can't afford to use your killer instinct too aggressively unless everything that
Kaisa.
the table is already on cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, there's still like the question for me is like, what do they want to try and pair this with? Because again, like the Jarvan was kind of what we saw.
Masih BO3 aja. Ya soalnya masih play-ins.
And also then coming into this game, like, cool, we want to try and go for these compositions to have a ton
Sivir.
of Sivir going to be picked up, kind of fitting that AoE style again, and something that can do relatively okay with just clearing waves against the Kaisa. But I am curious as to like what they want to go in the jungle.
Mau ban siapa? Anjir, apaan tuh?
I'm not entirely sure what they'd want to try and follow up with.
Info, ayo Ja. Kemana aja lu?
On
Review, wait, what the fuck?
Play that combo out. In Nico jungle is a sort of thing. I'm not really anticipating that though, I will say. It's just going to be the Alice they're bringing in. Very good into.
Kira-kira minum apa ya? Airnya warna kuning, guys. Marimas ya?
I'm wondering now if
Alistar.
or if they're like, hey, look, we kind of want to try and
Ada Rakan padahal tapi nggak biner Rakan ya.
in the last game, but if you've still got like Kennen and these kind of things up and available, I think you're going to be pretty happy to go for that.
Kennen.
Or just say, look, we're gonna go for
Ayo Discord Kurohiko yang kuning Ja.
You're screwed. Just happy with that one. I mean, he abandoned the second rotation last time around, just saying, look, we want the comfort, we want the team fight ability. Kennen's in a really great spot right now.
Yeah, Kennen's in a very strong spot after getting a couple of those buffs, and even seeing some of those top laners getting their magic resist nerf, like the Renekton, which is why we're seeing the Kennen coming in so happily into that top side. If I'm PSG talent, I think it's jungle bans coming in. Maybe you get rid of things like the Vi, get rid of the the Nocturne's already gone, but like Lee Sin, yeah, another one. But it's just trying to make sure that Croc is going to be uncomfortable because you get first rotation here for Junja, and as well, don't forget like Junja.
Poppy kenapa selalu jadi top ban core tiap match? Aku juga nggak tahu sih apa alasan Poppy ini guys. Sekuat itu banget kah dia di Baron Lane? Apa jadi jungle deh?
Playstyles as well, so you do have a lot of opportunities here for Junja to try to flex those jungle muscles a little bit.
Si kok lupa gue nama dia ya. Lee Sin di ban. Di jungle dia core. Oh di jungle-nya kuat ya dia. Si Poppy ya. Oh Ja, udah gue kirimin link Discord-nya Ja. Gedein suara game core soalnya tetangga gue lagi renov rumah. Tetangga lu mute.
The other option that you kind of look at here is something like a Vi for Croc, but yes, it kind of like sets up nicely for you to go like
Jungle musuh auto hilang pas Dragon. Oh iya juga sih.
Nico, but the thing is, it's like you're going into a Rel, a Kennen, like a lot of.
Dan yang ngelemparnya si Poppy itu ada channel linknya nggak sih? Atau tinggal pencet pam lempar gitu?
So you want a tank early to set this one up, but you don't really have the options to go for it.
It's going to be an interesting. I mean, things like the Viego fall short in the exact same way that you're discussing. Maybe Wukong. It's not really.
Ada channel linknya.
They did get buffed coming into this, but into patch 1319, but I'm still not 100% sure. Viego.
Nah, Viego tuh dia lepas ya di pick.
You were talking about Munch was like maybe.
Rakan udah di ban tadi ya.
Want to go for Croc, but like, sorry, you're pointing off screen, but I don't know. It's like I don't think the Viego is the best option. Yeah, I think it'll be the Vi, but you're kind of playing into the hands of PSG talent if you go for that.
Ada Evelyn real kah?
I do love an Evelyn. Ever since SOFM did some beautiful things in the world final with the Evelyn versus
Kaji, cok.
So the Kazakhs is going to be
Olaf Baron.
Kazakhs, you definitely want like opportunities to try and play in as an assassin in towards the backline, but it's so difficult when you look at like Rel and Kennen, that kind of stuff, and even just the repositioning options that you have on the Kaisa, because a lot of these fights are going to be a case of like waiting for these big ultimates on the Kennen and the Rel to bypass you before you go in and target the backline. But if they've already been used, you've got a ton of CC, so it makes things easy for the Kaisa to reposition himself away from the Kazakhs. So I'm a bit nervous for Croc that if
Suruh mulai bang, bosan gua. Sabar anjing masih draft pick.
He's just going to become absolutely useless in the
Lah jadi akhirnya mapit ya. Padahal gue pengen lihat Olaf tadi loh.
is insane.
Hah?
Alistair and Malphite, the
Nih
big
gua share screen aja nih.
boys just boulder it in.
And just in case you missed someone, here's Nico.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Padahal PC mapnya segede Dota ya bang. Kayaknya gedean Dota deh.
Whatever happened, the last game came down to team fights. A lot of this has been a case of hey,
Wally Blank.
skirmish and fight, so let's just play.
Aja Li Blank menurut gua splash artnya butuh di upgrade dah. Jadul bet cuy.
Not great to try and play up against the Kennen, but when I look at PSG talent side, I mean AP top, AP mid, pseudo AP bot as well, like a little bit of lethality. I think for Wacko, like,
Gak laku Elise.
have to go for this full crit build here. Otherwise, there's just so many options to like easily pick.
Jangan turu lagi Kur, gua udah beli kopi ukuran gede, seliter.
Yeah. To be honest, with the way that the comp has gone out, you fully expect like the Kraken Slayer.
BTW jangan lupa di like dulu adik-adik ya, jangan lupa di like. Nanti minggu depan di hari Kamis kita akan nobar lagi. Kenapa nggak tiap hari bang? Kenapa nggak sekali 2 hari bang? Karena untuk nobar ini tuh sangat sulit sekali. Ada jadwalnya guys. Tapi kalau dari quarter sampai final nanti kita akan bicarakan dengan Riot supaya bisa dapat ya guys ya. Makanya di like dulu guys. Kita akan usahakan tawar-tawar dengan Riot supaya mendapatkan semua quarter sampai final guys. Biar kayak TikTok. Jadi hari ini aku lagi ada di kantornya Riot untuk coba nawar harga HP semurah mungkin untuk dijual di TikTok guys. Beh, kayak begitu tuh konten TikTok anjing. Si paling nawar anjing, gue tendang mulut lu. Tutup cu, panas. Ale. Iya aja. Lah kenapa STM? TSM. Oh iya. Oh bukan anjir, Nico anjir. Lu nggak tahu Nico itu bisa berubah aja. Alah cupu banget anjir. Ini contoh orang yang nggak main LoL PC anjir. Lu harus melapor dulu ke sepuh kayak gua.
Definitely is. And again, I mean, you got first strike here coming through for Croc. Like, this is I need to get in the face of Junja and try and make things happen. And I think this is Croc versus Antino saying
Iya jelek banget skin Kazik ya cok. Kazik apa nih? Kazik Surima. Kazik apa namanya di Surima itu? Nama raja-raja Surima itu The Legend bukan? Watch. Mati gak sih itu? Oh enggak.
Sayas walks out just about with his life.
Sayas a little bit late on the knock.
Ya diambil.
So usually with the Alistair you can just vaporize immediately, and Woody then gets knocked up in the air and doesn't get the crash himself. Sayas a little bit late means that he actually gets connected with the CC coming through from Woody.
Oh jungle sebelah kanan itu namanya Viego aja.
He's going to miss the entirety of his first wave. Can't walk up because he doesn't
Lu
know
baca
where
komen.
Viego is. So immediately this
Guardian of the Sands. Oh bukan ini ya. Apa sih namanya yang di kalau di Targon ada aspek. Kalau di Surima ada apa namanya? Lupa gua. Ya Nico itu bisa berubah jadi hero apa aja, bisa berubah jadi minion, jadi war, jadi bom Timo, jadi war apapun. Selagi ada bar darahnya dia bisa berubah jadi itu. Oh ya Asen, gue kira tadi Kazik Asen aja. Bukan pasir anjing. Di rumah lo no ada pasir. Pasir kucing. Di WildRift dipakai di rank. Wih, ini kayaknya Nikonya skin emerald nggak sih ini? Cuman dapat dari streamer nih. Wih. Nggak tahu sih.
Support kanan apa tuh?
Support yang kanan itu namanya Rel. Itu champion berkuda juga itu. Kalau nggak salah rilis itu tahun 96 apa?
I mean, it happened in game number 1. It's happening again. First blood.
Ya, minion lagi
Taken
banyak
by
banget lagi.
Azure.
Tele.
And I mean, it's back to worse. The top lane
Pasti
is
tele aja, pasti bawa tele.
so many dying to the tower.
Baron nggak bawa tele, nggak mungkin.
Especially the second wave comes through, but I want to keep your eyes on the bot lane. They're like, hey, look, what is
Dengar
Kaiser
dia,
going to try and
apa
do? But
itu?
he's going to try and go
Keren
for
banget
something
emang.
on this bottom side to answer. The pings were already there, so Woody and Wacko are here going, right, where is Croc?
Rel bisa naik turun kuda, iya bisa.
Bottom on the scuttle, so it means that then Junja's like, okay, we'll need to reset before he tries to go into this bottom side just to try and match the purchase that Croc already has. But Croc can't go into the jungle properly, so you're just buying extra time now where Junji can get back out onto the map, and Croc really can't steal away any of these camps on the bottom side.
Yeah, Woody
Parah
to
kok
just
belum ambil ulti,
Terima
parah banget.
kasih Sentai.
make sure
Kurohiko 88 baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 5.000. Pengingat harian buat kalian yang sobat gacor. Kalau pengen MAXWIN, tambah jago main WR. Langsung aja ke KUROHOKI 88. Dijamin gacor.
Of the
Benar guys,
first series,
yang pengen gacor Maxwin silakan ke kurohoki88.com.
into that game. Jace, he ended up having an amazing performance on, gets MVP for day number 1. And now coming into this as well, the Nico paying dividends, and even just the advantages that he's getting in Tunones and just the
Eh,
patterns.
double camp gitu emang boleh?
This bottom side,
Boleh,
position where he'll be able to
emang boleh.
for a read. Oh, well,
Gencan ya.
reset coming through from Wacko, but could potentially
Apa bedanya rasanya sama six man lagi
towards
ya?
the jungle off of the level advantage that he
Iya, itu juga semetnya udah segitu kan ini. Apa belum itu ya?
underneath his portrait.
Tahu orang dia langsung mimet
That's
aja
the-
kok tadi.
I'm about to tick over to level 5, where as you can see on Croc,
Biar keren aja.
Mungkin lagi cooldown kali ya.
be a full level behind him.
Tapi tiur keren aja.
Atau salah perhitungan.
lane matchup a little bit as well because Malphite typically the
Cuman di LoL PC emang lebih enak sih nariknya jauh anjir.
bruises and carries in the top side against the Kennen.
Lama juga resetnya.
mati kasihan banget, coy.
Already having some MR in his kit, so the poke aspect of Malphite
Tuh,
going to be
ini,
suffering
ini.
as well. This feels like a really tough lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's about to get worse. Junja's here.
Datang lagi nih.
Opportunity.
Buru cok. Ya keburu recall jing.
Back
udah
away. He
aman.
knows that he's in trouble if it ends up in a position where they are actually
Tahun pertamanya ini nih,
You've got
menit lebih.
Junja who's moving in towards his top side. He's going to get vision down.
Ya, kemarin PSG kenapa ngambil orang dulu ya? Padahal dia menang
Keep
ya.
track of Croc and make sure this Kazakh just can't.
Karena kalau di sini tuh mereka gak terlalu butuh dragon ya.
Cannon's taking a bit of
Wah,
damage, but
bisa nih kalau
decently
di
in
Indo
that
nih
mid
lawan
lane,
di sini
the
nggak cocok
trades,
nih.
you know,
Beda emang ini dia.
nobody dies,
Nggak
summers
bisa
off
nih
there,
kalau
and
di
you're
Indo
staying
nih
even
mereka nih.
in CS. Aja now
Azzy's baby.
proxy farm.
Anjir banyak banget damage minionnya cok.
Here, the ult is there.
I wasn't sure if he was going to try and flash for that one, but look
Nah,
how
bisa
much
nangis
CS
yuk,
is
Mas.
just dying to the
Gitu-gitu
tower.
aja.
He's on over double.
Iya anjir.
CS at
Di
this
LoL
point.
PC itu masalah cok, kalau di camp gitu lane lain tuh hampir nggak mau nolong anjir kalau masih landing pass.
Problem is
Rugi minion soalnya.
bot side though.
Ih, makanya
Getting a big
Iya.
rugi anjir pas datang nggak jadi war minion hilang anjir.
Kazakhs in the area, so the
Jadi hadapi aja kehidupan cok.
Still losses on that bot side. Dragon should go across Maple, trying to respond. But you just need to back away from this Maple.
Tapi itu tuh terdiri dia tuh.
A little
Nggak
dangerous
stress, kan?
does have his ultimate. The Mimic getting him out to safety does seem to be
Kenapa tepuk tangan
sort
itu
of half
PSG
committal
wih,
to the
para
fight here.
penonton.
You can see Junja was moving over as well.
Biasa aja rasanya nggak ada momen itu.
A little dangerous to be playing with.
It's investing.
Tepuk tangan bajai bajuri itu ja.
For PSG
Oh,
talent,
itu
but I don't know if
pramuka.
it's going to really pay off. Like we saw in their first series, PSG got these early leads for Aja on the cannon, but they weren't really able to play as effectively.
Butuh
around
dragon
Aja,
lah,
being
tapi
that
kalau
setup,
udah 2 kali soul.
play through these advantages.
Belum anjir 2 kali itu munculin soul dong, belum dapet soul.
They're far more comfortable playing around Wacko's advantages. So I think at this stage, it's like, look, you've done the damage to Robo. Let's try and play more heavily towards the spot side, because Croc being able to get some of that CS and also get the Dragon for Loud is actually a bit of a win.
Hati-hati bang di sawar situs judi.
It certainly is.
Santuy kita mah nggak bakal
Especially in the
diproses.
like, let's say PSG do then start to focus on dragons for the rest of the
Iya,
game.
di sawer mah kita
Having
tahu
now
nggak bisa
one
kontrol
early
aku
just
dah.
buys you
Iya, walaupun sawernya sampai 15 miliar juga ya mau gimana lagi coy.
Nggak bisa
to get a
dikontrol.
bit more damage.
Terima kasih
Junja's coming in from
seseorang.
behind and the sigil of
Sawernya sampai 15 miliar.
the real Nico.
Padahal gue nggak punya harta apa-apa loh, cuman punya mobil doang harta gue cuy. Tulis di story dengan teks panjang lebar, dia nggak punya apa-apa gitu.
He has his flash.
Cuman mobil doang sama Saweria 15 miliar.
The trick though, a W would do the trick and
Wow.
flash still available. The ult pressed just a second too late.
I mean, for Robo, he manages to try and use the ultimate, but Junja was going to be there as well. He was following up with an ult of his own, so I don't even know if Robo was going to get out of that one. This is where PSG talent, this is exactly what I wanted to see.
Terus damage Herald ini ketowernya aja ini cok kecil banget ya.
Iya emang 2 bar doang.
Maple has control over mid. You're getting the Rift Herald, but crucially,
Ratingnya udah berapa sih nih?
Rift Herald on the bottom side as well to try and get some gold into the hands of
12 ya?
Wacko. You don't want.
Tuh dia Niko tuh dia jalan buat minion tuh.
But you don't want the you don't want Root and Sales getting ahead in the 2v2.
Mid 12 ya,
As this
landing.
game starts to progress for PSG,
Apa?
it'll be Aja on
Landing,
side,
landing.
Maple on the other one.
14 kalau nggak salah.
Root trying to push waves back and forth. If Root and
Baru
Sales
hilang.
end up with this massive advantage,
Malphite nggak guna, udah sedih sih Malphite cok. CS-nya 32 anjir.
side lane pressure for PSG talent starts to fall apart.
Bang, aku nyesel bang pick ini bang katanya bang.
The advantage is there for Aja. He could definitely just continue winning that one. So
Ini kalau di rank ini mereka udah next ini ketiknya nih.
again, Sigil
Kita ini berubah jadi fish ya dia.
beautifully done there by the pair from PSG.
Dia cuma bisa berubah
And I mean this
sama hero yang ada di sini doang.
explains itself.
Oh,
This is just sad for Robo. It's like you're damned if you do,
ini udah nggak guna juga cok midnya
Aja
cok.
can freeze that wave.
Cok, bang, udah bang.
Stage, you just ult
Bang, udah bang.
wall, but you can leave it
Tus.
right where it was in the map. It was like, are you
Terus dari midnya juga nggak
gonna
guna
get out of that one with
siapa
the
namanya?
ultimate and the
Nico.
flash still available for Junja?
I think he was trying to get like a max range ult actually into the jungle.
Ultinya
So he was,
Pasuar nanti
just
bagus.
going in that direction over the wall,
Kalau
but
ini semua ya mereka nih
it's
kalau
too late.
draft
To be
match
fair,
up
I thought he was
ya.
out of range of the shuriken as well. But unfortunate for him, falls
Keduanya
behind.
yang menang match
You
up
know,
itu.
after such a great game number 1 as well. But now, like we said before, Junja, Herald in pocket. You'd love to
Bayang
see
gimana
that
pas
focus
jungle ya
now
kalau
for Wacko,
tiga-tiganya kalah
but
match
would he
up ya.
get them ahead, get them out of this laning phase, get that Kai'Sa to the tank shredding machine that AD Kai'Sa is.
Yeah, and even at the moment, they're just trying to see if they can limit the opportunities for level.
Batu bisa bonyok gitu. Saran dari gua sih Batu bikin hull breaker sih.
You got a Wacko freezing one creep. He's only just taking it there in front of his tower to be like, cool.
Wih, jauh juga ikutnya.
Where the wave is. It's Wacko is safe. He can't really be shoved underneath his tower. You got protection as Woody starts to come back out, even with Junja in position. And I feel like they're kind of setting up a bit of a slow push here.
Nico ini nggak bisa apa-apa di mid ya guys ya. Emang Pasuar doang ya.
Junja, Woody, and on the way.
Junja's moving in. That's a great wall.
Nggak berharap buat menang lane ngekill gitu ya.
In the river. But Junja now seen on a control ward anyway, so the other ward didn't.
Bang, udah bang, jangan di freeze lah bang. Duit susah bang.
Actually got them out of the harm's way. Like if Junja's already in that position, Root and Sayas haven't backed
Well,
off,
true, yeah.
they're going to be in a lot of trouble. So it did end up paying dividends for them in the end. You can see both 80 carries now going to reset. But that
Kok dia kayak kebingungan gitu ya?
already starting to move in towards his mid lane. He got a bit of an early reset for
Gue
the
tahu
Dragons.
lupa sih beli kopi di
Wasn't
Starbucks kan
sure
pun.
if he was going to try and make a play into Tinons, but we'll
Enggak.
just reset instead.
Iya benar.
Getting a bit cheeky with it.
Kata lagi buy one apa? Buy one get one
It
bro.
was forced onto this Kha'Zix
Nggak tahu
by
gitu
the
gue.
sheer amount of jungle bans.
Udah capek-capek nunggu, nggak ada ngapa-ngapain anjir, sedih cok.
They decided they can't
Habis berapa menit tuh?
But Aja playing this super safe.
Anjir, kasian cok, kasian banget gue ngeliat lot cok, berasa malu anjir.
Well, for Croc, I think it's worth just continue to invest in that top side. I would have preferred
Tremor
to
nih,
clear his camp
tremor
and
nih.
then went to try to go for that play on top end because you can't really contest Dragon right now. I mean, Aja has TP.
Gimana nih Robo nih?
Warriors that are littered
Udah sedih muka Robo cuy. Bang ma abang
Mini
nih.
map, like you got several of them all over the back line, and you're going to be in a position where, in that bottom side jungle, where Aja happy with Flash to just go in towards one of those and immediately get in onto Loud, regardless.
Kalau di sini yang gedenya orang nonton di mana sih?
The
Biasanya
nice
paling
thing
banyak.
for Loud in reference
Di
to
Twitch
Vision
mungkin?
is the Umbral Glaive's been finished for Croc, so he can contest Vision somewhat.
Gak ada damage cok.
Q onto Woody there.
Iya,
Goal
itu
from his
dikit-
first strike
dikit
is
banget, 40.000
still headed
doang.
towards Seos. But
Masih
Root
play
is
in
trying to
juga.
fight for
Timnya juga
fire.
bukan tim
Has
gede.
several abilities to clear the wave as fast as
Gigi
physically
lu.
possible. Get his team into the river,
Menurut
but
kemarin
Woody
Jadi kecoa lo. Yoi.
disallowed entry. Woody flies across the play here. As Wacko
Langsung
dives
teleport
into
cuy.
the
Be, mana Malphite?
Has to retreat, and Tino finds an ultimate.
Can you do something Malphite?
He's taken down.
Gak ada anjir numpang teleport doang cuy.
Suddenly Robo and
Bisa apa apa Malphite cuma berdiri doang jalan kaki kayak orang bingung ulti nggak dipakai.
Dia pada ulti cok.
Fantastic
Ada, tapi nggak
PSG
nggak
talent.
dipakai.
They managed to back away, reset the fight long enough for
Buang-buang cooldown doang bang.
immediately
Bumbung
Louder
kiri
taking it.
doang Malphite.
Diajar juga nih sama Liblank nih.
Love how aggressive Maple is on this LeBlanc.
Kayak aduh
No
ngapa
respect
sih lu
given
main
whatsoever.
Malphite?
He's had a few years playing.
Yeah, yeah,
Just
well,
Item baru sepatu aja anjing.
I mean, really not.
Real batu kali.
This is kind of what we're talking about. This is why I wasn't the biggest fan of the Kha'Zix system starting to be in, 'cause
Nunggu momen lah kocak.
so you get
Tapi momennya nggak datang yang ditunggu-tunggu cuy. Kayak menunggu dia.
turns onto Wacko and was like, oh yeah, I'm going for the squishy 80 carry. Where'd he go?
Woi. Bukan, gue kira lu YouTuber cupu kan Rovando. Lu pasti ini kan dalam hati lu tergores kan. Waduh, gue sebagai user Malpit, gue nggak bisa nih.
Maple does get stunned. There's the tangle barbs as well. Do they have the damage to finish him off though? Distortion surely available. Mimic on cooldown, but Maple still gets out with his life. He's just so damn slippery.
He had just TP to the top side though, so at least you will be able to get a bit of damage on.
Absen war doang, absen bang. Absen bang.
Dimarahin tim, cuma pasti lu nggak tele, nah sengaja dia kan nggak bisa dimarahin karena tele.
Loud wanted to invest on.
Itu Malpitnya pas datang nanti bisa ngetik gini guys. Kirain sepi ternyata baru upload.
Your team fights aren't going to continue to go your way.
Kirain sepi ternyata udah kelar war. Batu kalau lembek amat, dia udah kebantai soalnya cuy, udah di geng berapa kali tuh.
The silver lining is A, it's a Cloud Soul, and B, they managed to get that first Drake. That's kind of brutal to look at. I'm not gonna lie. Our Mastercard late economy snapshot is. I think that's the first time where I've seen.
Berarti ini berharap ke siapa ya guys? Niko nggak terlalu berdamage kan ya? Berarti ngarap ke si Viramakazik aja ini.
And again, this isn't like the last hurrah for Loud. This is a case of, hey, you get your position in the qualification match as the first seed from Group A, but even if they lose here, they will still have another opportunity. It's just trying to avoid like the top seed from Group B would have been a nice opportunity for them, and they will still have to play against.
Jaraknya 2 level anjir.
Later as Azu.
Oh, udah agak sustain sih duitnya.
Hope of a dream of contesting. He's got his mythic and a half item and boots against pretty much just Merc Treads and a Kindle Gem.
Milio nggak meta kan, nggak pernah muncul. Mungkin enggak cuy. Nggak ada di band juga nih.
Being chased out the top side as well. It feels like across the board everything looking fantastic for PSG, and you know headed towards.
Skornya masih 0 anjir BTW. Absen bang, walau telat 1 jam, halo Dejuka. Lumayan.
Loud. They're like, hey, look, we know Junja's going to be on this top side. He's going to be on the tower. We need to start making plays. We need to find opportunities to get picks and like get something back.
Malpitnya tuh lagi cari momen sih supaya nggak terlalu ngefit banget lah. Enggak kayaknya. Gak ada damage aja, udah keluar semua skill. Seenggaknya bisa kabur lah ya.
Maple just needs to crash his wave. I'm just gonna kind of all in you, so you're forced away. There's no way you can contest this.
Tapi satu itemnya belum ada cuy, Malpitnya sih asli ya.
He was doing it to Robo earlier.
Mana sih gua?
This is great play.
And it's just off the back.
Itu ada Malpitnya udah full item anjing.
It doesn't matter how much damage you deal to me. I'm gonna go heal up. So as you say, you get to crash that wave. You get a nice back timer for Maple as well. He's uncontested on that push. And again, you're gonna have, well, someone has to go and push it top side.
Lihat gol personal aja dan Malpitnya aja sih, gue lihat Malpitnya berapa sih golnya?
Nggak bisa dilihat. Lihat aja dari CS sih itu.
Ya kalau dari CS mah ya kelihatan jauh, ditambah yang lain lagi gue gitu.
Setidaknya itu Malpit buang flash cannon meskipun pas pulang kanannya aja dibansi. Belum sih. Kena lagi. Goodbye bang. Hampir buang ulti buat kabur.
Ini profit Kurohiko kecil. Anjing lah gua digeng mulu.
Ini stream snap anjing.
Bawah digeng, gua atas digeng.
Ash just pushed in top. I'd love to see Ash actually come down river here to threaten the mid lane, because you can see for PSG talent, they're trying to get control over this jungle to spot out where Loud are.
Skor 9-0 Kuro perspektif. Wah bener juga.
We'll see if they can get that set up. Get the Herald down, use the I was going to say the purple worm. It's not the purple worm, it's the purple turtle? Purple turtle. It's going to be slapped down in the mid lane. Is it a turtle? Probably not.
Jujur. Berprogres banget anjir. Apa? Hancur. Dari link dari YouTube langsung. Gua dari Twitch nontonnya. Gua orangnya itu Twitch banget. May I jungle? May I switch Twitch support?
Sindrung.
not willing to bring him down means that now Loud are actually forcing Aja away.
Beda 7 ke gol lagi. Nyari momen aja sih ini, jangan mau war. Trading aja. Nungguin di atas, minin atas nggak ada yang datang anjir. Apa?
Kajiknya apaan tuh, letal kan itu kan?
Itu yang ada di WildRift dulu.
Apa namanya?
Umbral Glyph. Yang buat ngancurin war itu.
Ini sama.
Sama. Nggak detect ward sama one hit ward. Lu kenapa Kur? Apanya?
Kalau kita main PC itu kayak ngerasa anjir menit 18 gue baru punya satu item.
I think there's opportunities for Loud to push their advantages more, and I don't mean like advantages in like they are clearly behind, but it's like if you see PSG talent going for a cross map on one side, commit for the tower. Like Aja's not really going to be able to take it. If he walks up, you have a Malphite ultimate that immediately.
Gak mau sedikit pun cannonnya tuh kayak offset gitu anjir. Nah ini nih, ini ya cuman liblank cuy. Gas cok. Ya elah bang. Aduh bang. Udah lah bang ya. Udah gagal ulti langsung batal. Jangan lakukan hal-hal yang merugikan banget.
Kok bisa ya ada orang yang
this game is
already ngomong kok bisa ya ada orang yang miss ultimate Malphite.
Gue kira miss ultimate pit itu ini mitos.
Yes, the Rift Tower does make it a little bit easier for them to hold on to mid tower, but that's not going to last long as Aja.
Ojir. Terpaksa di ulti. Ya enggak, ya udahlah.
Ini udah ulti juga lagi.
Enggak bisa cuy. Kazik ini harus upgrade skill 2 sih ini. Upgrade skill berapa sih? Skill 2 ya?
I think that was also a seed as well. Sales just like, where the hell is this maple coming from? There is a LeBlanc in the area.
6 dong anjir.
Very low bug, but able to back away from that. But again, you can see
level 6 kan?
launching himself in to hold on to this mid lane tower.
Gue level 5.
So difficult. Just the minions alone. 6 gonna take that one down.
6 9 12 ya sih, gue gak inget.
You're gonna lose already control of your top side. You can see already how hard that is for Loud to hold on.
Lu punya skin Dr. Cannon core yang mirip pakai peci. Nggak punya gue. Itu skin lama kan ya?
Foto-foto player Cannon banget nih.
Weh. Iya anjir. Foto-foto ini anjir Baron Land Range anjing.
Tapi kalau di WildRift, kayaknya ketemu Market, Market banyak juga sih.
6 11 16. Apa 6 11 16?
Ini level tadi. Kan bahas ini tadi.
Oh iya. 6 11 16.
PSG are just setting up the vision around this Baron, and they have a ton of Baron.
Gue kira True Air Kur, bukan. True Air tahun depan ada icons.
Beneran nih bang.
The opportunities. Oh, hang on.
Real.
Yakin nih bang.
Insyaallah. Gak bakal mau war ini si LL ini cuy.
Because if you put yourself into a pit, that's where Loud can actually try and play off of
Metal.
the sales having the CC, so they need to find picks and plays before they can try and rush down the barrel.
And I feel like we're really seeing the patient slow gaming that we were talking about before the series began, where they've got the lead, they know they've got
Slay Maple.
Don't overdo it. They're just trying to poke, and they're doing a great job of just
dari Kanada kalau nggak
I
salah.
can't remember seeing a single time where Croc has had the drop on someone to get that big Kha'Zix burst off.
Gak bakal mau mereka ini cuy LL ini. Waduh, oh no, anjir. Langsung digas cuy. Wah ini free Baron ini mah.
Tapi emang jadi kaji nggak akan expect itu ada Cannon di situ. Ngapain dulu dah?
Baron.
Malphite baru daily cuma buat mati doang.
And Wacko picking up the kill. We said they needed the picks before the
mati doang dia. Bener sih. Ini ada sini masih review Malphite. Langsung ngomongin gini. Jangan pick Malphite lagi.
But the Kennen has been found. He got found by Croc. And Krok regretted that decision. My
Tuh, kampret banget sih itu, Cuk.
Nothing you can do. Rude as well, forced to flash away.
Enggak kayaknya.
Tinon's great binding, but
Kayaknya gue
Wacko's in
bisa
a
deh dibatalin
position.
deh.
Robo TP's
Sama
way too far forward. Like
Gak tau
there's
deh.
zero follow-up at
Emang
this
bisa
stage.
pencet S, guys?
You've no ultimate for
Coba
Tino.
bisa dibatalin deh.
Let's get a decent ultimate there for Robo. So the fight was
Oke
done
deh.
and dusted. And now PSG
Kalau emang
Talent
bisa sih berarti kelewatan banget si Malpit masih maksain datang sih.
lead at 23 minutes. This one's done.
it's absolutely
Udah nggak bisa cancel tele. Udah nggak bisa.
Udah nggak bisa.
Like, they got knocked out of MSI by PSG. It was a 2-0 then, and it's looking like a 2-0 now unless some kind of miracle can occur. PSG with Baron in pocket. They've already got 2 Drakes looking for a third here. Is Robo going to be forced away? I love how
Ulti aja nggak sih Malpit? Tuh, 2 tuh.
non-committal way, right? Just forcing them away, not fully committing to a fight
Kalau
just
Malpit
yet.
guys, hebat dia
But
darah
making
banyak
sure
banget.
Loud know this is not their jungle.
Bahkan nggak mau buang ulti aja ya sebelum mati gitu atau apa gitu ya.
I didn't even realize it was a minion.
Emang segitu kan nyimpen cooldown.
I mean, that's the thing though, for PSG Talent, as you say, they've been basically having this 1-4 pressure the entire time. They push in top,
Kanan udah bawa bansi anjing.
group in, get their vision established, and then re-push the waves again, so they can clearly work
Iya, bansinya kayak helm
the tower
banget.
without having to worry about Loud cutting them off from different places. It's super slow, it's methodical, but it's exactly the way PSG
Tiga
Talent
gol.
to play this. And now, all Loud
Dua,
returns
tiga.
apart from that top one are going
Iya.
to be down, which means that
Oh, PSG udah
realistically
menang
Loud
loh
are just going to be
satu
stuck in their own base with the third Dragon up available for PSG
Oh,
Talent to
oh,
take
udah menang
now.
ini.
They've got so many opportunities to do picks. Like, if you overextend pretty much as anyone apart from Robo, you just die to Maple Raji at this stage.
Yeah. And now, off the back of taking the tier 2 at the bot side, pushing out in the middle.
Nggak bisa udahan.
Take this Drake. That soul point for PSG. And you know, this kind of game kind of reminds you that, you know, Junja, he was the sub on that EDG roster that won the World Championship. Corgi was the assistant coach at the time, now head coach of this team. Seos, he'll get a head on the blue buff, but
Wih, kaburnya boleh-boleh tuh.
just following him over.
Widih.
Corgi goes wide. Seos gets out with his life.
I mean, I think Sale's pretty happy that the blue buff tanked some of those void missiles, because that was not going to be a pretty one if he ended up getting tanked by all that. But again, this is what you're talking about, right? PSG Talent, the
Gue baru nge-Viego mitiknya pakai Sundar. Emang biasanya pakai apa cuy? Dia nggak build Factor emang. Kalau Factor emang bakal bikin itu nggak sih? Tapi musuhnya pada tipis sih. Mungkin biar dia tebel aja kali. Skillnya juga on hit kan harusnya.
Terima kasih senpai. Biji lebah baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 1000.
Top gap.
One thing I really want to see,
Semuanya sih ini.
you know, you see the Nico interaction. When they send the
Cuman gara-gara top di kill mulu jadi makan juga jungle musuhnya.
clone the wrong direction, run forwards,
Nice banget tuh Nico. Cuman ya,
Lokapnya bagus tuh.
that's a pick onto
ya itu yang keren dari dia.
Loud showing that they're not out of this one just yet.
Rakan but better.
Jumps in and
Di
answers
blank, di
it.
blank.
Immediately, he's just wagging the finger. No. That's not how this one's going to go down. Gets the kill back, but still Loud. They do shut down the pressure on the top side. They get to hold on to that outer turret. And
Emang Sundar kalau di turning ngarap temen yang finishing. Nah itu.
Not checking exactly where Tinons was going to be. So nicely done here, and we get to see it just not counting the minions. They don't cop it. Wacko does manage to get caught, but it's Woody who ends up paying the price as well.
Wacko manages to get himself out with the
100% Nico pasti proto build lagi sih.
Wacko, but answers it. Seos, everything was on cooldown. They'd already used it in the previous play, so Maple saw that window of opportunity and punished immediately.
Wih gede, acir.
Big damage coming out from Root actually as well.
Nico
Oh
itu
itu tim fake barusan.
He's getting to a point where he is
Apa?
incredibly strong.
Nico
But
itu
again,
emang
Rob
meta
is
tau
actually
nggak?
trying to play these team fights out.
Meta.
Aju's on top of him,
Meta,
Maple's trying to new, Woody's there as well. It's a very similar story to what we actually saw from Root in the last game, where he's in a good spot. It's just being in a position to deal that damage is going to be very, very difficult, especially when I don't really think PSG Talent are going to take a lot of team fights. It's going to be more a case of what we're seeing at the moment, right? Maple push in on top, Aju threaten bot side, have Wacko push in mid, and just make it as different spots. Woody, are you overextended again?
Seos trying to get forward, but Junja gets out with his life. And you can see on the minimap, Aja is sneaking further and further.
Kok bantengnya lemah nggak kayak banteng?
Rotating
Waduh.
through the bottom side, but Junja, forget rotations, he just wants a 1v1 with Robo right now, but Malphite's hard to
Ulti,
get onto.
akhirnya.
Wah masih bisa. Wah tip datang cok kanannya rata anjir.
Tinnos with a good route, but it's over for
Wah,
Loud. That
kasihan
might just
banget si
be the
Malphite ini,
straw
serius dah
that
gue
breaks
ngomong
the
dah.
camel's back. Oh, the Alistair's back.
Ini gue yakin Nalpitnya bakal ini bakal ngerasa bersalah banget ini.
Talon, they're showing that they've got claws.
And they manage to get the turnaround kills, the trader brings it back as that dive underneath the tower for Junja. They're just waiting on waves to crack up in the base. They won't finish the game here. 20 seconds until everyone's up will be a bit much, but they can get the top tower, they can get mid inhibitor, and maybe even crack open the top side. Inhibitor, but no, it looks like they're just going to go for reset. 45 seconds and just look to play off that mid super minion wave to look for the Baron, but I mean, this was a great opportunity, but again, what we were talking about, Wacko, the opportunity to reposition.
Pakai ulti lo anjir, bisa ya sejauh itu area ulti si saya. Nembus dinding anjir. Si Kaisa. Dari itu mid itu loh ke wolf ke ayam anjir ultinya. Gede juga lingkarannya ya.
I will say as well, it's got to be brutal for Loud when you see that opportunity. But you, like, the Killer Instinct circle is not that big. They just purposely stood a little bit too close to the wall for Wacko to get out. And Root used everything to try and that play. He'd already used all of his
Ujir, damage-nya. Dari darah banyak Tisa segitu anjir.
This team's Kaisa versus the enemy team's Kaisa right now.
Iya lihat gue.
Baron started as a two-man with Wacko and Junja, while the rest of them are positioning themselves for Dragon Soul as well. What a play from PSG.
It feels so good to see PSG firing on all cylinders.
Ini udah one side banget sih ini.
Favorite for play-ins. Like I don't think anyone's under any illusions there. But it's good to see that like
di game pertama sih tadi perlawanannya lumayan sih menurut gue ya, tapi kalau ini one side banget dah. Nah ini nih damage-nya nih. Tali doang ya damage-nya ya. Kayak karma gitu. Nah ini nih. Tar, aduh, anjir. Dispasi itu.
Terima kasih Senpai. Malkit baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 5.000. Ulti Malkit mending dipakai buat clear minion biar ada kerennya.
Jangan dong anjir. Jangan kan buat clear minion ya, buat fight buang aja dia nggak mau cuy.
I think they're kind of happy to see a 0-4 Kazakhs, but I know that Loud, a lot of the Brazilian
udah sulit banget sih ini.
Again, they will end up going up the
Sejak kapan jadi kalong ya? Kalong apa?
losers bracket, which means they will end up facing off against the winner of Gammon or 7.
Oh, kalong itu bahasa Jawa kelelawar, guys. Oh, jadi kalong itu bukan begadang artinya. Baru tahu gue.
It's a bit sad for Croc. I mean, taking 6 out at this stage. PSG pushing in on the bottom side. You got Aji again, completely threatening off on this top side as they'll go in.
Anjir. Dorongannya anjir. Ini udah ini aja sih mereka nih ngelakuin apa aja yang dipengen aja. Udah susah, lu lakuin lah apa yang dipengen gitu. Udah sulit banget sih ini. Duh, lu lihat tuh cannonnya cuy. Wih, akhirnya dikit lagi cok cannonnya. Waduh, satu lagi cok, hampir penta cuy. Kemarin yang penta PSG juga guys. Kemarin yang penta PSG bukan PSG ya. Oh, yang kedua kemarinnya. Laut ini ya. Oh, Elrod ya kemarinnya. Kalau yang menang selalu gitu ya, berdiri duluan, terus salamin yang kalah lagi duduk. Harus gitu ya.
destroying
Ya, biar yang kalah
all
agak
series
nggak
long
kesel
in that
aja
type
ya.
of matchup. Then you have
Kenapa nggak yang kalah yang berdiri?
Kenapa nggak ditauntingin aja ya?
Aja getting that early lead.
Itu kanan tuh.
At that stage, the confidence is going to be sky high, and Wacko's like, oh,
Pecker.
I can just do whatever the hell I want here. Junja with the thumbs up as well.
Bang, lihat kamera bang, bro, kamera, bro. Halah mau candid si anjing.
Banyak orang-orang sukses ya di Indo ya yang main di PSG.
Pemirsa induk sosial media TikTok
Apaan nih, anjir?
Indonesia dan Singapura dilaporkan tengah menggarap platform e-commerce baru yaitu TikTok Shop. Informasi yang beredar, ByteDance kini menggeber para karyawannya khususnya para engineer untuk mengejar memproduksi TikTok Shop hingga siap digunakan pada tanggal kembar yaitu 11 November mendatang atau 11/11.
Oh, aplikasi TikTok Shop.
Perdagangan Zulkifli Hasan menyebut perkembangan digitalisasi tidak dapat
Sebenarnya nggak masalah ada TikTok Shop itu cuy. Yang pertama soal regulasi itu aplikasinya. Yang kedua soal barangnya itu yang harganya nggak logis. Coba kalau harganya logis dan produk UMKM. Itu kenapa casternya anjir? Congrats kepada PSG talonnya. Game 1 sih tadi lumayan seru sih tadi, game 1 aja lumayan sih seru cuy. Momen-momennya keren ya. Cuma kalau game 2 udah one set banget sih. God.
A team against a king.
Packer harus selalu ada coy.
Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm. The only thing capable of powering the game.
Weh, CFO ini coachnya Koala cuy. Koala ini bukannya coachnya si ini ya? Siapa sih dulu? Packer ya atau siapa sih? Kayak kenal gue.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney bundle. It's your Verizon.
Ini stats buat play-ins doang coy. Itu aja udah bagus padahal belum main event tapi udah dikasih main di panggung. Iya. Koma ya yang itu. Koala ini kok kayak kenal gue ya. Kenapa Faker disebut Demon King? Kenapa tuh? Ini masih qualified ya Kor. Play-ins. Ada lossing bracketnya nggak Kor? Ada. Apa Koala ini pernah di AOV dulu ya? Kayak pernah denger gitu gue nama dia. Karena dijuluki Unkillable Demon King karena hampir nggak ada yang bisa bunuh dia kalau solo, harus di geng 2. Oh. Skin pack kenapa belum muncul? Mungkin besok, guys. Faker apakah main nanti? Nggak tahu juga. Faker ikut nggak sih di world ini, guys? Apa ini world terakhirnya? Dia kena ini kan, sakit tangan kan ya? Carpal tunnel bukan sih? Faker ikut. Faker nggak bakal pensi karena dia yang punya T1. Walaupun dia punya sih, tetap aja dia bakal ini. Bisa pensi, dia udah sakit tangan kan? Ikutin TI Dota nggak? Enggak. Tim Paus GG nggak core? Nggak tahu gue. Nggak nonton gue yang pas Will main kemarin. Faker cuman roster T1, bisa aja dipindah kalau mau. Tapi bukannya dia udah punya saham T1.
Hello， 大家好，我是 CFO 的辅助小 C。赢下第一场非常开心。教练在赛前上去以前告诉我，我比对手还要强，而且强很多，要拿出自信来。就是自信心非常100%吧，超过了。在选
Faker bebas wajib militer karena menang Asian Games, bukan ASEAN, ASEAN.
我觉得我是世界上最强的机器人玩家，因为这个英雄我玩了10年多了。我想对不帮我机器人的队伍说，你们不可能会躲过了钩子的。
Kemarin sih segame 05 Renek tapi udah menang 2 kali. Ini yang mana nih? Oh ini match kemarin ya? Ada Atrox sih. Nah ini seru Pike ya, woi. Wajir, itu kalau kena yang terakhir itu sedap tuh.
对上他们的时候，就请他们小心我的跑线吧，我会出现在任何地方。就平常训练的对象也训练多了，我们都
Kami tahu gimana cara main mereka karena udah sering scrim katanya.
在我们打的时候，
Ini kayaknya bakal jadi easy win deh katanya.
我们一定不会停止进攻的。谢谢你们一直以来的支持，我们会更加努力的。
Terima kasih udah nge-support kami akan bekerja keras. Berusaha keras.
Love the confidence coming out there from Xiaoxi. Welcome back, one and all, to the analyst desk here at Worlds 2023. We got whales versus oysters. I got my marine biologist here with me on the desk to break it all down and let everyone at home know who's going to be taking it on.
This is a clash of Titan versus oyster.
Kemungkinan kalau Faker pensi bakal jadi coach kayak Bengi. Faker itu dia antisosial nggak sih? Maksud gue komunikatif nggak sih? Kalau dari looknya sih nggak komunikatif ya.
And whales got off to a rough start. Don't get me wrong, more like candles. But orcas have been buffed on the most recent patch, so I've got to say whales right now in 2023 are looking hot, whereas oysters, they're just getting popped open and it's not looking good.
Oh. Yeah, well, do you have anything to add to that, or are you just a bit sad?
I love me some oysters.
We'll see. We'll see if the Team Wales can have themselves a little bit of an hors d'oeuvre, shall we say, coming into this one. But they got to go through Xiaoxi. We saw the interview there with him there. Oh, big hook man coming in right now, and I'm loving the confidence this guy has coming off.
Tapi di game dia short call court, nggak ada dia T1 kalah sama rank terakhir LCK. Iya juga sih.
This gig
Itu gimana sih kok perasaan mereka tuh yang jadi penonton gitu?
This one was a little sussy because
Jadi
he
apa?
didn't see the ward, but man, he was winning the fights just based off these
Kenapa?
picks alone.
The dude's
Gimana ya
absolutely on
perasaan
fire.
mereka?
I also have the
Kayak apa
Kaiser
yang
build
dipikirin
next to
mereka
him
pas
with
masuk
the
war?
waves. There's just no vision on the map.
Ya,
The dude is
bisa
just
aja dia.
any patch of fog,
Anjing,
Xiaoxi
ada
may
biasanya,
just
Bang.
be there and be dragging you in. He was so
Kalau
solid.
pertama-tama
On the
kok
other
bisa
side,
aja.
PA was
Ya pertama-tama mungkin ada groginya. Kalau itu mah biasa aja dia udah daily activity coy.
Ada nggak sih orang yang jago banget tapi dia kena demam panggung?
Boom!
It was beautiful.
Pasti
and
ada.
I'm sure it's going to be coming, but the fact that he was able to get what was right here, the predict, bang.
Wajib bagus banget. Sep nice juga Rara itunya, sayanya flashnya.
So Team Wales can definitely
lama banget ngekillnya anjir.
That's where we're for sure going to be able to pick up wins. Really earlier on when we were able to see
itu dia sekesantek.
like instantly turns into a Baron. So just off these hooks alone, playmaking supports can completely change the game.
Yeah, I think all things considered.
Moja ngomong dari dalam sumur bener.
In the lane phase, especially if we see like Kai'Sa, Xayah plus these hooking champions, so much kill threat with those duo lanes on the bot side. But then mid game is going to be full on chaos because fighting for vision inside river, tracking off of those resets where their support's going to be going is going to be so important because both of these players are looking for those picks, and it's not even always linking up with a jungler, so it makes it almost less readable because you might see the jungler show on the top side and then BA is just in mid lane as well. So you got to be on your guard at all times, both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's not even just about the supports as well. We had Artemis popping off as well. So this was like, it's a kind of a collection of things, if you will, coming together here. And I just feel like Artemis is, it's kind of in the promised son, if you will. There's so many people who follow this region on Twitter who are saying, like, this guy is legit, and he's been showing it.
And especially on the Kai'Sa, like, the dude just hunts down Adam in a side lane. This is the game following up Adam.
Oh, ini Adam yang kau sebut tadi.
But Artemis knows exactly how much damage he can do.
Diketik-ketik anjir.
Not walking into a Renekton 1v1, which is fantastic. And then the moments he chooses to engage in a fight, like here, right after the engage, comes in straight into the back line, hits all three players.
Anjing Viego nggak logis, so ada lagi skillnya no.
Perfect. One of the things that we were aware of going into the series, going into the tournament, honestly, was that decision making is the only thing that was called into question, but we saw perfect decision making threes. And it's kind of similar with both of these teams that started off a little bit rocky in their first game, a straight up loss by Team
Ini kenapa diulang lagi, boy?
Had a bit of a tough first little bit, and then took over that game. So just I look towards their bot lane. That's how they get back into the series or game. I think they're
Artemis. Artemis ini apa ya?
100%. And I think for me, I'm looking at this series in terms of draft as Kai'Sa being a very
Artemis ini bahasa Yunani.
I think we could see a trade.
Mitologi Yunani yang artinya tuh dewi perburuan, alam liar.
But the Kai'Sa having the ability to follow.
Dia adalah pembawa dan pahala penyakit pada perempuan serta merupakan dewi yang menolong dalam proses kelahiran.
But those mid-game roams, that's where the Kai'Sa just fully excels.
Putri Zeus dan Leto.
Again, we have their draft here because I mean it's just high priority laning phase. It's getting that pressure down, making sure that they know they're going to come out with winning lanes.
Kayak daftar dana.
I thought their drafts were excellent coming into this tournament. Blind picking Rumble in particular because they're confident in how he and Rest is playing that top side of the map, and then the Jace was great for Jimyan. The quadra kill that he was able to get through mid lane in one of his games, just the patience that he has in general and when he should engage, but also he's just hitting shots.
Yang kira-kira bakal lolos play-in siapa, Bang? Gue juga kurang tahu sih.
Blown up, what was the Senna
masih buta gue sama tim-tim ini. Moja ngomong apaan? Soal PayPal.
Honestly, like if you look at these two drafts, they look so similar to me, right? In terms of the soul lanes, like you were mentioning, tank, jungler, you know, like some kill pressure down on the bot side of the map. I think it's really important that Team Wales challenge the Rumble and the Jace in drafts. Like I'm looking at bans or prio picks on those two champions because if the top side of the map is able to play that, they work so nicely together. The Rumble team fighting is just gorgeous, especially that ultimate to help set up the engagements when you're playing, you know, a hook champion on the bot side of the map. You've got to be able to remove those or have a really nice way to play into it inside the laning phase because that Jace was so dominant throughout both games.
It was great, and honestly, just this comp alone is something that you've probably played throughout the entirety of the split. Kai'Sa and Jace, or even just the idea of Rumble as well, the range advantage that you have. It's so easy to just, especially if you have confidence in the Jace player, then you just you feel like you're locked in on how you want to play out fights. As long as the Rumble is protected early from ganks, and as long as you come into fights knowing that you're playing with resources properly. If Rumble has ulti, then great, we're locked in.
Yeah, also, these are... Sorry, could I ask for those drafts one more time?
Bring them back up.
You talk about the long range, like, you gotta consider how low commitment... There's no commitment in these comps either in terms of, like, sending your body in. Like, Maokai, Sejuani, Rumble can engage from a mile away. You have got Poke with the Kai'Sa and the Jace as well. Like this is the Tinder.
Kunci kemenangan adalah humble dan improve. Iyalah harus improve terus.
No, Wales got to be swiping left on these.
Monster DS yang lama tinggal barrel doang. Nggak ada yang beli kan?
Three of the playing stage of Wales 2023, and I have Artemis with me, the AD carry for Team Wales ahead of today's game. Thank you so much for joining me ahead of your game. Let's talk about what happened yesterday. The upset win against Team BDS. How did you react to this victory?
Em cảm thấy thế nào sau khi chiến thắng BDS?
Khi mà
Anjir, pendek banget translate Cok.
Cảm xúc của tụi em khi mà chiến thắng được BDS thì tụi mình rất là vui vì đã giành được chiến thắng.
Yang gue salut itu sama host itu yang so iya gitu. Nge-okein gitu.
Getting a victory of BDS because we were rated as an underdog team.
Yeah, as you said, you're an underdog. How much do you think it's going to help you, and it helped you overcome this team yesterday?
Em có nghĩ là cái việc được đánh giá là đội kèo dưới nó giúp em giành chiến thắng với đội này không?
Đó cũng là một phần vì tụi mình có một cái tâm lý thoải
Ya
mái.
nih cewek pasti dia nge-oke gitu nih kepalanya. Oh enggak lagi.
Đánh cũng tự tin hơn.
It does play a part because it gives us a more relaxed mentality, and so we can just play as we want it.
And I think this one is extra important for you, especially given the fact that you're a rookie here at Worlds. How did you get ready for this stage and for this tournament, especially given the fact that you're the primary carry for the team?
Thì em là tân binh lần đầu xuất hiện ở chung kết thế giới á, thì em đã chuẩn bị như thế nào cho lần thi đấu này? Đặc biệt hơn là vì em là đầu tàu carry của team nữa.
Vì trước khi chung kết thế giới diễn ra thì tụi em cũng đã đi được Asian Games nên là cũng có vài kinh nghiệm và một số chuẩn bị cho kỳ chung kết thế giới lần này, nên là việc lần đầu ra thế giới cũng không có bỡ ngỡ cho lắm.
Before this, I had a
DFM main besok ya Kur.
Asian Games, and so
besok.
I wasn't really surprised all the way here in Worlds.
Iya besok DFM cuy.
To the next matchup against CFO that you're going to have later today. Tell me, what is your resolution for this game, especially thinking of the fact that their AD carry, Shun, is also one of the main carries for the team.
Thì lát nữa em
Banyak juga pertanyaan dia.
CFO á, thì em đã có chuẩn bị gì cho trận đấu này chưa? Đặc biệt là khi mà team CFO cũng là một team đánh khá là mạnh ở mảng dưới.
Thì hôm qua thì tụi em cũng đã họp và biết cái lối chơi của họ, nên là hôm nay mọi người hãy đón xem nhé.
We had a brief meeting yesterday to discuss about their playstyle, and I think I've got it pretty well. So you guys stay tuned for this.
All right, let's keep an eye on this then. Thank you so much, Artemis, for the interview. Good luck on today's game.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the translation. And Munch and Dagda, back to you guys for the game.
Thanks very much, Law. And just had a brief meeting yesterday. That's all it took. All it took, just a brief meeting.
Chelsea downloaded entirely in that 10-minute meeting. Easy.
Yeah. I will say, I love that we've got a rookie player called Artemis in the tournament where the world song is Gods. He's literally named after a god. It's like, and then he's playing like a god on the Rift.
It's beautiful. I mean, it writes itself, right? But I do think he's going to have his work cut out for him. Like, Chelsea and Shun are no pushovers, especially if we're going towards those hook champions for Chelsea. They love to try and play around that bottom side. So for Team Wales, they are definitely still the underdogs coming into today. Even though we got to see them against BDS yesterday, it was a scrappy, hard-fought game.
And it's worth just quickly mentioning CFO, the second PCS representative. So if you watched our first series today, PSG dominating in that second game versus Loud. They've set now a 4-0 record in play-ins. CFO, they came second place. They were so close to winning that final. Now they've got to match up to their other PCS counterparts. We're into the draft though, Dagda. Rumble taken off the board here. Lee Sin hovered as our first pick.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I thought we'd actually see something like
Jangan sedih bang mukanya. Mana ada gue sedih.
Potentially the option, but like Maokai, the Viego gone. It looks like Gemini. Yeah, there we go.
Wih, halo S, thank you give membershipnya S. Wih, gokil. Yang dapat jangan lupa saya tag adik.
Trying to set up the team and work with Chelsea when they get towards the mid-game opportunity.
Wah, ada ini lagi cuy. Ada Sejuani lagi. Udah berapa game kita ngeliat Sejuani kurang banget ya? Another Renekton. Halo Willy, terima kasih telah menjadi membership 1 bulan. Dan juga Reynaldo, thank you membershipnya selama 1 bulan.
that's very safe to pick, very powerful pick. Things like the Orianna that have been able to dominate.
We've also started to see things like the Nar start to creep up as well as answers into this Renekton. We got to see in the last game. I'm 90% certain Rest played it the last day as well into the Renekton as well, but in that situation it kind of works well where you can try and be that team setup. The Ahri going to be taken for glory. We've had GB to high heavens sing the praises of glory, so having him kind of take a step back from being a main source of damage to instead swapping over towards the Ahri. It is his most played coming in from summer, but I still think when I think of how Team Wells were able to find that success, it was glory having those big moments. But on the other side, we already highlighted the Nar. Rest looks like he's going to go back towards that, and now it is
Ada tim Indonya nggak bang? Nggak ada.
Want to try and go for here. He had a fantastic performance on the Jace, but I don't think you can go for the Jace here with just how little AP damage you have.
Benar lagi. Wih, ada Ahri.
And we'll see. I'm curious to see what Jimian plays in this one, because Jimian, I think, far exceeded a lot of people's expectations. His Jace yesterday looked really, really fantastic. Him and Rest pairing up with Rest on the Rumble, Jimian on the Jace. We could see that Orianna that we've talked a lot about. We've not really seen as much as I expected so far. It's kind of overshadowed by the Nico, but Jimian bringing it out.
Yeah, in the Not Worlds World Qualifying Series, we saw how important that was for Untuk. Like, incredibly strong pick when it's able to get those two items. So we'll have to see now, especially with the team fight setup you have on CFO. Like, my God, you should be terrified as Team Wells. But I like what they're going for. They're, hey, look, let's go for the Lee Sin here for BJ. Let's try and have this setup where we can go for the strong mid jungle and see if we can try and play through that play for picks. But when we got to yesterday, early to mid game, they were like, okay, cool, we can actually try and make this combo work. But I think they really struggled when they got to the later portion of the game where they were trying to, push waves to get vision, to set up to play.
Halo bang, halo suar bawah. Championnya itu mulu. Karena emang itu yang kuat kalau turni mah pasti kayak gitu cuy. Tapi kemarin pas apa yang ngasih tahu itu ada global ban-nya cuy. Kemarin pada bilang ada gitu, cuman ini nggak global ban.
Me and Ender were sort of playing the game of count the barons, like how many barons does it take to actually close out the game. So perhaps a little quicker.
Kenapa di atas gitu Kor? Biar nggak ngalangin. Master Yi nggak sih? Emang ada aja nggak Master Yi di pick.
Yeah, and I think as well as you say, like it's such a strong
BC di ban.
to try and play for things like Riptail, but also just try and play for your lane states. Point, the CC is there for a Lee Sin, which is the big thing that he wants. Blitzcrank respected here against Chelsea though.
Hadiah berapa Kor? 2,9 juta dolar kalau nggak salah. Yang pakai sejuani belum menang dari kemarin kah? Kayaknya enggak deh. 2,5 apa 2,9? 2,9 kalau nggak salah. Gas beli truk.
While we all know Chelsea's Blitzcrank is insane, it's not
Nah,
like
tinggal daftar doang.
But the Alistair, the Rel,
ini ternyata kartu gue nggak bisa nih blue BCA cacat banget.
kind of everyone's bread and butter. And it looks like it will be the Rel.
Saya nggak bisa BCA.
Which works very well with the combo that they've got. The one thing they're lacking right now is damage, basically.
That's going to probably be filled up here by Shun coming in here. I expect something that's going to be able to do a lot of consistent, well, maybe I was going to say, kind of be that late game scaler.
Wih, seriusan pakai itu apa namanya, lupa gue. Aduh lupa gue. Tadi smite Viego kok hijau Kor. Di Lopisnya emang 3 jenis smite-nya kan ya? Tergantung telur beli yang mana. Ini kan ada 3. Oh ya Kalista. Oh nah tuh Apelios tuh cuy. Beneran dipik gak tuh?
Bottom side from Shun and Xiaoxi. They want to dominate the 2v2. Like you said, the Alistair could make that a problem.
Gimana CFO?
What Artemis wants to take as well, because Artemis has been very impressive so far, and it will be that Aphelios locked in to play that defensive role.
It's a little bit of a funky one though, because you're kind of playing a lot of, hey, we want to go for dive with the Lee Sin, the Renekton, the Ahri, even the Alistair to a certain extent, right? But a lot of those times it's like, hey, we're using a flash from Alistair to get into a position to get a good knockup. Ahri's going in with a long-range charm after using her Spirit Rush to get into position. So trying to catch up to these fights as Artemis might be a bit of a problem. I think he'll do well in a lot of situations because CFO were jumping onto him. But if Team Wales are looking to push their advantages, I'm a bit nervous that this fight might just be just instead of just Team Wells are trying to make that happen.
I'm curious to just watch his general form on Aphelios as well because
Kirain Yanto, jangan berharap ada Yanto anjir.
18 games of Zaya. He's played 16 games of Kaiser. Aphelios is next most played with 4 games. Like this guy plays Zaya, he plays Kaiser.
Yang kiri woman semua. Itu benar anjir, cowok itu kan. Woi, yang kanan gayanya agak straight sih.
Yesterday is anything to go on because Artemis looked phenomenal. But his CFO
benar lanang cuy, gila anjir.
I'm excited because I feel like PCS versus VCS, these guys are pretty close to each other geographically, and I feel like VCS historically has built a reputation for being very fast, very aggressive. But Team Wales, I'd argue their playstyle is closer to what you expect from PCS.
Yeah, I mean, very slow. Going to be trying to see if they can kind of come online in those later fights, but or even just look for multiple Barons like we saw yesterday to try and close the game out. But we'll have to see. I mean, for Team Wales, I mean, big victory for them, picking up the first ever best of series win for the VCS second seed yesterday. So a big shout out to them getting that first win. But now again, they have to try and do what feels like a very uphill battle for them, going up against the PCS second seed.
Team Wales, they were the
sebenarnya nggak terlalu jauh ya, barusan di kamera itu dari lens sini kelihatan loh base musuh.
They look like the region to watch here at Play-ins. We've seen PSG 4-0 so far. They're into that qualification match. CFO, they want to match their rivals from the PCS. They want to get to the qualifications.
Yeah, CFO. We got to see Flying Oysters coming into Worlds last year, and I think they picked up a couple of fans. A lot of people not really like Flying Oysters. The name actually comes from the CTBC, the bank that they're sponsored by. It comes from their slogan. Their slogan has the name family in it, which is what Famuli is actually the translation of Flying Oysters into Mandarin, which is why they're CTBC Flying Oysters. CTBC Family. Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Like a little wordplay. It's the name for your team. I'm a big fan of that. I'm a huge fan of that. I'm also a fan of just the name Flying Oysters. Even outside of the wordplay, it's just a great name in general. And also, we'd be remiss if we didn't mention we have the Battle of the Sea Life on our hands. It's the Oysters in the blue corner. It's the Whales in the red corner.
Isi Johnny-nya keren. Iya.
King of the Seas.
It's like, who would you win? 500 oysters or 2 whales? It's like nobody.
Ini juga keren nih warna skin kanannya cuy.
Is it 1,000 oyster-sized whales?
Smooth banget ngelihat Ari.
Oyster. I don't know. We've got a bit of an all-in the bottom side. Chelsea jumping forward to try and find Prio here for Shun. Not level 2.
Kalista ini kayak Twitch gitu lah ya, basic attack dulu musuhnya terus nanti tarik gitu ya.
Hit the level 2 first. Should be able to walk. Should be able to walk up here and at least smack the 2 minions in the front to use both of his stacks, but not really in a position to push too far forward, as you can already see. Shun and Chelsea getting good control. So I think this is my biggest worry, is that I haven't been impressed with BA, and I know from watching like a lot of Goberg streams when he was VOD reviewing these guys as well, hasn't been impressed by BA. So I'm curious to see how much pressure Chelsea and Shun can get in this bot lane despite the weaker matchup of Rel into Alistar, and if this Alistar pick can give the control that this bot lane of Team Wales needs.
Keep my eyes on BJ as well, because he's one of their sort of star players for Team Wales. He's the catalyst for a lot of their early presence, but Gemini, no stranger to the early game. This is a player that likes to get in those lanes, likes to gank at sort of level 3, this sort of part of the game. Now going for an invade on this Sejuani, trying to take away.
Bangkur megang mana?
Yeah, nicely done. Hey, we got push.
Gue megang kayak CFO deh.
And also kind of creating that split map where now if you're BJ, you have to try and move back up to this top side, try and play off the fact that Glory and also this Renekton have push.
Dalakur turu wae. Jangan dong, gue udah pesen kopi biar nggak tidur cuy.
I'm actually curious how this one pans out, because as you can see, BJ is like, oh cool, lane prio top side, I'm gonna get this blue on the opposite end.
Gemini goes through his wolves. I don't know if that's just caution or if whether he's not willing to take the contest or if he doesn't know BJ's on the blue buff right now. Didn't go over any vision to get to this point. Now we'll definitely know that BJ's in the area, but it's too little too late. The blue buff is gone. Okay, it's just luckily for BJ, the smite was on cooldown for Gemini. Use that on the other blue buff.
But the thing is now, you've kind of got this push out coming through on bot side because of the way the wave is stacked. You got control over mid, so even though Gemini...
Apalagi aslinya udah nggak susah, lu cuma harus pinter combo senjatanya. Paling ini ya, pakai combo senjata yang meta gitu ya. Packer tim apa? T1.
To the Raptors on the bot side, actually even with Glory resetting. Okay, it's just going to be a case of, hey, we'll trade Scuttle Crab on opposite side. Maybe.
Kok gak ada yang main Ari Ade dah? Oh, yang di Twitter itu ya?
Indecisive, but yeah, he's looking like he's moving down towards that. Gemini, in the meantime, perhaps looking towards the actual bottom lane itself. All in from.
Keren banget aja skinnya si ini. Si Juani kayak di Gintama itu loh skinnya. Kagura Gintama.
Maybe already used that route. Xiaoxi's very low. They've got to be cautious.
Xiaoxi's low, but the wave is still kind of pushing in towards Shun and Xiaoxi, so we kind of have both junglers still hovering here to make sure. One, Artemis and B, who are also kind of taking low specifically the support to push this wave in and get in a position where they're all right. Like you can see, look at Gemini. He's just re-going to this bottom side here.
Oriananya kayak ada gitu ya?
Stick around, and this is, you know, he's built a reputation for.
Kok di atas bang, biar nggak ngalangin.
Very early stages of the game. Xiaoxi charging for.
Woi, flash. Wah, dapet sih. Di camp anjir udah berapa kali geng tuh? 2 kali.
Great mind game from Xiaoxi. He's like running immediately at Artemis, and you're like, okay, well, that's but turns the last second, catches out BA, stepping forward.
Tadi juga ada pakai Sejuani juga pasif.
Xiaoxi, so they end up getting the kill. BJ calls out to the bot side because Artemis is like, for the love of God, I need to push this in. Please give me some help, or else I'll never be able to reset. And now BJ will start to move back in towards his own jungle. So nicely done by Gemini to get the first blood here.
Drake off the back of, he knows that the enemy bot lane's resetting, his bot lane's resetting. Nobody has prior, so why not try and sneak away the dragon? I think he's going to get away with it.
It will slow him down a little bit, which isn't the end of the world when you already know you've got the advantage over Gemini. But Gemini is here. He's gone the wrong way around here.
Yeah, trying to find Gemini, I think, but BJ now stuck in the pit. Gemini moving around, just hiding behind the Drake here. BJ is going to be better at smiting than what you'd expect from Gemini, just with the fact he is that Lee Sin. With being in the area, Gemini has to back away. So, Dragon secured by Team Wales. 1-0 in terms of kills, 1-0 in terms of Dragons. But all things considered, a quiet start to the series.
Yeah, I think this is where it's going to start to really pick up, though. Level 6 hit for Glory in the mid lane. He's burning through a ton of mana alongside Jimmy, so Jimmy actually going to be relatively safe because you want Spirit Rush him to charm, but I think you want to try and play mid. Xiaoxi, though, we get to play here. Very nicely done, right? Changes his direction onto BA, gets the knockback, immediately gets the stun, and Gemini's there to follow.
It's the fact that Artemis also flashed. Like, Artemis was sure that he was going to flash onto him. So,
good game kah ini? Kok good game maksudnya cepat NT gitu.
You see him sort of flash forward, but then goes for a target that you're not expecting. It's all about the kind of misdirection.
Aneh banget aja skin Alistarnya dah. Kayak cosplay aja. Itu skin kayak Pegar ya. Ups, ketahuan Lee Sin-nya timingnya pas banget. Ntar Lee Sin Muay Thai cuy.
It's a nice job by Shun to kind of be a little bit of a heads up as the BJ being in a different position than you'd expect because his top side is all about to spawn, but not able to get to play on the bot side. Shun will now know that he's reset thanks to Xiaoxi clearing out that ward.
Oh, Chromamu. Lah.
I feel like those
Hashtag flash trap ya.
They really give you a false sense of security. They're very weak in terms of ward. It's no Ash Hawk choice. You know, at the end of the day, like, it's very easy for a jungler to dodge those, so I like that they're also warding the river.
Yeah, when you play Metal Gear
Ini watch party official core. Iya.
Oh, okay. I can see exactly where they're looking.
It's BJ in the river just hidden under a box.
But, unfortunately, the box is well spotted by CFO. So, again, you're going to be moving up towards the top side. And like the BJ's been trying to get access to these lanes, but it hasn't quite come into fruition for him. Now with level 6 hit from himself, Glory here in mid, I want to see this play happen. I'm even looking at the amount of rotations we're having for Rift Herald. And Team Wales almost always completely rotates all 5 members up here. So if CFO have done their homework, they should know they're here. And that's why they're kind of having their own squad starting to rotate up towards this top side.
This might just be a 5v5 we've got on our hands, Dagda, as BJ comboed up, Herald taken. And Xiaoxi, unfortunately, on the wrong side of the blade, punted back by Bia, but he's got a Callista, so he'll get out. Nobody dies. Herald stolen away, though, by Gemini.
So you're happy out as CFO, managing to get into position where they're like, fantastic, we can
Kemarin BDS kena comeback ya. Gak nonton gue yang kemarin.
Able to get control over top side, so nice job. And now, again, you can start to rotate this around. I imagine it is going to be a Rift Herald in towards the mid lane, like try and snowball the Orianna. Because one of the big things we've noticed with like Orianna builds coming into Worlds is, hey, we've moved away from we're going to go for tiers, we're going to go for like 2.5 to 3 item spikes. It's I'm going to go for Leandries, I'm going to go for Shadow Flame, and just try and spike earlier off of 2 items, but kind of forego a lot of that late game burst damage that we kind of come to expect.
We'll see. I feel like those individual item spikes are all significant as well. Like when a mythic is finished for either of these mid laners, it does feel like a big moment in the build where suddenly that shockwave comes online. Suddenly Glory has either assassination potential or Everfrost potential, depending on which type of build he wants to go for. But looking towards sort of later in the game, you do get a little bit nervous for CFO. Anytime there's a Kalista in the game, I get a little bit nervous about what happens sort of beyond 30 minutes. With a composition like this, you would want CFO to be trying to push the envelope a little bit more.
I think they've found their advantages through
BDS kemarin di bed. What the hell?
Obviously losing Dragon.
Kalah banget ya BDS kemarin ya.
I think you're actually in a strong enough position right now.
Nah, kok ngata-ngatain yang nggak suka pakar itu, Bro?
30-10 CS up, let's say. You're also looking at the fact that Jimmy has been able to farm effectively in the lane. Rest is doing relatively well in that top end. Like, the only thing you're really worried about now is like this second Dragon that's about to spawn in 50 seconds. You want to try and make sure that Jimmy has his reset, has at least picked up well, I suppose he's just back to his Phoenix Codex. Probably won't have enough to just barely finish his first mythic beforehand, but you should be very close to your Blade of the Rune King.
Apelios si Koro itu jadi ADC-nya TW. Iya, Tim Wells.
At this next Dragon, and hope that then you can start to snowball this one.
Dominus in the top side. Sparta, I don't think he has the damage to actually finish this kill off, but he does still have his flash available. He's going.
Harusnya nggak dapet sih killnya. Nah, Cannonnya bentar lagi jalan pasifnya nih.
This could get dangerous for Sparta, but Rest decides
Nggak.
not worth trying the all-in.
I like it from Rest though. It's like, hey, my flash is super valuable if we are playing for this Dragon.
Wah, lisinnya, Cok.
He's CC'd up. There's no way out of that one, and the Herald on top of it. Jimmy gets a gold there, or he gets a combo, but that's all he'll get.
Ini udah jauh dari Moja ini.
Great pick. Xiaoxi coming over the wall with Gemini. They don't even have to use the ult from Gemini as well. So if someone gets a little bit too close to this, they should be able to pick them off. But I don't think anyone.
Iya benar, gue bilang Cannon tadi. Sorry guys, sorry, lupa. Kenapa gue bilang Cannon ya? Nggak fokus kayaknya, minum dulu.
Jimmy in here gets the true damage off of his Orb of Deception, denies access to this wave as well, and I don't know if he got that play gold. I think that
itu MM-nya apa yang tim biru? Kalista. Wow, smooth banget aja ultinya ya. Ari. Oops.
Takes a bit of damage, but again, that's twice already that Xiaoxi gets to go too far.
Ini Spirit Blossom ya?
Gets away with it because of the Kalista.
And twice Artemis has put flash in bot lane. We're not really needing to. Like, Flash is in aggressively try and find that play, but you're just taking Xiaoxi.
Ayo Lesen, skill 1.
Here on bot side has flash and kick, so maybe they can make something happen.
Nah, ini dia. Harus banget skill 2 keluar ya.
Gemini taken down. Team Wales finally get themselves onto the board. And you've got to be a little bit nervous for Shun and Xiaoxi here. Xiaoxi pretty low, but against Darrell, probably not willing to.
Oh ya, skill 2 Lesen di WildRift nggak ngasih shield ke teman ya?
Yeah, I think for Gemini,
Oh, ngasih ya?
to flash the initial engage coming through from BA. Or sorry, the follow-up engage coming through from BA if he was hoping to survive that. But this here, beautiful stuff. So Rift
Ini tadi ya.
you gotta know Gemini's there. Like,
Cier langsung datang gitu ya.
purple thing that says jungler is in this bush right here, and then it doesn't expect Xiaoxi to be here, but it's a nice turnaround pick. I thought they go for bot lane. BJ gets the kick, but here with the flash coming through from BA, they didn't really have the vision of the
Oh, itu tadi Lesennya udah ulti, kenapa nggak terbang ya? Apa kena mentok dinding? Dikit lagi, Cuk.
That safeguard. BJ literally saving the life of Artemis right there. He will walk away. And again, trying to put the pressure on with this duo. Sees an opportunity where BA isn't in the lane. Couldn't quite finish off the damage. Honestly, I feel like that's quite lucky that BJ is able to flash in range to get the safeguard.
Yeah, that was incredibly close. Just the fact that Artemis had gone down, that's immediately more plates going over to this Kalista. She's going to be in a fantastic spot. Also, because you knew that BA wasn't in that bot side,
WildRift Oriana di OP nggak? Biasa aja sih dia.
Glory was trying to see if they could get onto Jimmy in there, but not really in a position to do so now either. So a lot of those kind of
T1 kalah belum bang? Belum ada T1 nih. T1 masih lama, dia udah masuk ini. Langsung perempat final nanti T1 ya guys ya.
CFO and also for Team Wales on the opposite side. So for Team Wales, can they find that pick before they go for Rift Herald or Xiaoxi after sneaking into a perfect spot against an AD carry that has no sums?
Opportunity on the bottom tower here, but Jimmy and he's nervous.
Gila gerakan Ari.
A lot of vision in that bottom jungle from the red side. There's a single
Group stage.
from the side of CFO. As Glory,
Grup stage itu mulai dari yang mana sih, yang Swiss itu?
juicy, but it's not gonna happen.
I think that's kind of the thing that a lot of people forget about Ari, because we've had such mobile mid laners for a while, is how good she actually is in a side lane. The ultimate gives you so much pressure where you can overextend and start to hit towers, whereas Orianna is in a very vulnerable position when she goes for this. So that's why.
Oh iya, itu yang jalan-jalan punya Kalista itu dia gerak otomatis ya? Gak bisa diarahin ya? Hah, seriusan? Emang lu pernah pakai Kalista aja?
Maksud gue ada ininya doang, kayak segarisnya doang. Pas ngeluarin tuh arahin lu mau gerakin ke arah mana nih atau nih.
Oh, sisanya dia jalan sendiri.
Shun dives on forward and runs him to pieces. Xiaoxi, the target is Bia. He runs out of ultimate and runs out of life. 2 more souls collected for Shun.
I feel really bad for Bia in that one.
Pet bakal ada di WR nggak? Ada. Tapi pet aksesoris.
You have the Magnet Storm. I'm gonna piece out so Bia has absolutely nowhere to go, but big play from Rest. The fact he actually gets that damage on a Spartan in the top lane means that you can't really compete. And Spartan's now gonna
Dapat sih itu mati Renek. Ujir. CNCC, cok. Nggak bisa gerak sama sekali.
He's already got the hat trick. They'll be okay. But another pick for CFO. It feels like when it comes to these rotations, CFO have got it on lock.
And that's the thing. Wales were like, hey, we need to try and correct this top side, otherwise we can't go for Rift Child, which means the Xiaoxi again.
Kayak begitu ya guna flash traption ya.
Beautiful ultimate again, flashless, cleanseless, AD carry is easy pickings, and Shun is just having a field day in these two fights.
And it feels like we're getting that early power from the Kalista.
Nah ini nih, kena stun, kena knock up belum selesai, knock up lagi.
Right to walk into that river right there, as the Herald is taken. That's now.
Johnny sih tebel banget emang, iya.
Glory can answer with the tower on the bottom side.
Itu itemnya Virtu ya.
Not too significant just yet, but it's where the gold is, right? You can see the gold difference over time, just spiking. But Shun has so much. That's the key thing here, is that Shun is now at a power point.
Yeah, but Blade of the Rune King completed, also having that Rage Blade in his back, or the Rage Knife, sorry, in his back pocket. It's going to help out, and that's why you can see Team Wells is like, no, we cannot contest for this next dragon. At least having one will give them a little bit more wiggle room where they can get to the later point, but realistically, you're kind of waiting on Artemis to hit to 3 items, which you're just so far away from that. Whereas on the opposite side, Jimmy is already powering through his first item. He's got a bit of skills for himself, so he's able to work towards that second one, which I imagine is going to be the Shadow Flame. And then a CFO, you're good to party. Whereas for Team Wales, I think your pick comp of working between BJ and Glory just hasn't really come to fruition.
We're seeing a lot of Alistair value against these Heralds today, but they won't have the damage to actually finish it off. It will be the tower taken down.
Nah, bisa nggak tuh?
Spirit Rush and Charm lands as well from Glory in the bottom side. Jimian could be in trouble as the shield is burst through. The Orb of Deception and the Spirit Rush won't come through in the end.
Gue play WildRift baru main Irelia, boleh nggak bang? Boleh. Malah enak kalau di tier bawah lu langsung pakai champion yang hack mekanik gitu. Daripada di tier tinggi belajar. Makanya agak rugi suaranya kalau lu spam master yi di tier bawah buat belajar. Nobar sama siapa bang? Sama Moja.
Team Wales, you gotta try and find picks. You gotta try and find creative plays of BJ and Glory to work together against Jimian. But when you don't really have control of your jungle, that becomes significantly more difficult.
I have to say, Dagda, I'm really disappointed that we got.
Bang, war dong bang, udah menit 18 ini bang.
Kalista's exciting, but I was so ready with all the Kraken Slayer versus the Whales.
Ari pakai Everfrost makanya nggak terlalu sakit.
Doesn't build Kraken Slayer. Oh, to be fair,
don't worry, we'll get Ezreal next game as well.
Oh, Orianna langsung Liandry gitu. Oh iya, mythic ya, lupa. Tapi di season depan nggak ada lagi mythic kan?
Iya, mendingan kayak gitu anjing. Dia ngecek player-player baru kalau disuruh mythic kan.
Everfrost itu run ya, item mythic.
It's gonna be slow. Like they get the pick onto BJ before they get to the objective. They're looking for actually it's going to be a void staff coming through for Jimmy and yeah though.
Ketahuan anjir. Padahal dia punya itu loh di situ, mungkin dia coba ngebait kali ya.
Because the fate skull comes on through. That should be a 0-3-5 Xiaoxi, but they're playing so well. Beautiful.
Still though, this opens up Timo's.
Tapi bosan nonton.
But with an ulting, well, the ultimate they're going to end up backing away. So yeah, I mean at this stage, just like Timo's, yeah, you're kind of half on the advantages. You're trying to find the picks, but it's not quite working out for you. And then again, when it gets to team fights, I kind of just give the edge to CFO. You've got Xiaoxi who's great, Gemini.
Itu kuning-kuning kayak mata-mata di WR ya, kuning-kuning.
Bit of a wombo alongside everyone. It's going to be a very tough fight.
I think the only like advantage that you can give to Team Wales when it comes
Kok emang harus ngegantung gitu ya? Yoi. Menurut lebih enak passive stick PC apa yang di WR? Kalau sebenarnya lebih enakan di ini sih di WildRift sih. Cuman lebih unik yang di PC. Karena lumayan gitu kalau nge-take down terus nanti muncul boneka meledak, lumayan. Apalagi pas fight ya.
I mean, but for CFO, like it's kind of a case of right, we'll just keep doing what we're doing. We're winning it as we're moving across the map, and honestly, I think this is why CFO have been so successful domestically, right? When you look at they've been in 4 splits, 3 splits, they make it to finals. The other split was they finished in 3rd. Like this has been a team that has come into the PCS and looked absolutely spectacular, and it is the opportunities of hey, we've got an incredibly strong bot lane, we've got a 3-0 Kalian in this one that we can look to play around. Jun and Xiaoxi have been the carries. Now they're looking to play around them again.
Good ult from Gemini, and the follow-up on Tabia does have some breakable will, and now some shurikens picked up from Artemis. It's enough to dissuade the play with Glory teleporting in the mid.
Teleport for nothing. Lah. Ahrinya pakai TP. Oh iya, Oriana juga TP. Mid sekarang pakai TP guys. Apa di turni doang itu?
Clear the vision out, just slowly but surely eke that one up, and even though it's not the kills, they're going to be in a fine spot. Dragon, 16 seconds. You can see a little bit of a late reset coming through from Shun. They want to move over towards that, but it also means that Glory.
Dapat nih. Cuy, buru cuy.
Gets out with his life here. Glory is on 2 items at this point, and you can see the event horizon. It's not the event horizon. That's Vigars. Horizon Dawn. No, that's a different game. Horizon Focus. I always call it Event Horizon in my custom games, and it's got to a point now where it's
Meta turni emang gitu semuanya pakai TP.
But the increased damage off the back of the charm now means that you really are into one-shot potential.
Which means that
yang match tadi juga mid TP, nggak merhatiin aja baru sadar gue. Gue kira Baron doang yang pada TP.
I will say the fact I called it Horizon Dawn as well, that feels like fate because we do
Ya turni aja. Nggak ignite ya.
You know, it all lines up.
I really wanted to make, like, if Artemis messed up, there's an Irish author called Artemis Fell. Who own call for wrote Artemis Fell. And I was like, oh, he's really messed up because that's an Artemis Fell. But it was like, I don't know if it's a big enough book. It sold like 50 million copies. And I'm like, I feel like there's maybe enough people who get that reference.
I think, like, I know of Artemis Fowl, and I was on the same wavelength.
Anjir, ada iklan Runeterra Reforce anjir.
I don't know if it's a popular enough series to
the thing was, I messaged Medic.
Teamfight tactic Runeterra Reforce.
But yeah, I messaged Medic. I was like, what do you think about this? Can I make this joke? And he was like, compare the 50 million copies that were sold to Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings. And I was like, yeah, they sold slightly more by like the 100. It's a very different story comparatively.
Yeah. That's it though.
Ngancurin ward aja dia nggak mau ya, jadi takut dibait aja.
I've not even read it. I can't actually reference it anyway, but you know, like, I was just gonna use it as a simple wordplay. So I'm in too deep in this conversation. I'll be totally honest. Feels like Team Wales were a little bit in too deep. They're gonna have all of their vision cleared here. Baron is up onto the map. Feels like that's where the teams are starting to lean now. Still 3.5 minutes, still the next Drake. CFO on that soul point, but it's a Cloud Soul, so not going to be the end of the world. Does open up that Elder Drake later on in the game. BJ moving in to try and clear the wave. I'm not sure that was necessary. Comboed up, he will.
Kayak Nico anjir, real. Akhirnya fight, cu.
BJ jumps in for the kick onto Shun. It's gorgeous from the
Anjir, masa nggak mati? Nice. Menang ini The Wolf. Anjir, udah begitu darahnya masih nggak mau ngejar all in banget gitu loh. Udahlah, udah itu nggak bisa kabur. Kalah gitu. Nggak Baron bang. Coba kita lihat ya.
But that's the thing, look how much was invested.
Dia temen gue baru rilis Kalian seneng banget bener Kalian. Seru katanya. Gak bosen juga Kalian nggak ngantuk pun.
Iyalah sibuk terus ya.
Iya sibuk terus anjir.
It's the perfect setup because Shun has nothing left.
Dan get 1-1.
Are the safeguard onto his teammate to get the distance on the follow-up. Beautiful stuff from BJ.
Genarnya lama buat anjir jadi ini pasifnya.
Rest not having Mega Gnar, Jimmy not really in a position
Tapi sakit banget dia kalau udah jadi gede.
command attack and command shockwaves to deal the damage.
And you can see the damage Glory is doing. That kind of fight is Ari's playground, where everyone's starting to get low, everyone's trying to escape. You just chase them down, you get those resets. Start to clean house. 6-3 on the scoreboard, but the gold is within touching distance right now. Team Wales fighting their way back into things.
The thing is though, like, CFO are trying to ARAM this a little bit too much. Where it's like, hey, we could actually try and push in the mid lane and then like rotate up towards this top side. I don't know if I have a second to draw on this, so I might just...
War nggak pernah ada anjir, bersih terus. Ups. Ya malah mati Arinya. Oke, goodbye Ali. Nah, genarnya ini cuy berubah. Yang genar. Wow. Wah, anjir. Wah, genar MVP, cok. Wush, gokil anjir.
Momen apa namanya? Apa sih kalau kata-katanya momen ya?
Iya, cok, montek, cok, genar montek anjing. GG banget Kufra, cok. Kenapa disconnect ini, cok?
Apa yang disconnect?
OBS gue tadi. Nih, kita lihat lagi ya, liatin Kufra, genarnya, cuy.
Ya, terus.
Nah, tuh dia langsung ngejar tuh. Dikejarin anjir 3 orang. Nah, ini nih. Terus di Oh, itu ulti Oriana yang ngumpulin anjir.
Benar yang bawa belakang ulti Oriana yang ngumpulin aja.
Gue kira dia ada ulti lagi gitu loh. Ada skill apa gitu yang ngumpulin orang anjir.
Shockwave were like max range on it in different directions. They all get pulled in. It's like the maximum spectacle available from a Shockwave.
That was so good. That was amazing.
Itu flash ulti berarti genarnya tadi ya? Iya, maksud gua pakai flash dulu kan ke belakang.
Oh iya, gua kira ulti flash maksud lu anjing.
Rest has been doing a good job of putting pressure down this game. Like in that previous team fight, they know that Bia's going to go down. He's already setting up for the following play as well. Ultimate in underneath the tower. The mid lane inhibits the tower gone.
Berubah. Sup, let's go boy. Mana anjing, sia goblok. Sini sia goblok. Iya, itu yang masalahnya. Terus musuh tinggal nungguin doang. Santai guys, tunggu genarnya guys. Nah, let's go fight.
Sabar lagi golden guys, genarnya guys nggak bisa berubah dulu nih guys.
Lah, itu dia nge-hit minion kok gak nambah juga stacknya cuy. Ada cooldownnya lagi.
Ada goldennya kok, ada golden.
Anjir, udahlah berubah susah.
Golden yang enggak, bukan di ultinya goldennya gitu. Tapi emang kayak pasifnya aja gitu.
Oh, tapi gak terlalu lama sih cooldownnya, kayak sekitar 10-20 detik lah kayaknya. Lah, udah berubah juga lagi tuh genar anjir.
Berubah lagi. Oke, genar ngomong lagi gak?
Itu Sejuani tebal banget anjir. Weh, genar gabung cok.
Semua nih genar.
Enggak.
kurang HP gua.
Iya kurang coy, nggak ada apa-apa aja kena renek masalahnya.
Nggak ada follow up.
Masalah itu siapa yang ngedamage cok? Jadi modal genar doang ini ya.
Anjir, iya.
Wah anjing. The fuck? Genarnya pakai Trinity ya.
Gua kira lethal demo aja genernya enggak kira kayak cepet banget gitu. NT gigi.
Genar sini MVP-nya mah.
Harusnya sih lu juga MVP gua.
Siapa? Si.
Namanya Sun.
CFO though, phenomenal game there, and you know, looking towards PSG and saying, hey, anything you can do, we can do better. Solid win here, very comfortable, and doing it in their way, having complete control pretty much the entire game.
But I mean, what a
Ingat genar kecil itu lincah. Kayak seru juga main genar. Iya kayak seru cuy. Awalnya range, nggak bakal katanya.
Tahun depan nggak bakal emang udah ini kok.
Nggak bakal anjir. Keyboardnya Logitech tuh kayaknya guys.
Then we can look for. I definitely think there was some moments where they could have tried to play the map a little bit better, like take top lane tower, collect some of that standing gold. But once they got into those team fights, that's where they were able to pop off.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly drafted for the team fights as well. Like, we saw what the shockwaves were able to do. We saw what the rel combos were able to do. Shout out to Bean J in those fights as well.
Ini mereka ngeliat apa sih?
Really good kicks to set things up for his team, like
Dan mereka tuh ini
by the Lee Sin. But unfortunately, every time it felt like they committed so much to getting that kick, and they just sort of went 1-for-1. But then the rest of the fight wasn't set up.
Yeah, and I mean, look, shout out to Glory. In a lot of these fights, he was trying to he would spear rush forward to get the charm onto the Orianna as things are kicking off, because that was okay. Well, now I can actually interrupt.
Pasifnya mirip stacknya Eko, dapat tambahan movement speed gitu.
Unfortunately,
kalau
just didn't have the AoE damage. Didn't have the prowess when it came to those team fights comparatively to what CFO.
Timo nggak ada yang pick ajan berharap anjing.
Team Wales are beached after the first game. We'll see if they can get back into the ocean and give us a series right after the break. Can you play? Mercedes-Benz.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney bundle. It's your Verizon.
Bang, aku nggak pernah level PC. Nggak pernah gimana? Baru aja bulan kemarin gue giveaway. Mana nih iklan kursi ngocoknya bentar lagi. Habis ini nih.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, habis ini berarti. Habis Oppo. Lah, kok nggak ada kursi? 2-0 nggak sih biar cepet? Kecepetan dong nanti. Oh iya, ini game terakhir ya? Anjir, gak kerasa cuy. You Oppo endorse Kuro. Gue orangnya sih paling iPhone guys sekarang. Iklan kursi itu udah gue dengerin selama setahun di Tour Riot Games. Bukan setahun anjir, bertahun-tahun lebih tepatnya. Giveaway TFT lagi Kur. Oh iya, tadi kan gue mau giveaway ini ya, lupa gue coy.
Apa kode?
Ya kode untuk skin Rengar cuy. Gue bakal kasih untuk Demon Rengar ya cuy ya. Bentar. Suaranya patah-patah. Hah, patah-patah gimana? Jadi gue bakal giveaway demonstrate Rengar ya. Caranya sebentar. Lupa gue tadi cuy. Ini gue share satu dulu ya. Terus abis selesai CFO ini nanti ada lagi satu lagi cuy. Sebenarnya masih ada banyak sih, tapi gue sebenarnya pengen giveaway ya di next stream gitu biar ada terus ya di tiap streamnya. Oke, kata kuncinya aku mau Rengar. Ayo guys, silakan ketik aku mau Rengar guys untuk yang mau ikut giveaway dapetin skinnya cuy. Skinnya itu demonstrate Rengar ya, bagus cuy skinnya. Nanti kalau udah mulai draft pick, gua roll. BTW ini LOL PC ya, skinnya untuk LOL PC. God. When she play. Oh ini yang tadi nih. Jadi HD banget aja replaynya. Cara redeemnya redeemnya di in game nanti. Tapi ini cuma satu orang beruntung doang sekarang ya. Abis game ini selesai nanti ada lagi satu. Jadi 2 setiap gua nobar lah.
Big step towards that best of 5 elimination match as a first seed, but I mean it kind of all came down to kind of how they played that, you know, very slow game, but it kind of all came together after a little bit. They kind of decided to leave
Skin pack mana? Mungkin besok.
A small critique that I would have of CFO, but it's working for them, right?
Yep.
A lot of it's just on the back of Shun. Shun constantly, we've seen him play Draven in the games in the past, of course domestically as well. In this game he was playing Kalista, and so looking and zeroing in on his lane was their priority, and trying to stack Dragon, you want to be able to get him ahead. So overall, big thumbs up from Gemini, who just has been doing a great job this tournament of being able to get himself ahead in the jungle, but then zero in towards bot lane, get Kalista ahead. They had Prio through bot lane for the rest of the game, and the same thing happened when they ended up swapping him towards mid lane, and it was just basically Team Wales playing on the
VM Mobile ada nggak bang nanti? Nggak ada cuy.
Soalnya apa?
Soalnya itu champion apa yang support bawa kuda? Itu namanya Rel.
At one point they had 3 controllers inside the enemy jungle on the complete opposite side of the map. So a lot of those plays got spotted out early. And there were a few times that Xiaoxi was actually in a lot of trouble on that rail.
That's kind of my concern with Flying Oysters, is that they're hunting for fights too often instead of just playing straight through sides. If your Kalista is just that strong, why not throw her top lane so you can get that top lane turret? The point that you had mentioned though on Xiaoxi getting caught off guard, there was one time where they were pushing through bot side, blue side jungle, and then he was based at a wrong time, but Shun was there for an ulti.
In enemy jungle.
Ini yang kanan kayak tinggi banget anjir.
There was a lot of caveats to it. He could have walked away from that one. But.
Exactly, and then there was a play towards the topside river. Xiaoxi was once again looking for an engage, so this time it was actually just him looking for something, but once again was there for him on the Kalista ult. So a lot of the times those fights turned into nothing, because Xiaoxi was the only one who was really in danger, but thankfully Shun did a great job of being able to saves life.
Top 2 nanti siapa Bang Kuro menurut lo? Gue juga nggak tahu anjir. Belum ada gambaran, gue masih buta banget ini. Ulang lagi momen ini nih. Sayang banget juga sih, RL cuma kena 1. Apa emang cuma bisa kena 1 ya itu?
And Gemini full on kills his AD, so he gathers him in. Obviously, BJ has the very nice flash kick there, or kick flash to spot out the Kalista. But that was like the one moment I felt like, hey, maybe between Glory and BJ, there's an option.
Oh, yang ini momennya bukan yang tadi.
Both of these fights, the last one, Dragon was coming up in like 3 minutes. This one, it was coming up in a minute and a half. So this one made a little bit more sense if you want to get mid lane priority, so you can play for Drake. But yes, Alistar is no way out.
Yeah, 100%. And like when you talk about like, okay, they're not playing top lane, they're playing maybe like a 4-1 or 5-0.
Timing ulti Oriananya sih pas juga. Kalau musuhnya dash ultimate trail bakalan gagal.
Maybe Team Wales not looked so aggressively on that flank and got picked
Gampang
off.
banget di counter gitu ya.
The game may have just stalled out longer and longer because even in Team Wales' win versus BDS, like those mid games dragged.
Benar aja damage paling gede.
Team Wales were more than content to just wait for 40 plus minutes, wait for Elder Soul.
Oh, dapat soul juga tadi ya CFO ya.
The last one we saw where he was able to set up Orianna from the Great Wombo combo, but the last one in the bot side inhibitor turret that he just ended up getting a triple kill on the very end of it. He understood how the team fight was ended up going. I think he has had a great series overall.
Makasih Korek, enggak belum anjing. Oke, gua roll ya. Nih, tas.
So for me, looking towards the next game, I would like for them to start playing through sides a lot more often.
Yang menang Aldi Prasetyo. Apakah ada Aldi Prasetyo? Apakah kamu main LoL PC mau skin Street Demon Rengar Aldi Prasetyo? Kalau ada silakan kasih username Instagramnya Aldi Prasetyo.
And if Aphelios was actually on side lanes just picking up more experience and gold with how far behind he was in this game, I actually would have given them more of the team fights later on. So it's a bit of a critique towards Team Wales that they could start to recognize, oh, Flying Oysters are giving us a chance.
Nggak ada, biji lu nggak ada nu. Emang ultimate trail mirip kayak Diana, cuman gampang counternya.
I've ever seen this before because CFO were ahead of all time. Let's go. I want to show you the Nexus. Can we go look at the Nexus right now? Okay, so CFO are about to end the game, and I want to pan over, just drag that screen over to the left because the Oysters won this game without ever taking the top lane turret. I guess I can't drag it. I was trying to like.
Oh iya, bener juga. Tower topnya.
The top lane tier 1 turret on the mini map is still alive. That's just ridiculous. But they literally just A-ramped.
Yeah, I mean there was literally a there we go. Thank you so much to our observer. But yeah, this is literally just before it. There was a moment for about 5 or 6 minutes where you made a point and said no one's gone top at all for about 5 or 6 minutes.
After I don't think a minion was killed in top lane. Like it was a pacifist zone, right? There was absolutely nothing going on there.
Yeah, I mean, look, you gotta have to go for it sometimes. You gotta leave it sometimes. You gotta go for the A-ram and.
Nggak ada tadi masih aman tower topnya.
That might be your biggest criticism.
Barusan itunya bilang, itu analis itu ya, bilang ini udah kayak Aram anjir mainnya di mid doang. Kirim username IG langsung ke DM core. Langsung di sini aja.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, we're here at the cast desk. We're ready to get into the second game of this series and find out.
Jangan pakai ad, langsung kasih aja. Oh, itu Aldi Prasetyo ini ya.
I don't think they were ready for the Kalista. I wasn't expecting a Kalista to come out in this.
Nanti gua kirimin ya.
Threw them for a loop a little bit and put Artemis behind, who realistically has been their carry so far in the tournament.
I think it was just kind of a comedy of errors.
Nah, nanti untuk satu lagi demonstrate Rengarnya bakal kita roll lagi pas match CFO sama tim Wales ini selesai, nemu pemenangnya guys ya.
So the opportunities to try and make these plays had kind of fallen apart at that stage. So I think that's where a lot of the issues were starting to come through.
Mau kayak di band Liblank. Tadi ada Liblank.
But they are going to be swapping sides here. So we'll have to see exactly.
Nggak ada kan tadi Liblank. Liblank mah di game yang sebelumnya. Yang tes.
Kenapa lu mati internet?
I've got to say, Jimian has impressed me so far this tournament. By no means the perfect player or anything like that, but he has had some really high-level plays across the course.
Gangguan tadi koneksinya anjir.
I'm excited to see what else he could play because he's playing multiple champions every single series.
I agree. He stepped up big time from what I like when I was reviewing them. coming in towards their playoffs. Like, it feels like Jimmy has definitely taken a step up. He's been really firing on all cylinders. So we'll have to see if he's going to be able to have that similar performance coming into this. Nala's going to be the final pick. So Renekton, do we get Isaiah pick up here? Because that was one that was taken away in the last one. And maybe getting that priority for Artemis in the bot lane. It's a big pick for them. They prioritize a lot in their drafts in the regular season. So it wouldn't be
Genar. Itu bukan Genar anjir. Rumble ya.
Yeah. Zaya and the Kai'Sa both being banned in the first game. Open and available. You'd expect that to just be the trade between the two players.
Saya.
With the Zaya, it has been a pick that he's looked specifically really good on. You fully expect just the trade. The 80
Kul kenapa kebalik biar nggak ngalangin Aphelios lagi.
You keep toying with the idea of that Aphelios. I mean, maybe it's not as simple as I was saying.
I mean, Shun has played the Draven.
Nggak ada power pick sesuatu kah yang mereka harus dapat ambil langsung gitu, guys?
Usually they will pair it with an aggressive support like the Blitzcrank. That is actually
Kai'Sa doang kah?
So potential here to try and go for that as well.
Yang masih muter refresh ya.
GB was talking about it at the desk yesterday, and I 100% agree with him. Like, I love Blitzcrank into things like the Zaya because it's that non-committal engage that makes it very easy to blow Zaya's ultimate nice and early, and then she's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place in how she can try and play out these team fights. So we'll have to see what the plan is. Gemini, though, wanting to get his hands on a bit more of an aggressive jungler where he can try and take over against BJ in the early stage.
Itu Kai'Sa power pick sama saya.
BJ picking up that Lee in the previous game.
Tapi maksud gue nggak ada yang lain gitu kan, tadi Kai'Sa udah di pick nih, jadi harusnya Kai'Sa kan udah pasti power pick kan, jadi kayak nggak perlu di pick lagi gitu. Cuman ngambil saya supaya ini nggak ketahuan picknya gitu ya, ngambil Kai'Sa supaya nggak ketahuan picknya.
I imagine Glory will probably take the Ahri if he can, but I actually think the prioritize jungle here.
Wait, Ace, masa pakai kesante, bro?
Wait, ini jungle-nya jago nih Korea. Pantes menang
So gonna go towards that top lane for Sparta. So trying to see if they can get that easy pick up for Sparta. I'm not as big a fan of this because I think
Gemini
ini biasanya ini suka baperan nih.
Iya. Ngeri Jo. Gak ada yang berani ngebunuh gue.
I mean, it's the Shao-Krang. It's got to be the Shao-Krang. We've got to believe that it's going to be the Shao-Krang locked in once more. And I mean, it's just a joy to see. His name is literally a Blitzcrank hook. I'm so excited. I get to cast it again.
I mean, it's so sick because he does love to play hyper aggressive. You never know when he's going to go and just go for those flash forwards. But also, like, a champion that was almost permaban against him in those playoffs. So this is something that is world renowned at this stage for Chelsea, and especially when you're playing up against the Zaya. We just said, hey, look, that opportunity to play for these non-committal engages is going to be perfect. You got the Lee Sin as well for, hey, we burn that ultimate on the Zaya. Fantastic. Gemini, you're free to go.
Oriana.
So you've got that great synergy. Also, the amount to pick a burst.
Apakah CFO winner?
What CFO are going for is actually almost like trading.
Nggak tahu sih ini.
Team Wales from the last one, where they have that pick opportunity, and it's Team Wales that are definitely setting up more for those team fights.
More defensive.
Dikasih BC akhirnya. Oh, dia ini guys, jago buat BC-nya guys. Supportnya.
I actually think they want Nico. I think Nico will be short range.
Enggak dong ini.
Lee Sin needs to go in. Even if Blitzcrank hooks you, you pop the ultimate yourself, go into Zonya's. Like, there's a lot of opportunities for Glory to try and play around that. And I thought when I saw the Nocturne ban, they might actually just go for the Nico ban as well. But not going to be the case. So I think Glory might be eyeing up this Nico.
BC-nya jago itu bang. Kalau jago doang mah pasti semuanya jago cuy. Tapi emang sejago banget itu kah?
Soalnya sampai di turnamen sekelas World dipakai tuh sejago itu kan.
Lah tadi Malpit.
Iya sejago itu juga itu Malpit.
Yeah, it's not the.
Sama Trash dia. Oh.
I'm kind of surprised to see Jimmy go towards this. I thought maybe we'd actually get something like the. Oh yeah, okay, so they are just gonna try and play for the.
Ada player Wales yang mukanya Indo banget. Soalnya Vietnam kan. Tapi Vietnam mukanya agak ke ini sih, Cina sih. Taiwan.
But I think if you end up going for a Nico here, or even something like an Azir, you're actually in a relatively okay spot here as Glory, where you can just go, hey, well, we're just going to play for you to try and jump in on top of us, and then we'll make it. And there's a Nico. And
baru nukong.
BJ going back towards his Wukong.
I mean, the Jarvan's great as well.
Iya, jungle-nya ya. Oh iya, Jarvan masih kosong ya jungle-nya ya. Nggak sejuani lagi dong. Oh, udah di ban ya. Apa jungle yang bisa dipick ya? Emang itu aja Jarpan, Sejuani, Lee Sin. Apalagi ya kemarin gue lihat ya.
I'm actually curious if it's going to be something like a Jax. I think if you've got this kind of pick-orientated style, playing something that's a little bit more split push-orientated could work out. And the Gnar can work out in that scenario. Like we've even still seen Hullbreaker and that being.
Ini nge-stream war. Iya lah.
Apply that sideline pressure. When actually fantastic pick into the. Yeah, I think this is a really strong pick into the K'Sante and something that did receive some nerfs in the jungle and kind of hit the Gwen a little bit in like lane Gwen, but still a really strong pick. Great match.
Wih, ada Gwen, cok. Mana tadi yang minta Gwen? Tuh, Gwen, cuy.
Because then we can get lane priority, put vision down, and then play off of Ari, Lee Sin, Blitzcrank.
Gwen buat lawan K'Sante kan ternyata.
I'm excited about this CFO composition, especially after the pace of the first game. CFO playing for control but not feeling the need to overforce anything. It felt like Team Wales slowly but surely falling out of that one. This time CFO, they've got a lot of tools to force things.
Kurlo ngapain? Nangkring di pojokan. This is K'Sante, coy. 4700 HP, 300 armor, 200 MR. Unstoppable, ada shield, nembus dinding, ada airborne, cooldownnya 1 detik, nggak boros mana.
Literally the PCS #1 representative play the Nico and the Jarvan together. They're looking for these big circles, trying to see if they can get in and try and take the fight to you. If you ever miss position, you've already got a big tank in the K'Sante as well to follow up on that. Good DPS from the side. You have to be so incredibly careful. You are getting these early snowballs, otherwise you're just gonna fall.
Terus gua dihidupin akhsan langsung, otomatis langsung hidup gitu. Terus jadi gua balik lagi, cok, jadi nggak di base. Dari base itu ketarik langsung otomatis ke tempat gua.
Oh iya.
Gua udah tahu bisa gitu aja.
Keren juga, jadi bisa tuh di record.
Anjir.
With PCS2 versus VCS2, equal seeding coming into the tournament, but not necessarily equal when it comes to the history of the regions and how well
they've done
PCS looking flawless, basically, so far. Certainly in terms of results, when it comes to playing Worlds 2023, CFO looking to maintain that clean record, match their first seed in PSG, and make themselves qualify into the qualification for the qualifier.
Katanya sabar aja
if you're gonna give me crap for the rest statement.
Itu moja, iya.
We are rocking into game number 2 here.
I almost started applauding with the crowd there.
I mean, you come from a region that does the gyro.
Kalau ada BC invite nggak sih? Invite nggak sih, Bang?
Tapi ini BC Nation sih harusnya early-nya iya sih.
BJ doesn't know.
Bisa dibilang sih.
Now he knows.
Certainly does. Drops the flag. Chelsea.
Wih, keren itu skin Gwennya.
Jadi gimana Kur? Dunia game Kur, open nih lagi nih.
Honestly, like he's probably got Hex Splash. But don't forget as well, you can connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming, and you can get yourself that beautiful little hybrid experiment.
Nonton langsung channel apa, Bang? LOL Esport namanya.
Experiment with some of the picks like we're seeing today. Rest bringing out the Gwen for maybe the first time of the tournament. I don't remember seeing it just yet. Chelsea still looking for something, sweeping over the wall to see if someone was hiding just behind the rocks. Won't get away with it for now.
So CFO going to play this one just kind of at standard at the get-go. Looking at the bot side though, because BJ is actually starting on the top side, it'll give a bit of an advantage to Artemis to be able to push in this way and try and play for the level 1. I thought that if they wanted to try and play for the aggressive level 1, like you take the hyper aggressive level 1 in this side, but you can see Q taking on towards Artemis. They're not actually looking for the trades.
Bantu satu basic attack aja udah mau hilang minion aja.
Tapi ini BC level 1 nggak bisa narik rakan anjing.
And kind of ruining your day a little.
Look at the movement there.
Level 2 ya. Nah, kalau narik rakan pasti rakan langsung ngompatin di sini.
So much further up the lane. They know that all pressure is gone.
Dia naik skill 1 tuh.
Ya maksudnya nggak bisa narik rakan, dia kalau mau narik sayanya.
They'll get the level 2 first.
Kenapa?
Nah, kalau dia narik rakan bakal ngompatin di sini anjir.
Ya kan dia baru level 1. Rakannya.
Iya, maksud gue dia ngomongin dari dia.
Ya dia baru naikin level skill 1 rakannya. Tuh. Nah ini udah level 2 sih.
That's 2 summoners burnt on the side of Team Wales. in trade for the ignite from Xiaosi.
Yeah, but the thing is now, if you're Xiaosi, flash punch into the hook is going to set up an easy kill. So you can see the reset immediately coming through from BA. So he's going to be set behind in this lane. Nicely done by Xiaosi.
Boys, Ajir. Perih, cok.
What more can you do? Especially because we were just about to say, for rest, if he gets an advantage over Sparta, he's the one that is going to be the Sparta killer. He's the one that has to try and take them down because he's the one that will actually have some of that true damage in his kit.
Yeah, we've all seen across the course of the last couple of years what Gwen can do when you find yourself a lead, and even Cassante can't withstand that storm once Gwen gets a couple of items for herself.
Digigit laba-laba, radioaktif lu, Kur. Yoi. Anjir, sampai di hit tower gitu.
Again, I want to try and keep our eyes on where these junglers are going.
Oke, listennya datang.
Does he try and go for something on Sparta here? There. Flash Q.
I think rest just
Ya, lumayan lah ya buat ngamanin minion dulu dikit ya kan gitu.
just used Sparta's Q3 as a gap close and like channeled his Q while flying to get snipping onto Sparta.
Hey, if it works, it works. BJ though, moved into the bot side, got Scuttle Crab, wants to try and contest for the second one here. Gemini in the vicinity. No push in mid though, makes this difficult.
Knocked up here. BJ with the advantage in the fight. Gemini knows that he can't turn this one around. Conqueror already procced for BJ.
Lah dia bahkan nggak ada skill 1.
Out of the river.
Bit of a weird one there. I don't know, like you didn't have control over top or mid to try and go for that. And Gemini kind of already forgone his right to go for that Scuttle Crab because he tried to make the play top side. So a little bit weird. He has to come back up here despite the low.
Oh itu ya Binjai itu anjir, gua kira tadi apa ya Binjai biji. Lah nggak kena skill 1-nya. Itu nicknya Binjai. Skill 1 gue tadi nggak kena ya.
Sparta was trying to predict the sonic wave that was going to come through from Gemini, flash away from that.
Ditusuk-tusuk, Gwen.
Early Gemini was able to miss with the second attempt anyway. Rest now. Still underneath tower. I don't think you can dive this.
Seriusan dap nih.
Oh boy, they're gonna go for it. Rest
Okay, nice.
down and they make it look easy.
This play for BJ.
Unfortunately, Rest went away from Gemini. So Gemini not able to get this right now. It's a pretty miserable
Di PC kuat bajar pun.
this stage. So gonna not turn away too much damage, but BJ able to flash out. So immediately getting that success from Sparta and keeping this going.
Gemini feeling his presence in the area would dissuade the dive, but I mean, when you're that low, you just get one shot. There's nothing that they can do about that one, and very nicely capitalized on by Team Wales. Shall see. As soon as he presses the W, I'm like on the edge of my seat.
He's not going to be going for too much. But again, I think this is exactly the way Team Wales want to play it. We just said, hey, Shone is going to go towards this more Umbro Glaive.
Di WR Jarpan malah ngurung teman sendiri. Di WR bagus banget ulti Jarpan sekarang, cuy. Yang dalam lingkaran itu bakal berkurang damage-nya. Musuh yang di dalam lingkaran.
Makanya bagus banget buat kontrol sekarang makin jadi anjir, makin counter banget.
Flashes away, predicting the Q. Gemini just goes wide on the sonic wave. And then at this stage, if you're going to try and stick under the tower, I think you just focus. You're like immediately try and turn this around, but you can see as Gemini actually tries to use the sonic wave on Sparta, BJ had gone for the flag and drag, tanks the sonic wave from Gemini.
Di camp atasnya anjir.
Anyway, and now Xiaosi is going to be reinforcements for Gemini in this equation.
Yeah, they're like, okay, Gemini and Rest alone couldn't do it. Let's send the support up top as well. Sparta versus the world. Sparta literally 1 versus 300.
Goodbye, bro. Ya anjir, nice banget. Ya, cuman dia bertiga, cok.
Gemini wants to chase on to Sparta, the Q3, but Sparta, he's on Cassante and he's looking terrified. The shot.
Itu udah bagus banget sih tadi Cassante ya, cuy. Asli bet dah.
He's the most bloodthirsty support on this Blitzcrank. I think he had like 4 or 5 kills yesterday as well. But kind of heartbreaking. You would have liked at least one of them to go to Gwen.
You would. The one thing I will say, at least Xiaosi, he likes A, you've got your mobility boost, that's fantastic. But B, he goes Everfrost. So actually getting a bit of early AP on the
Ward mati 1, tukar 2.
Yeah, I mean, it'll definitely help in the burst.
It's not quite as Gwen, but
yeah. But I think
BC-nya
yes,
lah iya anjir. Lah iya, cok.
nice to get those kills across. Like 2 kills onto BJ means that when you went into this matchup, you sit in the Jarvan going to be in a good spot. Xiaosi, do you hook up the wall? You should hook up. What a legend. What a legend.
The show crank!
Bang, udah bang, jangan dilepas lagi BC habis ini bang ya. Kalau kalah bang ya. Jangan bang, BC-nya bang. Kayak BC carry ini bos.
just let it go across. BJ didn't want to spike because he still wanted to.
Shouty has nobody posturing like they're gonna come and help him.
Kena nih. Sep.
Can I 1v1 this? Yeah, the 2 kills on the Jarvan, the 2 kills on the Blitzcrank, not quite even.
Oh enggak ternyata. Gue kira dia mau kayak ngapain gitu. Itu BC kemarin kill 5. Oh kemarin dia juga pakai BC.
Ini kayaknya asli Jo, kalau di ranked main BC paling ngeselin.
Iya.
Jack Show
Kalau di ranked tuh ngamuk-ngamuk orang ini BC
missing on that one. But it still means that you're going to have a great opportunity here for Sparta to just continue to pressure a little bit more in this lane before you get towards the Riftmaker and all those kind of things for rest. So for Team Wells, it's a case of trying to keep this pressure up so then you can play for team fights, play towards the dragons you're stacking, even maybe pick up the Rift Herald here as well. Whereas for CFO, they need more of Shousi on the map to try and turn things around.
2-2 on the scoreboard, but a bit of a lead for Team Wales. Much needed after what happened in the first game.
Di PC kenapa pada skip objektif early core gue lihat. Karena nggak terlalu penting banget sih kalau cuma 1 doang. 1-2 aman lah. Mamam tuh. Dia bukan didorong sama Kesantenya. Kesante tuh ngedorong dari kalau ke dinding ya, dari awal dinding ke ujung dinding dorongnya. Kalau dinding samping nggak tahu dia bisa atau nggak, tapi gue pernah lihat monteknya pernah. Nah iya bisa. Dinding luar aja kayaknya bisa deh. Kalau nggak salah gue lihat gue lihat monteknya doang, tak editan atau gimana.
Bone plating that's still there as well, so initial damage definitely nullified. But here again, like, this is the first play that we saw where Sparta immediately takes it to the wall, sets it up. You've got the damage because the ultimate for Sparta and the follow-up on towards rest, especially with the flag and drag back through. And then this is where it actually got a little bit dodgy, like Gemini level
anjir banget ini Kesante coy ya.
hadn't been here and gotten that charm.
Double kill.
A little bit more because when you ult as Kesante, you can hop over the wall.
Nah ini lagi nih.
I think that's what Sparta set it up for. And again here, Rest pops the ultimate, thinks, okay, I can go for the trade, but it's actually the trade that comes back.
Ulti tahu-tahu udah ada temen langsung aja.
I will say that's Rest with basically no items.
Tadi main Aram, sekarang main top lane guys.
Like once we get a bit later into the game, that's not a 2v2 that can happen anymore if Rest is in any way.
Ini skornya 3-3-3-nya dari Gwen, Cok.
But it's just when you compare like Rest CS to like everyone else, right? 112 mid, 111 bot. He's only just hit 70. So Sparta being behind is fine as long as Rest is
Ulang lagi nih.
The circle, so he gets the knockback anyway. Rest in all kinds of trouble and forced underneath.
Oh, nafsu nggak sih?
Q3 not available there for Sparta, so they go get the knockback. Rest survives, but it costs him a flash.
He also taken a lot of damage. Not sure exactly what happened there, but does mean Shousi immediately coming bot side with Gemini. Looks like they want to try and fish for Artemis under the tower. He has the flash, or has his flash, has
Kena nggak sih? Kena nggak sih?
Might be able to just force the flash or roll.
Oh enggak.
Shousi doesn't commit, doesn't go for it on this one. Sparta now gets a bit of time on the tower, gets to take some plates for himself. I guess to show is really what he's made of in this top side.
Yeah, I mean, in the last game, he was getting the advantage over Rest as well, so definitely having a good time. In this one, way more help coming through from his jungler has definitely made this significantly easier. Not taking Demolish, a little bit sad, because it means that he's not actually able to get as much...
Lebih mantap CFO ini apa Gam kemarin ya guys ya? Apa karena Gam dapat musuh GG aja kemarin? Kayak lebih bagusan ini dari Gam kemarin deh.
Dia has to back away, and Artemis realizes he can't go further. But hey, you've got the tower so low. Herald slammed down in this bottom side as well. They're actually just going to finish this tower off. This is a massive spike. Oh, no, it's not. It ain't a spike at all. The jungler's here too. They're going to have smite available. Denial from CFO.
Terdeny, Cuk.
Rift Heralds in this series has been kind of sick as Chelsea doesn't have his hook, but just
gampang banget aja ngedeny Herald di LoL PC.
With the tower, bot lane not going down, 30 seconds until the dragon. What can they try and achieve? It needs to be some sort of pick, but again, I don't really think they're in a position to go for this. Team Wales, this is looking like a phenomenal start for the VCS second seed.
Honestly, fantastic, especially after game.
RH bisa ditarik BC, emang bisa di sisi.
Having a bit of a stronger showing here in
Didorong Alistar.
The items for Shunt as well. Not going for the lethality start. In fact, going for Stormrazor with that Hail of Blades, which still has a
Di WildRift juga bisa kok ditarik BC, harusnya cuman harus cepet banget. Soalnya terlalu kencang prosesnya di WildRift.
Essentially from how we seen top lane go. Now obviously you pivoted fairly quickly, but I definitely think if you gone for the lethality build and Rest is in this position, you just will never have the damage to get through Sparta as the game goes on. So I actually like the decision to try and teeter over towards a different style of build, but Rest.
Sparta's going for it again. The same.
Ulang. Oh enggak ada lagi. Gue setiap ngelihat Kesante habis ulti ya, gue selalu kayak ngelihat ada Kha'Zix anjir.
Doesn't feel like he's done just yet. Underneath the tower here, Rest. He's all out of cooldown.
Kemarin dibata-bata Kesante sama Rumble ya.
Iya anjir.
To go for it, Q3 goes wide, and I think that's enough to push him away.
Ini kayak suka rela kayak suka-sukanya gitu muncul anjir Gwen gak ada.
Ya Gwennya juga champion led sih. Jangan sampai kecuri lagi tuh ya anjir.
Mau dibilang champion led tapi early-nya udah kayak gini, led-nya jadi kayak gimana, makin hancur anjir.
Bukan, maksud gue Gwennya led.
Iya, maksud gue early-nya udah anjir kayak gini, led-nya malah makin susah anjir sebenarnya.
Iya itu dia.
Pada menggelikan itu
BJ, he's
oh di sini ada merah itu ya.
No, I'm kidding. That is a joke, guys. That is a joke.
Skor berapa? 1-0 CFO.
I mean, it was nearly a close one for him, but yeah, I think the big one now is again Chelsea.
Surrounded, not even bothered. Although BJ goes for the cataclysm here. Chelsea forced to flash. I think you're quite happy to take that trade.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say Chelsea without a flash makes him way less lethal.
Gwen kalah lawan Kesante.
And I love the way Team Wales are playing this. They have Sparta with complete control on top side. They know that the best way for them to win out this game is try and play for objective.
FPS videonya kurang, udah 60 kok ini.
In the grand scheme of things, they can start to move over towards the next Rift Herald as it starts to spawn. But I think you want to talk about something on the master plan.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Shao Crank difference right there. That's the Shao Crank diff. 660 gold for the Shao Crank and the rest of the team falling pretty dramatically behind. Actually, it's worth mentioning, just in the solo lanes, look at the CS differences. 20 CS in the mid lane, 10 CS up top, and then, I mean, over 30 CS down in the bottom lane for Artemis.
Yeah, and again, I think this for CFO is a bit of a disrespectful draft, to be perfectly honest. Like, playing for pick, saying, hey, look, we can see already that you're going for this massive team fighting composition, but we'll just play for the selection of Chelsea with the Blitzcrank, see if he can find the moment that he wants to pick someone off. Same you look towards Gemini, like this was a, hey, we're just going to take what you tried to do and show you how to do it. And thus far, it has not been working out. Is the Rift Herald now going to be able to move into mid lane?
Veterannya kurang mungkin kok di Twitch mentok 6K. Bukannya bisa di bypass di Twitch-nya. Kenapa avatar lu kebalik? Batman. Nice banget anjing. Lah, tetap jalan ultinya sini. Apa abis itu tuh tadi? Abis stasis ya? Nggak sadar gue. Come on.
The TP in to save his mid laner at the perfect moment.
I cannot believe Glory got away with that one. And now
Aduh bang. Aduh bang. Nggak mati cuy. Nggak mati anjing.
Good sidestep from Rest as well on the feather pullback, so doesn't end
Nggak
up
mati
getting
cuy.
CC'd and doesn't get the majority of that damage. Jimmy and now will have to take towards the top side. Nico already up here. Glory did TP and flash to try and get into that play. So you'll have the mid laners facing off against each other, which gives Shun a little bit of time to try and push in the spot side, but that'll be matched by Sparta as well. So overall, a lot of trading back and forth, but Team Wells getting those two towers mid opens up things dramatically for them.
Certainly does. I mean, the fact that you're getting a tier 2 in the mid lane off the back of these plays, so valuable when it comes to controlling the map, especially in reference to these neutral objectives. Dragon up in a minute and a half. Baron will be on the map in 3 minutes as well. Already taken a tier 2, it's just infinite.
Di WRTP kok nggak jadi spell core? Nggak tahu juga sih.
Word on Team Wells apart from an IE that's going to be completed before you move over towards this next objective for Team Wales. Whereas when you look at the
Mungkin terlalu OP kali ya kalau jadi spell ya.
I'm halfway towards a Gwinsu's, not really in a full position there. Jimin as well, only just barely completing
Kalau dijadiin spell mungkin ada syarat penggunaan menitnya kali.
You can see in the golden top, like Sparta is destroying Rest in this matchup.
Certainly is. Sparta having a fantastic game of it on the K'Sante, and it feels like K'Sante very much his speciality pick so far this tournament. Really showing up on the pick. And it's to the point where he's going to be a threat now throughout the rest of the game. He is going to be a menace in these team fights. And it becomes difficult when, like, you know, the Gwen, when you're ahead in items or when you're even in items, you can do terrifying things. But if you're behind,
Bahaya BC. Yeah. Waduh. Anjir langsung kabur dari depannya. Mati dong. Ini tadi.
he might just walk out of this one. So many escapes in this game. It's unbelievable.
The thing is, though, now that Shousey out of the equation, Gemini has no kick, and Dragon in 10 seconds. No ultimate for BJ, but Glory is already in a position, well, moving into position with these creeps.
T1 kapan main? Masih lama kayaknya.
It's not the most convincing formation I've ever seen, especially now he's moving towards the jungle.
CS apaan bang? Creep score atau lasit? Lasit creepnya. Minion.
The other half of it, but that'll be a Drake taken uncontested here. Team Wales now on soul point for that Chemtech soul.
Yeah, I mean, Chemtech Drake isn't the strongest, but still, Team Wales are going to be pretty happy with this. And at this stage, you get to try and move into position here to look for a pick, but I don't think they're going to be able to get much.
The one thing I will say for Chemtech Soul, for K'Sante, it's actually pretty great, because the whole point of your ult is you put yourself low. The whole point of Chemtech Soul is it works when you're low, so it's the perfect synergy.
And I think, yeah, that's where these Team Wales can get a good amount of some value out of it, but still, the problem is not going to be a case of like, oh yes, Chemtech Drake is going to break open this game for Team Wales. Well, no. This game is already broken up for Team Wales. They have 3 dragons, they will get the soul, they're already super strong when it comes to team fights, and I mean, you can see the win probability powered by AWS there, like it's encroaching on the 90 to 95%, and I tend to agree with it here. There's very little position where CFO can find picks, can look for their opportunity to play towards their compositional strengths, as long as Team Wales...
Itu jungler di PC ada naga ngikut ya bang, itu kayak pet gitu cuy. Petnya juga bantu hit, ada gunanya dia, bukan aksesoris doang.
Say like, you know, there's a blitzcrank, there's always a chance, but actually who do you
champion apa tuh berubah jadi minion? Nico, dia bisa berubah jadi apapun yang ada bar darahnya.
Glory, if you pull him in, he's gonna pop blossom your entire team.
Tapi yang nggak bisa jadi musuh ya guys ya, kalau nggak salah ya.
There's not actually very many good opportunities for the blitzcrank pulls. The only chance is if you get Artemis or Bia or Glory and immediately get that
tim G2 Esport main nggak? Harusnya ada deh. Cuman gue belum tahu ya jadwalnya ya. Belum ada soalnya jadwal untuk yang ini grup stage-nya. Jadi turret sih yang nggak bisa. Kayaknya. Iya jadi Baron bisa nggak guys jadi Dragon gitu? Nggak bisa juga ya. Epic Monster kayaknya nggak bisa.
And I will say, Team Wales came into this series as an underdog. Game number 1 got a bit smashed. Game number 2 looking really good. Team Wales came into this series against BDS. Game number 1 got a bit smashed. Game number 2 started looking pretty good. Is this the story of Team Wales? Is this who this team is?
I mean, it potentially could be at this stage, to be honest, because CFO, they've committed a lot to this top side. Team Wales trying to get members into position as well. BA, Artemis are here. I can see pings going down from CFO onto Baron. I weren't sure if they were thinking maybe Team Wales are on the Baron, but we now have...
Itu saya dapat bounty dari mana? Dari CS-nya. Minion apa goldnya, gold minionnya. Lihat tuh dia aja creep score-nya 261 last hit aja. Beda 50.
Like Glory resetting there where the rest of the team are trying to make a play on the top side. It's these like little moments where maybe if CFO spot Glory, like resetting on a ward or anything, they can actually look for a pick. It's very hard to do in the moment because you have no idea where Glory is. But if they actually get into a desperate enough position where they just pull the trigger, like now.
Hook. Nicely done there by Sparta. Blocks it completely. Keeps his team safe.
And also, look at the bot lane, right? You can see the ping, the assist ping going down onto Rest. Rest is just free farming this whole time. So why Sparta is kind of being positioned to go.
Oh iya udah lumayan nih duit gue nih.
Glory's kind of picking up.
Goldnya juga CS-nya juga nggak terlalu beda sih sama ini. Kesante.
CFO push mid, now do a mid, always keeping that a little bit separated. Now again, you are playing for the dragons, you are playing.
Jadi tower nggak bisa kan?
So it's not at the end of the world as Team Wales, but you just have to be that little bit careful that you're not giving too much over to CFO.
Kan pasifnya diubah bulan-bulan yang lalu. Iya, dia tahun ini di revamp kan pasifnya.
Team Wales are going to have an advantage. But one thing this competition offers for CFO is outplay potential. If there's one thing all of these champions can do, it's just hand stiff your opponents. There is, like, this is the kind of opportunity that players get where, like, you're not likely to win this game as CFO, but if you do, it'll look good. This will be a montage game for them because it'll be someone absolutely popping off to win these fights.
But that's the thing, whenever there's a blitzcrank in the game, there's always that.
Ada nggak pengaturan buat kayak ngurangin ping di WildRift? Soalnya kadang kalau banyak ping FPS jadi drop. Kalau nggak salah ada sisi yang simplified notification di pengaturan. Pas lu lagi main nih, lu pencet pengaturan, scroll ke paling bawah, ada simplified notification.
That gives an opportunity for a CFO to actually get in a position like Jimmy can clear this wave, maybe find an opportunity as Team Wales are establishing vision to look for a pick, but the late resets from CFO aren't really giving them that opportunity to find much opportunity for them.
Certainly not. Full item behind in that bottom lane as well. Shown on the 2 items.
Oh, itu proses skillnya si Kesante juga ada damage reduce kah? Iya, Ari di langsung bawa ulti aja. Oh, aduh, gak bisa aja. Wah, dapat BC-nya. Masih nggak mati aja.
They're so far ahead. Team Wales, like, they immediately burn Jimmy's ultimate with
Beda 5.000.
Sparta doesn't care. He's like, come, I'm just gonna.
Jelasnya format war yang sekarang kur katanya beda. Gue nggak terlalu ngerti sih, nggak terlalu ngikutin gue. Maksud formatnya gimana? Tapi yang gue tahu ini Swiss gitu kan. Terus apa lagi yang beda? Emang sebelumnya nggak Swiss?
Picking up his little bit of CS, getting his second item completed there, and now again grouped with the team. Honestly, I could see a world where Team Wales like pushing this mid lane, start to establish vision on the top side, and again just play for these little picks. I don't think
itu 2 killnya di BC semua. Iya anjir.
I think you do need to actually play this out right. I think that's the biggest problem that we saw from Team Wales yesterday against BDS, is that every time they tried to make these plays happen, they'd end up just going for these.
Weh, mapnya kenapa tuh?
We'll ignore that. I don't know what happened there, but we're about to go into the replay. But basically, they'll try and play for a push and not establish the vision correctly. But
saya kok ada banyak. Itu Nikonya bisa berubah jadi champion temen.
Don't care. You throw everything you want at me, and it's Shun who has to cleanse, flash, and Xiaoxi who goes down. Like Sparta is so massive right now, having that Gargo Stone play completed as well.
Efek full naga. Oh iya cuy.
Not gonna ever be an equation that's gonna work out.
TW dapat full dragon anjir. Udah soul ini. Soul Chemtech apa ya guys? Gue nggak tahu kalau Chemtech. Movement speed kah? Kayak bukan. Regen kah?
This is already torture. That hard.
That's a game, not torture.
Isn't that what Chucky says? Want to play a game?
Wait, is it Chucky or is that nice Jigsaw?
Jigsaw, sorry.
Revive kalau revive.
Apaan cuy revive cuy?
Yeah, my partner is I can't.
Chemtech ngasih tambahan damage sama reduce damage kalau HP di bawah 50%. Oh, damage reduce.
Not in a jigsaw kind of way, in a Sparta kind of way. Rest taken down.
Bukan Soul Dragon.
Nggak ada Elder maksudnya.
Ya ada, di sini Elder.
Iya di sini kan, gue tadi ngomong gitu, di sini Elder kan.
Woi kena. Langsung di follow up gitu anjir.
Mampus bisa apa-apa. Ini legendnya banyak cuy, gue nggak angkat soalnya ini mainan mereka tuh gini kur. Di sini mainin Lilinya sama BC ya, nanti lihatnya dan gua kata gue.
Ya anjir, nice banget sayahnya cuy. Ditembak saya, terus baronnya react. Iya ditembak Lisin anjir. Wih bisa itu tadi dicuri cok. 63 anjir.
the end of the day, Team Wales get it. And crucially, I want to talk about the Baron power plays here. The Red Bull Baron power plays, that is. Oh, I nearly got fired there for a second. And that's in that Team Wales, they've been using a lot of Barons to get their wins.
They really have been, but this was nearly a massive turnaround from CFO.
Tuh keculik aja jarapannya, kampret emang BC-nya deh.
And then BJ overextending, like really going that bit too far. And I thought that at this stage they were
Nah ini keculik lagi nih, dapat Nikonya, di follow up langsung, cuman ada stasis.
It means that actually only just sets up where CFO overextend to make the pick and Team Wales are able to follow up. Yeah.
Ini sih yang kasihan buat anjir.
Just disastrous. The feathers just procking the Baron to finish the job, swats him like a fly.
Yeah, it's the casual like look over, look down for Baron and just stomp.
Glory moved like an inch to finish it off. Glory, Pop Blossom comes on out. The charm does
Come on.
though, and that's the damage they needed. Glory down, a pick for CFO, but Shun's gone too deep and instantly answered. Rest has to carry this fight.
Nggak ngapa-ngapain, cok gue anjir, numpang gunting doang sekali.
Dia nggak ada attack speed-nya.
Oh iya, nggak ada item attack speed.
Picks the CFO fight. It's just too late. You don't have control of the map for CFO. Every time they're gone for these plays, it's, well, look at top, it's already pushed in. Look at bottom, it's pushed in. Chelsea swings mid between the two.
Tuh lihat sih, udah ada soul soalnya.
And now Artemis stepping forward. The tower is not long.
The game I wanted to play was how many Barons did it take for Team Wales to end the game. I think it might just be one in this one, Dagda, because they are on a rampage. They are destroying CFO in this second game. Almost 10,000 gold up at this point as they move up towards the top side as well. They won't be able to end the game here, but the amount of control
itu sih sayanya sih harus hati-hati sama Gemini
is
gitu.
crucial. Because Elder's on 30 seconds.
And this is the difference that we see from BDS yesterday versus CFO today. CFO have to make plays like this if they hope to try and win the game. And the fact that Glory ends up staying alive for so long, goes invisible, then you have to figure out who the clone is, makes it so that they shouldn't overextend. Team Wales are able to collapse. And then it's like, where the hell are you supposed to go? Sparta,
bagus banget anjir.
the top side is like, yeah, I got this. If they even try to do anything to me. So Team Wales now back on the map. As you say, Elder in just under a minute's time.
BCAP. Oh iya. Shatter of the Crown.
For CFO to try and contest.
Kata BC berat banget ya gendong tim gua. Padahal tim gue ngepick meta, tapi tim gue yang bebanin katanya.
If they are anywhere near, do not start the objective. Only do it when you have solid presence in the area.
Ini nggak ada efek area lagi kan?
In fact, for the time being, they're using the rest of this Red Bull Baron power play. 4,000 gold up off the back of it so far. And looking for the border play. Glory's pretending to be a might just get away with something cheeky here. He's sort of stuck to the side. He's not actually autoing right now as he moves up with the wave. Chelsea in trouble, but
Disini udah bingung juga nih.
Perih cok, anjir.
Tebel banget lagi kan. Santinya udah tebel juga nih. Mati di satu nih. Nggak mati cok satu. Jawabannya nggak mati anjing.
And Team Wales,
ente anjir. Udah bisa jangan dilepas sih ini. Sebenarnya nggak karena kesantai juga sih, karena Gwennya sih.
First time for Team Wales coming to the international stage, and what a performance from them in this game. We said, hey, look, you need to come in with a game plan against the composition that's been dragged from CFO. They're like, look, well, Rest could be a problem in the side lane. Let's deal with him. Get this Gwen out of the equation. Fantastic. Right, what's the next point of call? How do we try and shut down the opportunities from Chelsea? Well, let's make sure that we're able to group as a team, get the vision down, play for these early dragons, so we're forcing early objective fights, and just consistently make this game difficult for CFO.
Yeah, it felt like once Team Wales gained control, they were very cautious not to overstep, not to overplay their hand, which is something we've seen a few times in play-ins of people kind of overstepping their mark. But Team Wales know exactly where the ocean ends, and they're staying in the water today. We're going to jump into a break, and then we have our decider between PCS2 and VCS2. The series continues after this.
Will the tides turn?
Pelaku perwakilan VCS sisinya Vietnam semua, lokal pred. Oh, mantap juga.
Kan emang itulah cok, Vietnam waktu kemarin apa jadi tuan rumah SEA Games. Mereka di ML jadi tai cok, menang aja enggak, main aja kayak orang tolol banget. Kayak publik banget. Terus pas di Ini WildRift kan kuat mereka baru.
Iya.
Dia emang mainnya WildRift. Apa KOG aku deh?
AOV.
Iya AOV. LoL PC gitu-gitu aja di gamenya. Nggak laku cok emang di sana. Nggak ada mereka player ML. Makanya MPL masih belum ngerajain Asia ya.
Bangkor main Baldur's Gate 3 bang, rame mahal kan Baldur's Gate anjir. Itu gamenya online kok rame-rame. Kayak Elden Ring gak? Kalau Kur next apaan nih yang tanding? Masih ini CFO TW, 1 win lagi, jadi 1 win lagi. Harga Mercy berapa Bangkor? Nggak tahu anjir. Play in 8 tim 2 shot, kalah 2 kali out. Oh. Tadi yang bilang yang kalah 3 kali itu mana? Yang pas ini ya? Yang pas Swiss nanti ya? Kalau play in sini dia masih pakai yang upper sama lower bracket ya. 600 KI makanya mahal banget. Main Starfield enggak. Game rasis kata orang. Kenapa? Oh karena ini ya. Karena aduh lupa gue. Sempat nonton deh gue itu reviewnya. Karena dia main itu ras-ras gitu kan ya. Apa Sarah ya? Ras ya? Sponsor award nggak ngotak emang. Iyalah. Bingung mau ngapain, beli Mercy aja anjing. Karena perang antar ras. Kayak main ini kah? Kayak main RF gitu. Swistar gamenya BO1 semua kecuali di match penentuannya BO3. Oh, BO1 cepet dong ya. Berarti mungkin sehari 3 ini kali ya, 3 game ya. Pusing bang, kebalik. Santuy. WildRift ada turni dunianya, ada namanya Icon. Gue tolak dulu deh.
Kills, but in terms of CS, in terms of just presence there, I say that though, we've got the ults coming out on both sides, pulled over to BJ, beautifully done by Sparta.
CFO are not out of it yet, Gemini.
Oh, he missed the cross! He's onto the Baron, and the Baron! Artemis, the god of the hunt, using the animals to his will. In trouble, but finds a hook actually onto Sparta. They don't have much follow-up though, and Chelsea's just the one to go down instead. Who needs Elder Dragon? They'll just throw their wallets at Team Wales.
Welcome back, one and all, to the analyst desk here at Worlds 2023. So I'm still dealing with the Miss the Krugs call, whenever the heartbreak between Munchables and Dagda, where they're like, no!
Munch was having a great time on the cast.
He was, yeah,
Yes,
he was
he
having an
is.
absolutely awesome time. But Team Wales, they've been in this position before. They get stomped in game 1. They come back, have a much better game 2. A lot of it came from the top lane.
Yes, I would say like it happened in the top side of the map, but for me it started with BJ, who at the very start it was a scuttle fight. He gets an advantage over the Lee Sin, goes up top side.
Let's go.
And a lot of it was just trying to protect. Rest a
Semoga Ari Spirit Blossom nggak mythic lah, katanya mythic cuy.
his job
kabarnya.
Yeah, Lee Sin's like, I'm covering, and then they just completely.
Terjemahin bang, anjir.
It's very easy, right? You know,
Bahasa Inggris gua butek.
He's the one with the flash to be able to get out of dodge. Very nice play.
It was a huge wave too that he ended up getting dove on, and at that point you can see the Blitzcrank topside. He was like, okay, maybe I can help, but then he got kidnapped. So it's a bit of a trip that you had to go in, and he gets double kill. So you're like, oh wait a minute, you take a step back and you're like, Blitzcrank actually gets 2 of those. Would have been nice if it was given to either the Lee Sin, but in the end, he turned the play.
Yeah, honestly, like, that play was so funny because there's 4 players from CFO running up there, but they just tried to ignore it by dragging Rest down into the river. Like, it's not even a gank, you know? Sparta's just dragging the top laner into the jungle almost.
Yes, and so one thing that I wanted to point out was this was the base where Blitzcrank went up topside to be able to help out that first time. Like, that was the second replay that we showed you, right? So this is when he got 2 kills. The sad part about this was Kai'Sa didn't get the full wave crash in. And so it turned into a freeze a bit, even though overall it was like a 7 CS.
Oke, abis ini selesai berarti kita langsung ada giveaway ini lagi nanti ya. Demonstrate Rengar cuy.
A Drake for J4. So at first you're like, wait, Blitzcrank gets 2 kills, turns the play overall, but it's not a sustained play because anyway, you ended up seeing Kasante take control of the top side of the map anyways, and then now Kai'Sa is even further behind.
Yeah, so effectively they just have like 3 pushing lanes off of that, secure the dragon on top. It just turned into a very successful early game off of all the top lane pressure. Even though Sparta wasn't running around influencing the rest of the map, I think that did sort of trickle down to the other lanes.
Yes, it started with the jungle, it then bled into top lane.
Because everyone else had to run to Sparta.
They had to. So all of that early game pressure, we didn't see it in game 1, but then it blew up in game 2. And I was a little bit concerned. I was wondering if Team Wales can sustain the advantage. Obviously, they did. So great job. I would give a lot of the credit towards Artemis and BJ with the lead that they had to be able to push it forward.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Wales as well, like, it wasn't just the bot lane. And like you said, it bled into so many lanes because at like 14 minutes, they had CS leads, massive CS leads in pretty much every single one. And it felt like CFO, so early in the game, were just already playing catch-up and kind of almost looking for those crazy fights that get you back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, with all the action around top lane, the fact that Artemis is just casually up 29 CS is disturbing. Like, that's a monster's
advantage. Padahal tiernya udah jelas di web, nanti nggak sesuai ekspektasi ngamuk. Apa nih? Oh, yang Ari Mythic tadi. Kok champion tema World sekarang si Renekton nggak ada yang lain gitu? Nggak tahu juga sih. Itu buat skin World-nya doang kan, belum apa namanya? Bukan yang skin playernya. Ntar Swiss Day 1 8 match BTW. Jir. Gokil juga.
I didn't get to watch too much of him following the VCS. It was a lot of cramming and just seeing how he played, and I'm happy to be able to see it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a great kind of early advantage that got turned into much bigger advantages later on because there was just so many opportunities where CFO just couldn't go for them, or even if they did, it was kind of to their detriment as such. But I mean, looking at the Baron fight kind of coming up to this one, it looks semi-good, and then it goes a bit wayward.
It's weird because it wasn't even really a Baron fight. It was just back to the ARAM of game number 1. Like, this hook comes over the wall, and after everything, like, BJ somehow survives, Rest just barely escapes. It's like, okay, cool. We end up getting BJ on the re-engage. This is a 1 fight from CFO. But then Xiaoxi gets this idea, thinks he can hook Glory. You know, even Shun's committing to that play, but your Gwen's still out of the fight. Gemini is so low.
Warak tontonan, iya aja.
Falling here, and everyone else is on so little HP, they have to go for a reset. It turns into a free Baron. CFO just kind of threw away the game with that singular hook. It was still fightable. They were very behind, but there's a world where they can claw back, and they definitely lost it at least 5 minutes earlier than they needed to off just that 1 hook.
Yeah, I thought that was their 1 win condition. If you have Ahri and Blitzcrank, you need to look for picks, especially since you're not going to be winning on side lanes with how far behind the Gwen was. So respect, but the stopwatch came in clutch. It didn't work. Obviously, it hurt them a little more. Really tough one. The only thing I looked at, I expected an Everfrost. We've got to crown
on the Blitzcrank.
Yeah,
on the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, so I was like, okay.
That one maybe cooked a little too much on that one there. But I mean, like you said, like the hook that kind of led them to the Baron and stuff like that. But the Baron power play then afterwards, like just in terms of like how much better they use it than like.
Kayak gitu bisa nyembuhin batuk ya. Lagi terapi. Info Twitch drop, adakah untuk item WR? Kayaknya nggak ada ya, kurang tahu juga. Oh, maksudnya LoL PC ini nonton buat WR gitu? Nggak ada.
to secure a lead. Today, a completely different.
Jangan terlalu ngarep tim Indo bakal masuk Warlord, sepi banget di Indo, turninya juga udah lama dibubarin. Nah iya.
This first Baron, they blitz through the base, take 2 inhibs, just end the game straight up off of the one play. It was a very big change, and I think a lot of it came down to binj on the Jarvan because they were so much more decisive with forcing 5v5 team fights once they had that objective.
1000%. It's night and day from game 1 and game 2, quite honestly. It didn't feel like they could really pressure side lanes. We pretty much hammered that in. Of course, they were the ones that was behind, so I think they kind of struggled playing from behind. Thankfully, they had a monumental lead in just the lanes that they were playing as is. We didn't really say too much about Glory in particular, but he was also pretty monstrous this game, so I agree. If we can get multiple points in engage, simply because that seems to be the way they want to play it, J4, Nico, things like that, great. That's honestly the best way for Team Wales to win this series.
Yeah, I don't want to see the sort of how they won against BDS almost yesterday, where it was BDS don't do anything, we don't either, and eventually we're going to mount a huge lead to actually secure a win.
Yeah, I mean, look, for Team Wales, they've been in this situation before. They've proven now kind of time and time again the first match doesn't really
Kalau nggak mandi baju lo kok itu aja sih. Banyak stoknya.
They are very good at picking up that pace. And for CFO, it does feel like they're going to have to try and pull something out of the bag. You got to come at this with slightly different if you want to try and get this victory.
Yeah, one thing that I'll make a mention of, as we can see, I think it was blue side now being picked up by CFO. Zyricon has been taking over. A lot of our first 2 days was a focus on how strong Kai'Sa is if she can get out of lane scot-free. At least in this series, she's been struggling a little bit. In the early laning phase, it was a back and forth, and even though the hook in the early laning phase from Blitzcrank really made it difficult for Bia to breathe, it still was difficult for Kai'Sa to walk up to the wave. So maybe that's going to be something that Flying Oysters take away from them with an early Xayah pick, because that was the first pick in the last game.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. We're going to send it back over to
Balik bang, santai.
Well, it's starting to get a little bit salty here in the Battle of the Ocean. I'm Munch, I'm joined by Dagda as we head towards game number 3 between the Oysters and the Whales. I've got to say, I've been impressed by both teams in different games, but I feel like the second game, CFO left a lot to be desired there. The first game, I feel like, was a little bit more evenly matched. CFO, like you said before the draft, or just after the draft in game 2, like that draft, they had to win straight away or they were going to lose straight away.
And unfortunately, it was the latter. I mean, especially as Sparta got that massive lead on the Xanthi on the top side. So here's to see how the draft is going to differ now coming into this. The Blanc and Viego still coming through his bans. The Rumble and the Maokai sticking to the same. I think CFO putting higher priority, as kind of Raz was alluding to, onto the Xayah is going to work out very well, because I think, well, there's the K'Sante ban, but I think she does so well at keeping the Kai'Sa in check. And then also having a ton of presence in team fights. So
Sejuani di ban kah apa Jarpan?
On top of that as well, you kind of force a pick or
oh, Sejuani ya.
from your opposing team, right? If you pick
Yang bakal di pick saya, Kai'Sa. Udah jago gua sekarang cuy. Oke, bakal diambil Kai'Sanya atau enggak Jarpan? Oke, Kai'Sa. Jungle-nya Lee Sin, kalau enggak Jarpan. Atau dia mengambil Nico, atau mengambil Renek. Itu pelatihnya pakai korset. Korset apa korset? Oh iya, Nautilus bisa di-ban cuy, diambil Nautilus kah? Analis tipis-tipis meleset dikit nggak ngaruh, benar. Dia kayaknya bakal ngambil Rakan ini untuk supportnya. Oh bukan, dia ngambil Renekton. Oke, dia ngambil Renekton untuk Baron. Saya kok laku ya? Karena dia punya ultinya itu juga yang bagus banget kan. Garen please. Ini kayaknya bakal ngambil Nico. Ya nggak sih? Di sini Vladimir dilepasin aja ya. Iya, Cok. Midnya Ari atau Oriana. Nico. Global ban maksudnya gimana? Kalau udah dipakai nggak boleh dipakai lagi di match selanjutnya. LB belum pernah nongol ya. Li Blank tadi ada.
obviously, it's worth mentioning Blitzcrank is still currently available, so that's always a little bit dangerous. Team Wales though could go for something.
Oh ya, Jarvan sudah pasti Jarvan yang bakal di-pick.
It's the job.
Yang bakal di-ban ini berarti perlu nge-ban mid-nya. Mid-nya Oriana, Nico, atau jungle-nya siapa lagi? Sejoni udah di-ban, Mokai udah di-ban, Poppy. Woi, Nico bah jago banget analis gue, cok. Gila, udah si paling analis buat anjing. Dia harus nge-ban mid lane-nya ini. Oriana sih ini, Oriana sih.
So it's more of a case of how do CFO want to respond to this? Do they want to go for, hey, we're going to try and absorb a lot of that pressure?
Atau Baronnya, Baron siapa ya? Genar sih bang. Genar sih bang. Oh Ahri.
And go with an Oriana and say, hey, we're just going to pull the trigger first and then obliterate you before you can really answer in response.
Has to be said, we've seen a surprisingly low amount of Azir so far this tournament. I was expecting
itu dia Poppy di bench.
The what we've been witnessing. It does depend on your team style as well, who your mid laner is, what they like to play. Because Azir is, you know, one of those champions.
Genar sih bang. Kalau enggak, apalagi ya? Canon. Oh Talia. Yi kok nggak di ban? Nggak ada yang pakai Yi. Lulu kah itu mana Lulu anjing? Itu Nico, Poppy. Oriananya diambil. Wow, is that fucking Azir? Is that real, bro?
It's a good like handshake matchup. It's almost like it's the new Azir Corki, right? Where you kind of quite have to go either way.
And I think that's the thing is like the Azir is able to play at long range, able to just keep himself away from a lot of that trading pattern.
Baronnya si Baron udah ya. Oh jungle-nya Vi. Oh real kah? Paling ujung-ujungnya Vi. Baron, Darius kah? Garen. Darius Garen. Is that real, Darius?
Sparta hovering the Darius. I mean, he was on the receiving end of the Darius versus Renekton matchup, and Adam took over.
Oh, Atrox. Gue kira bakal pakai Piora tadi.
Kind of funny to see the Vi locked in here for Gemma.
Kinda funny.
When they banned the Ahri and the Talia, which are like the two classic combos with the Vi.
Yeah, I mean, especially having that opportunity to just follow up and like the power that can give you in the mid jungle.
Wih, keren aja batch UE-nya itu.
You know what? Screw strong mid jungles. We are team fights. Everything that in this series has been defined around those team fights.
Kenapa ya botol minum orang-orang ini kecil banget ya? Gue kalau gue yang ikut turni ini ya di World ya, gue bawa minum 2 liter anjing.
Again, you got up like a ton of safety for your carries. You can pull that go button anytime with the Vi.
Tapi nggak boleh kencing ya, nggak boleh permisi kencing ya guys ya. Misal lagi mati nih, bang kencing dulu bang. Nggak bisa ya.
For Team Wales, it's a case of you have some lane power coming through with like the Nautilus setup or even the Flag and Dragon Aatrox, which has a lot of damage themselves. But you do kind of need to wait a little bit for these team fights to where Oriana hits 6, she has an item and a half, and you can actually try and play for some of these objectives because Oriana kind of in the similar boat to Azir, where they just need that little bit of time to scale.
Kok gelantungan, biar nggak ngalangin.
I feel like in the early game, if you've got like a carry jungler, Oriana can be.
Bera juga boleh lah, masa Bera di celana. Iya di celana.
In terms of actually bringing the damage yourself, you're really lackluster until, like you say, a couple of those items come on in. We'll see how this one's gonna go though.
Nggak ada 3D-nya cuy kayak di WildRift, masa kalah LoL PC. LoL PC muncul 3D-nya loh. Keren banget anjir lihat splash art-nya Oriana.
Series that could get them into the Swiss stage of Worlds 2023, a team that nobody even expected to get past BDS.
Ayo siapa yang bakal masuk ke Swiss stage?
That again is a high seed in the tournament, is expected to do well here in play-ins, but Team Wales keep on defying expectations. You could say that they're grinding with a view of the.
Ini ada pause nggak ya? Ada.
So you know what? All they need to do is just keep the grind going, try and push CFO out of the equation. But again, don't forget, whoever loses this series will go up against the loser of BDS and the winner of BDS and DFM. But at the moment, they have no idea they've been caught out behind them.
They don't. Chelsea gonna tank a bit of damage. The hook from Bia is not great. Walks into damage, but luckily
Jelek banget anjir skin itu Nautilus.
here once Chelsea's CC is on cooldown. That's kind of your lot from this comp. So Bia does walk away with his life. No summoner's burned.
Kayak skin default anjir. Kur buaya daratmu lagi main. Buaya darat. Masa buaya terbang? Bang, nge-freeze bang.
Up in this lane, an awful lot of the time it's kind of like, oh, I get hooked by Nautilus, let me try and take the W.
Wah, 2021 ada 3D modelnya di ininya, turninya.
Not having that at the early stages may leave an opportunity for Bid to
FT Mobile mungkin akhir tahun. Itu naik kuda champion apa? Rel. Kayaknya lu udah nanya juga deh tadi.
If it's something that we'll go for or not. It's been I mean, game number 2, extremely quiet. Game number 1, though, CFO really took things into their own hands. You can see, though, with this draft, you're very much leaning towards the late game with an Azir, with a Zaya alongside it. But with Rest and Gemini, that combo definitely finds some power in that early game. So wouldn't be too surprised to see something up towards the top side of the map, especially with opposite passing from B&J. Sparta steps too far forward. Gemini could certainly look for a chance.
Oh, kalau dia lagi nggak pakai kuda dapat shield.
This is such a back and forth matchup. Very much a case of if you can get the early snowball rolling, well, you're going to hit your core drinker quicker. You're going to just have more opportunity to heal back up and then swing the matchup very quickly in your favor. So I think a lot of this is going to be a case of, cool, let's try and get top lane in their favor and then start to move down towards that bottom side. I think Glory and Jimmy and honestly just kind of going to be left to their own devices. There's no real setup until you get to level 6 to try and make any sort of early plays happen.
That said, Glory could be in a little bit of trouble here. Gemini on the top side of the lane, Chelsea on the bottom side of the lane.
Waduh, wajir. What the hell? Nice banget sih timing masuknya, cuy. Udah buang flash, datang lagi.
Chelsea just barely able to get into range with the Q to get that kill. Nicely done by CFO, and as I said, I thought they would just kind of leave this mid lane to their own devices, but they really want to try and get Jimmy into a good spot here.
Such a great start, and a really nice timed roam from Chelsea as well, saying like, look, my AD carry's resetting, he's going to get a cull off of the crashing that third wave, I've got time on my hands, might as well make a play. Good coordination as BJ tries to get out to Chelsea, but he'll hop over.
And at this stage, it's like, well, there's not really much for BJ to try and achieve on this bottom side. Gemini is on the top end, finishing off his level 4. Nice interrupts. Not going to mean too much, because you can see at the moment BJ doesn't really have anything on the map. It's just his top side that's just going to be spawning in just about 30
Menurut lu Jana bakal meta kah? Kayaknya bakal meta sih. Tapi udah rilis belum sih patch baru, guys? Maksud gue udah aktif gitu. Harusnya udah ya, karena tadi udah ada update di 100 MB tadi ya.
Some damage down onto Sparta. Gemini moves in. He knows that the tri-brush is warded. Wants to try and get cheeky with it, but has been spotted. And will continue to finish off that reset. In the meantime,
oh, ini Renekton Chroma ya?
Yeah, trying to turn around that play earlier. Now Jimmy, I'm not sure how much mana he has. I don't know if
enak banget itu di geng. Kena anjir. Tapi santuy lah kita. Bisa skill 1, skill 2, skill 3 ya?
Really wanted to stick around. He's just
skill 1 summon, skill 2 lupa gue. Skill 2 summon ya, skill 2 summon, skill 1 nyerang, skill 3 ngedes. CFO suka amat geng level 2 karena championnya kuat.
So if I'm looking at like a level 6 that's about to be hit off this next wave that's coming into mid lane, I'm thinking Gemini like just going towards mid, you have the flash onto Glory, have the follow-up coming through from Jimmy, and you've got a nice little setup there. We can try and continue.
Ultinya Azir apa? Yang ngedorong itu cuy, yang ada barrier kayak pasukannya itu loh. Terus ngedorong champion musuh. Top, anjir.
Like a great little sort of sequence play there from CFO.
Tapi abis 3 flash itu tadi ya.
And this is where now they won't be able to do it off of this wave just because you can see the waves.
Enggak deh, nggak flash ternyata Azir.
Just going to be waiting a little bit as these waves kind of
Nggak tahu juga sih.
back out into favor of CFO, but where Gemini's position on the map at the moment, see BJ is like very nervous about what this Vise.
Lu udah nggak ketiduran Kor, udah minum kopi tadi cuy.
He believes Gemini's gone bot, might be correct.
Jarpan, sep. Gak bisa gerak anjir.
I'm surprised that ended up working because you can see the vision that's
Sama-sama mantep anjir gengnya.
for CFO. They've already got the one ward here, they got just there, they got a second one that's just in the back of that as well. So you've actually got a good amount of vision to spot out where BJ is, but end up giving over the kill anyway.
Wih keren BTW skin sayanya.
Team Wales finding a chance to punish, and putting Shun behind early would certainly be valuable. He's still going to survive. Luckily for them, it was Xiaoxi that went down, so doesn't fall behind on CS, does manage to, in fact, stay exactly even in CS, but has that call, so ever so slight minor advantage in the bottom lane for Shun in terms of the CSing, but obviously...
T1 kapan main? Masih lama.
So decent start from both teams. Let's talk big picture then. Let's talk next few minutes of the game, because I do feel like, you know, with the mid laners we've got, with the AD carries we've got, we're anticipating a fairly slow one, but when it comes to the junglers and solo laners, there's more space for action.
Tas dapat. Kena knock up, abis itu di basic attack, kena root.
And you can see Gemini was hovering around bot side, but just wasn't quick enough to get to that bottom lane. But as you say, I think solo lane's now starting to be the target of attack. As Rift held up in 25 seconds, he is hovering in towards bot side river. Didn't spot Xiaoxi, as Xiaoxi's hiding in this brush.
Jir buang skill sebanyak itu minion mana ya masih aman.
Mid lane push for Jimmy, make sure he doesn't burn a flash or anything before this Rift Herald comes.
I will say, decent vision coverage for CFO. A couple of wards in the river around
Packer di T1, iya.
towards the chickens as well, but not much deep vision. And zero vision whatsoever from Team Wales. So Gemini going to be happy to start this one off as Artemis has swapped up towards this top side.
Saya free turret.
Looks like he's not going to go for plates though. He's going to make a beeline now across the map.
You've already got a ton of priority here. Artemis is going to be here quick. BJ has level 6.
Waduh, relnya ketangkep.
Jimmy is still in the mid lane as Xiaoxi flashes out and then jumps back into the Cataclysm, but he's low on HP himself. That's been J down. Xiaoxi traded. His beer in the middle of everyone, but everybody.
Saya datang.
But it's too little, too late. Gemini's gone down already, and Sparta happy to.
Tarik saya, tas kena root.
Charging forwards, but Shun in the meantime is getting.
Itu dia dorongan ultinya Azir yang. Oke.
The fact that you end up with Gemini going down late means that BJ going to be out here faster. They should be able to turn this over, but again,
oh, Swiss stage itu pengganti group stage.
Been in a position to try and follow that one up. He's perfectly fine to set up the fight with the numbers advantage for Team Wales.
Hope comes in. It's onto the mid lane, but the W hit a minion. So there's no follow-up there from Artemis. He didn't have his ultimate, but the damage alone might have been enough. Jimmy walks out with his life, and this will be a singular plate to Shun if he can just get one or two in.
Yeah, it looks like Team Wales, though, not actually. I thought they were just going to start Rift Herald to take it as the 4-man squad. Knowing Gemini will be late, BJ comes in, they smite it, all is well and good. You get to cover the mid play, and then you'll be in a position to follow up, but not actually going for it. And now, with Artemis going low in the mid lane and have to reset thanks to Shun and Jimmy, it's actually going to be CFO who pick up that Rift Herald on the top side. Response should come through from BJ where he'll roam over to try and push him bot.
Tanya WR saya sekarang berapa? 8 sampai 9.
We'll see here, like, look at where Artemis is in the map. He's already coming into this fight, so even though Xiaoxi flashes, misses the cube because it's a bit of a trade position.
BTW gara-gara ultinya si Vi, Nautilusnya keluar dari ulti Jarpan anjir.
And this is kind of what I was talking about where Jimmy and Shun, they've a ton of
bukan next tag flash kan tadi ya?
From Team Wales on the back line and trying to continue these fights forward, like keep themselves at bay. But unfortunately, there's just not enough damage at the moment from the Azir or from the Zaya to try and carry that one back.
Bang, gua diputusin. Santuy, masih banyak jodoh mah. Jodoh satu sih. Gimana kalau WR luas spamnya kayak LOL PC? Terlalu gede sih.
But they are going to be able to start off this Drake, as you mentioned, off the back of the tempo, off the back of the Herald being taken from CFO. Team Wales are able to get vision control of the area. will be able to secure themselves their first Drake of the game. Will be a Cloud taken here, which means Soul is open to be Mountain this time around.
That would be fairly nice for either side to pick up. Ooh, Artemis. Already getting caught out by Shousey, not quite able to get the Q to hit, but CFO stepping forward.
Bentar.
They see that they've already got pressure at this bottom side thanks to the wave. Should be able to pick up a plate for themselves. And with Rift
Soul tanahnya tuh bener-bener ngalangin nih. Oh enggak deng.
But there's a lot of members of Team Wales here, even with Glory.
Gue kira dindingnya tadi bener-bener ngalangin itu tadi cuy. Ternyata tadi ngebug ya. Bukan ngebug, animasi awal doang ya.
Down to BJ now, trying to track Gemini. Sure that he doesn't get free entrance into any of these lanes. But plate still up for another.
Ini sih naik turun ininya ya.
Just gonna slam it down.
Networknya.
This mid lane instead. Jimmy, I don't know if he managed to get a hit on it. Doesn't look like it. So I think all of that gold just going over to Gemini.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. I think they wanted to try and get as much of that gold in towards Shun. And if you can even get that bot lane tower down, it opens up Shousey to continue making these plays because you can push in boss. BA has to be careful about, like, is Artemis going to be safe from Shousey and Shun? But not going to be the case. Either way, Shun will pick up another play for himself. So a lot of gold going across into CFO off that play. And with the Divine Thunder on the way for Gemini, he should
Wah, digas. Tas, besetek. Ulti, skill 2. Skill 3 kayak udah ready nih. Oh, belum ya? Oh ya, kan gue bisa lihat cooldownnya di kiri ya. Oke, dia bisa skill 3 ini.
You can see the difference in items there. You got the Iron Spike whip already completed. Oh, hang on.
Betting di PC sampai menit berapa? 14. Anjir. The fuck? Sama aja Vai di WildRift sama di LoL PC ya, ngeribet anjir.
And also, bot lane tower more than likely, or at least some of these plates on bot lane tower, going to go over because it's just the Nautilus that's underneath this tower to try and keep it safe. You can see Shousey covering a potential play on mid lane, but as soon as they realize that it's Bay underneath this tower, I'm not sure if they want to try and commit for a bit more, but yeah, it looks like they'll be happy with just another plate going across the Shun.
But like Shun just got a plate earlier on. I think that's 3 plates, and I'm pretty sure he's got all 3 of them solo at this point. His cull is now finished. He got the kill off of that play. Shun is quietly stacking up a lot of gold, and when you've got this Xayah, it's going to be valuable. Shousey, nice little sidestep there. He'll be totally okay. And then bold enough to walk in through the river back into the lane.
Yeah, it's just like, well, BJ is here. I can spot him the whole way through, but I don't know how heavily they want to try and commit. But with the jungler now gone, and Orianna on the way, this might have been a mistake from CFO.
The recall being channeled by Shun. He's like, I'm sorry, Shousey, you're on your own, pal, but he can clear them.
I think they weren't sure if Jimmy had just gone for the reset, so potential like full
ada kok D+ cuy.
into the TP play on bot lane could have been a disaster if Team Wales had gone for it. So with Jimmy not in vision, they're like, look, we're just going to call this one quits. They also didn't know that Gemini had full reset, so they decided to back away instead. But I like that we're getting this from Team Wales. Like, one of the big things that we talked about was how slow Team Wales were, that they weren't really trying to play aggressive or really trying to set up for plays. But at least coming into Worlds, they've actually been trying to make plays happen. It's just unfortunate that CFO...
Oh, jadi di play age ini cuma ngambil 2 ya?
In the bush to easily pick off
Anjir.
Artemis as he steps up.
Yeah. Very nice execution on it, using the ult first to then follow up with the Q knock-up to then follow up with the feathers, not allowing any time or space for counterplay from Artemis. So excellent execution there.
Baronnya jarang disorot, soalnya nggak terlalu Baron yang ini. Yang di match sebelumnya lu lihat Baronnya anjir. Di lane Baron terus anjir warnya.
We're going to have to see if he can try and push that one forward. I think Shun definitely in position. I believe he's finished his Kraken Slayer now completed. So should be in a position where he actually is a major threat even to people like BJ as well. And the safety in these fights between the Emperor's Divide and also having his ultimate is going to make it very difficult for Team Wales to get access to him. You're really hoping that BJ basically gets the flag and drag into Cataclysm, lock him up in place just long enough that Glory's then able to follow up with the Shockwave, because otherwise I don't know how you're going to have access to it.
I'm just desperate to see like the wombo combo.
Fitur barunya belum dipakai. Belum dong.
So much opportunity for like really flashy combos where the Jarvan flies in from the side, the shockwave on him as he flies in. Then you got Artemis flying into the back like Sparta with the Q. Like, there's so much chance to see these incredible big explosions.
My biggest worry is that like that combo starts off, you're like slow motion. They run in, and next thing Shun goes up in the air, and Jarvan kind of just looks as the Xayah leaves off into the heavens, and then this wall slams into his face from the Azir and says, "No, not today," and the entire plan is ruined. Because that's what I actually am worried about if he tries to make these big plays.
They even do the combo, the dust settles, and you realize it was all just onto Xiaoxi. And then suddenly the rest of CFO turn up.
Kapan dong Kur dipakai? Mungkin November atau Desember.
So he's actually still on half HP. Here we go. Herald kicked off though. Team Wales looking for it this time. A CFO. They've respected it now. They've moved in. Jimmy and not quite there just yet. He's just moving up to the tier 1 in the mid.
Ayo, fight-nya bagus nih, please. Let's go, fight, please.
There we go. It does reset. So Team Wales.
Anjir, perasaan kecil banget itu Renek.
Does mean we have an opportunity for a 5v5.
Yeah, a bit of a split call here, though. Like, you got Rest and Gemini who are trying to play for the Rift Herald, but it means that Xiaoxi and Jimmy can't really play into position, so Team Wales start to push forward and are kind of keeping a lot of these guys at bay.
Dapat Reneknya. Wah, anjir, Aatrox, cok. Aduh, makanan Aatrox. Ya. Perasaan tadi udah mantep, Aatroxnya nggak kena ya. Anjing, kena 2, kena Aatrox tadi. Ternyata masih banyak, cok. Ayo kita pilihin replay dong tadi, gimana sih tadi? Megang tim mana di World? Gak tahu sih, gue nyari yang underdog.
Fantastic stuff. Jimmy and also getting solo gold on that mid lane tower. He is huge. We were talking about Shun picking up gold. Jimmy and is now 3.
Bang, gak usah ngeliatin mereka Dragon, Bang. Mending replay tadi, Bang. Bang, replay, Bang.
Anguish already completed. He's going to be very quickly working up towards that Nasus tooth as well. It's going to mean he's an absolute menace in those fights. But as you said, like, both mid laners having their moments in that fight. Big shockwave from Glory. And for Shun, he went down. But Jimmy was able to carry that fight on the get-go. So really, really good stuff from either mid laner in that fight.
BJ managed to grab that one for himself, if I'm not mistaken. Let's take another look, because this was a bit of a hectic fight.
Yeah, I think this was the right call from Wales. Turn on to Xiaoxi, try and get him out of the equation. And as Shun starts to move forward here, the shockwave into the...
Udah dapet 2 loh itu, coy. Wah, anjir, emang ganggu bet, cok. Wah, anjir. Udah momen banget itu buat Aatrox tadi, cok. Cuman ganggu banget Azir ya. Kalau nggak ada itu sih Roto kayaknya, anjir. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, enggak, oke.
Giving that health across as well. He just couldn't quite get it. As you say, the nerf coming into play. Jimmy didn't quite have that cooldown to get the Q, to get the damage that he needed. But big win for Team Wales. 4 kills now onto Glory thanks to that play.
Massive play and so close for Jimmy.
Wih, Orianna kill 4, cuk.
Played it immaculately. The ultimate dodging away from the shockwave. Very nicely done. But unfortunately not quite enough to keep himself alive. We're now 7-7 on the scoreboard, and we got a bit of a bagger on our hands, Dagda.
And you can see here, right, Jimmy, this is what we're talking about. As BJ goes in, great wall, and as the shockwave goes off, he dodges away. He wants to clear out the minions, and has to move.
Dia langsung ngegas clear minion supaya nggak bisa di dive. Tapi tetap kena.
He actually is just barely outside of the range and can't get BJ underneath the tower to finish him off. So Nasus tooth though now completed for Jimmy. Also,
itu yang disampai Vi biru-biru apaan? Petnya. Itu item jungle berupa pet. Dia bantu nyerang itu.
He's now in a position where he's actually going to be terrifying on those 3 items, like going for that full damage build. It takes a little bit longer to come online, but because he's got those 4 kills, he's actually able to go for it.
And you can see in our win probability powered by AWS that, like, even though Glory is starting to get strong in his own right, like the Xayah and the
Mana aku rasa naik pike, mungkin besok sih.
strong in their own right, lends a lot of power towards CFO. Having that extra Drake, having a 3k gold lead overall, it is feeling positive for CFO. Team Wales by no means out of the game just yet, but still a very comfortable position.
Golnya beda berapa itu? Beda 2000 ya. PSG tadi 2-0 kan ya? Iya.
He's going to make them so much tankier, where that burst damage from the Aatrox, the Jarvan, the Orianna isn't going to mean as much. So I think for CFO, trying to focus on towards this next dragon is going to be a big.
Buset, rame itu war.
Starting to get a little bit. Oh, I thought that was they actually started the Baron. I was like, what the hell?
I'm just amazed that in total gold, Shun, Jimmy, and Glory are almost exactly even. 3 carries at the top of the game. It's not often you see that. Shun could be in trouble. Doesn't get the pullback on his feathers, but manages to walk away from Sparta. He's okay. Like you say, Baron on the map. Team Wales know about it, trying to clear some vision.
But I like what Team Wales are going for. Hey, can we get a ult burn?
Minion, gas gak sih bang? Wih, lumayan tuh damage. Modal 2 skill doang tuh setengah darah.
The opportunity just swoop himself out of there makes it very difficult to lock him down. Couldn't quite get it, but I like that Team Wales are being proactive because this is very different from what we saw from them yesterday. Like, they kind of just sat back and let the game happen around them. Yeah. This time they're like, hey, how do we try and get into the fight? How can we try and find little advantages that we can push forward?
That's the nice thing, is it does feel like we're witnessing Team Wales improving across the course of these 2 series. And the fact that they get 6 games of stage experience, especially when, you know, we've been talking about earlier, Artemis being a rookie, every single game is so valuable for this team.
Dia nyiapin skill 1 yang terakhir, tapi tetap gak dapet.
I think he was just trying to get ready for Q3 there, but won't be able to find the crab for himself. But Team Wales, it does feel like they're improving. It does feel like they're getting better on the team. And ultimately, this is still a very
akhirnya dapet tower atas. Perjuangan banget dari tadi aja.
Series to potentially getting into the Swiss stage of Worlds. Yeah, which would be absolutely incredible. Honestly, for both these sides.
Malam ini live WR core. Enggak sih, kayaknya ini udah jam segini anjir. Gue juga ngantuk nih. Besok kita live WR ya.
Team Wales first time at the international stage. VCS number 2 representative potentially picking up the second ever.
Pantheon gak ada skin bagus kah di WR? Katanya mau ada akhsan naik Pantheon. TPA mana bang? Iya, tim TPA itu tim apa sih guys? Nggak ada lagi, udah bubar.
May not get that chance as Team Wales. Stepping forward, taking a burn. Gemini looking to see if he can get onto Glory. Pick him off before this fight kicks off.
Break up on the map right now, and CFO know it. They'd love to get themselves onto Soul Point, but Shousey
woi, wajir, nice banget itu rel cok. Wah, nice. Ya, sendirian cok di depan anjir. Duh, momen bet tadi cuy, cuman yang gimana ya?
And it's for a support and return. You'll take that as Team Wales. Now, Flash is burnt galore.
Taipei Assassin. Oh.
Don't really have that opportunity to try and contest this once more. Because again, Jimmy can still go in. You've got flashes on towards the rest. They could try and turn it, but they're going
to... Oh, TPA itu jadi PSG.
TP onto the Baron. The rest of the team making it really straight now. The resets are coming on through. I've not seen a single blue ping on the Baron pit just yet. This is sneaky Team Wales. I mean, I've never seen a stealthy whale before in my life, but I'm witnessing it here.
Bang, ketahuan cuman udah telat bang.
Baron stolen away. Absolutely amazing call from Team Wales. BJ, doesn't matter. That doesn't count. You're still going to be able to hop out. But the fact that you managed to sneak that away, CFO completely caught with the pants down.
Vietnam banget. Ini tadi udah bagus banget loh. Jadi di mana salahnya tadi ya? Kan udah dapet semua nih. Oh iya, gara-gara ultinya itu ya, ngikut flashnya. Rel itu. Support rel. Wih, gede banget damage Azir ya. Di team fight barusan.
Massive damage, and Glory has slowly but surely been keeping that goal coming in. 5 kills now. 2 items finished, almost 3.
Tas.
Is this a bot lane brawl? Like, the amount of people that are starting to move down here. BJ hopping over the wall, will spot out Gemini, and immediately has to try and back away. I think both teams reading exactly what they wanted to try to achieve there.
Trying to take the tier 1, and actually worth mentioning, Team Wales, they've got a Baron.
Kok Dragonnya CFO 2 DG tanah sih, emang kalau di PC double DG-nya. Iya. Kalau udah ngekill 2 Dragon, selanjutnya Dragonnya bakal sama terus.
Vendor has taught me anything from the analyst desk. When Team Wales doesn't take top lane tower, that's when they win the game. So as long as they stay away from top lane.
Item Oriana udah scaling. Masih 300 stack sih itu. Masih lama buat 700.
Surely all 3 tier 1s triples the amount of power that gives them.
Itu Archangel stuff.
Glory getting TP'd on. BJ here in position. Glory, they know you're there.
Nggak bakal mati sih itu. Ada stasis nggak sih? Oh nggak ada ya. Langsung balik, minion balik. Tahu TPA dari kasus player yang nge-restart match karena salah pilih skin, pengen pick skin TPA Sen. Anjir, emang boleh? Boleh. Gua jadi agak ini loh. Kalian tahu nggak sih suara TikTok yang Gwencana sama emang boleh itu kan dari cowok itu ya, yang dipakai sama semua orang ya. Terus tiba-tiba kan ada tuh si cewek yang pakai suara so imut itu ya, yang dia pakai ya. Terus suaranya juga viral kan, yang ditiru sama si cewek itu. Dia ada nge-credit nggak sih gitu atau apa gitu?
Itu kan pernah jadi kasus ini paling di TikTok itu. Kayak lagu aja bisa ini loh, jadi hak milik orang lain, ngerti nggak sih?
Iya, kalau itu mah emang copyright.
Iya kayak gitu-gitunya anjir.
Ya cuma maksud ini, iya kalau itu gue tahu. Kalau ini maksud gue itu kan bentuk respect gitu, kayak konten lu gitu terus ditiru gitu, ada bentuk kreditnya kayak gitu anjir. Karena kayak riding the wave banget anjir.
But eventually they have to try and draft that vision in towards the bottom side of the map. Get deep vision so that they can spot it. Give the opportunity for them to set up a front to back. That means that Jimmy is safe, Shun is safe, and there's no real issues. Because at the moment, their vision is so shallow that they barely have it in river. And it means it's very easy.
Oh udah jadi itu anjir, cepet juga ya. Perasaan tadi masih 300 anjing. Udah 700 aja cok. Ya lu lihat aja tuh, nggak tahu tuh ya. Mungkin karena nggak ada mati dari tadi kali. Ya mungkin dari awal banget matinya tadi. Saya mungkin baru mati. Terus dia menang juga last hit dia tadi sebelumnya, mungkin gara itu.
Baru tahu sih baru kayak gitu.
CFO, they would love to get in here and contest the Drake, but it's difficult to move in. That said, Shousey disagrees. Everybody dives into the back line.
Wah, makanan Atrox anjing, mainan Atrox.
Salah lo mereka.
Nggak kena anjir, habis. Iya sayanya bisa cok.
Damn hero. He goes in with the cataclysm. The second Shousey goes to the engage. So Shousey, Gemini, everyone dives forward, and he locks Jimmy in place. He locks Rest in place and denies CFO the opportunity to follow up on Shousey's engage. That play from BJ may have just held on to the game for them. Watch it here. Shousey gets rid of the Banshees, goes to the engage, and BJ immediately ults onto the top side, stops Jimmy and following up, who doesn't get over the wall. Rest can follow up, and Team Wales get to regroup, set themselves up again, and follow through after dealing with the two divers on the back.
Nggak dapet sih tadi sama ultinya saya.
Stopping the then follow up from Team Wales. If he doesn't ult there, if he doesn't have those feathers available to threaten, that could have gone disastrously wrong. I will just quickly point out 3 items on both mid laners. Glory going slightly more defensive and has that needlessly large rod on top.
Jauh banget support engage. Iya sih agak terlalu jauh sih.
Baron coming up onto the map in 10 seconds time.
I mean, this is such a crucial objective. Glory is on bot side, has TP to get up, but again, like, only Glory has no flash, and Sparta has no flash coming in onto Team Wales. We'll have to check in a second what the summoner spells are like, but the damage, you can see it's Jimmy.
Masih kecil ternyata damage Oriana.
Sparta doing a ton of work with this Shojin build. The Gore Drinker keeping him alive, stopwatch for himself to keep himself alive, and on CFO, like,
tuh Oriananya kayaknya OTW Void stuff ya.
If we get that massive engage, the follow-up on CFO can actually come through.
If they can get the engage, and that's a big if. Both teams playing fantastic. I mean, like, the level of play feels absolutely matched in this third game. It feels like Team Wales have evolved over this series. CFO learning from their previous mistakes in game number 2, and now
lah, ngekill war kenapa supportnya dapat gol banyak anjir? Emang gitu ya tim support sekarang.
Team Wales feels like once again in control of the river. Or at least were.
Be careful, yeah. Still,
yang ngancurin cuma dapat 5 gol.
As long as he knows exactly where Team Wales are, he can position his soldiers, position behind his front line, and make himself all right. And that's why Team Wales are trying to find these little pockets of vision that they can play around for PJ.
Isinya sweeping lanes, ping war.
They have no vision of where this Renekton is. Artemis starting to push up, which is now where Rest is going to go.
Yeah, flashing forwards, but instant reactions there from Shun.
Nah, dapat tuh. Stasis. Dia nyoba mau lock Renekton tuh di belakang anjir sendirian. Wah, dikit lagi cuy. Oh, nice banget. Anjir, udah bagus sih ini relnya, cok. Nggak bisa kemana-mana anjir. Wah, cok. Lu ngapain? Udah bang. Oh, dia masih berusaha ngebait, Ini seriusan ngebait buat Oriana. Anjir, peribat Oriana. Anjir, pede banget ya, cok. Karena dia ada skill 2 tadi kali ya. Wah, goodbye anjir. Enggak anjing, what the fuck? Wanying. Oh, dia ngedelay itu, gua nggak lihat map tadi. Dia ngedelay ini ternyata. Nggak lihat gua mapnya cuy. Bukan nyali gede sih itu, dia ngedelay supaya nggak pulang cuy.
into trying to make that play happen, and now they're the ones that have to back away. CFO will be coming back on the map, no AD carry to speak of though, and this is where they end up spotting out Rest at the best time. They go over the wall, Jimmy and Shun very separated from the team again, whereas when you look at Team Wales, they're all
tuh Renektonnya udah ulti sebelah sana.
Artemis is immediately there. Shun and Jimmy are trying to play
tapi berprogres banget ngekill Renekton anjing.
position behind his front line at all times, and CFO are so split because they're trying to come in from too many different angles, and Team Wales are able.
Terus timingnya si Rel juga bagus banget, cok. Ditambah lagi si ininya, Azirnya sempat ulti sebelum mati. Terus nyoba-nyoba ngedelay. Kenapa ke situ tadi ya? Oh, dia buat ke saya sih. Dapat Baron.
Still though, this is so potentially here for CFO if they can get this. Fight for mid priority is crucial. Vision is nowhere to be found for Team Wales, but they find the pick.
Dapat. Anjing, nggak bisa dibunuh, cok. What the fuck? Oh, nice banget. Saya. Anjing, itu apaan darah Atrox, cok? Aduh, kecepatan dia. Anjir, Atrox. Waduh, cumbak, cok. Cumbek, cok. Ah, gak dibiarin pulang. Anjir, cok. Sedih bang. Dibalesin dendamnya, cok. Tim lu tadi nggak ngasih gua recall katanya. Bang, udah bang. Oh, nggak perlu recall katanya, bodo amat coy katanya. Oh, nggak tetap recall ternyata. Bang, santai bang. Santai bang. Bang. Aduh bang. Kenapa ya dia nafsu buatnya cuman untuk Dragon? Oh, karena Soul gitu ya. Woi.
trying to go forwards, but he's
Bang.
overstepped as well. It's disaster on both sides.
It has to be a Jimmy and Kari. Jimmy has to be the one to be the consistent damage in this
Anjing.
one. Sparta reset, coming back out. No jungler available for Team Wales. They can't cover the steal. They have to go for
Gila
the
Aatrox, so.
Glory hiding on the bush. Look at rest. He needs to TP back into this play. Otherwise, this dragon is just going to be gone.
TP in, setting.
Kemarin nggak live core, nggak gue live tiap Kamis. Nggak ada saya nih cuy ya. Ini kalau kalian kalah sih PR banget sih kalau nggak. Ente guys menang ini. Menang TW.
They can already see it in their eyes. Super minion versus super minion. Sparta needs to try and clear this out.
Gila ya, gue ngertawain Aatrox ya tadi, ternyata itu yang bikin menang, cok. Anjir.
The PCS versus the VCS will be decided now.
It's Shun and Xiaoxi once again to try and defend the Nexus. They did it once as Xiaoxi goes in looking for glory here, but Shun already lost half his HP.
Aduh.
Xiaoxi's gone down this time, no stopwatch to save.
Wah anjir. Ngeri tim Wolves, cok. Wales. Wah ente bang. Bang turret Nexus aja nggak sih bang? Oh, freestyle dulu bro. Wah ngeri, The Wave, ngeri.
The history of yesterday will repeat itself. Lose game 1, come alive in game 2, and a hard-fought game 3 will see the VCS second seed take the first seed of Group B.
Bisa dia yang menang ya jadinya ya? Bisa dia yang menang
They
jadinya.
must be over the moon right now, and honestly,
Padahal tadi posisinya kalah gitu gara-gara playstyle Vietnam lagi Gus.
after GAM had their first series, it
Tiba-tiba
looked a
baru.
little dicey for the VCS, but Team Wales outdoing expectations. I mean, doing so well domestically, but they're making it to the Worlds, making such a statement here, and making it to the qualification match.
Yeah, I mean, so many people doubted them coming into this, but at Team Wales, it has been such a hard-fought opportunity for them to get here. 22 games played in their playoffs.
Bahagia banget bang. So iya bang. Santai dong. Bawa dulu tuh, gulung tuh keyboard, gulung. Bawa pulang.
But now when they get to the international stage for the first time for this organization, they are showing up.
Wis ada plastik ini ya cuy. Plastik yang ada klipnya gitu.
And I have to say, there's one part of me that's just a little bit happy that CFO have got into the lower bracket, because it keeps the dream of the PCS finals rematch alive.
Sepi banget yang nonton.
Very possible. But our Oppo player of the series is going to be BeanJ. So many incredible opportunities set up by this player.
100%. There was these opportunities where it could have gone CFO's way, but even the mechanics that he had in the lead in, like this play was disgusting. Like the safeguard to be able to then follow up on the Q to get the flash kick onto Shun to what looked like a CFO done and dusted game. BeanJ's able to turn around with some
Masih play in sini Kur. Iya.
making on the Jarvan in this game as well, where some of these engages gone awry from to then have that turnaround. Like BeanJ was making it happen when it mattered most, and that cannot be understated for Team Wales here today.
It really can't. Some great smites.
Ini sih tadi keren banget anjir.
Where BeanJ literally just playing to stop the recall.
The fuck.
So confused while this is playing live. Then you see them moving on the minimap. You see them moving into the base. And BeanJ sacrifices his life for this play.
Yeah, I mean, it ended up working out. It does go down, but it cracks open the base. It sets up
Berhasil ke dodge padahal.
to take that final fight at the Dragon Soul and turn this game around. Phenomenal stuff from Team Wales. And I mean, such a
SKT jadwalnya kapan bang? Swiss stage nanti, masih lama.
so often their opportunities to play at these international events.
Swiss stage itu
So big, it's incredible to see.
And I just love that it's off of these massive team fights. It's a great sign for the meta when it
Swiss
comes to the
stage
rest
itu
of the
mulainya
Worlds.
tanggal
Big
19.
games. But that's it here from the caster desk for today. I've been watching this, been Dagda. It's time to send it over to our wonderful analyst.
Oke, kita lanjutin giveaway Rengarnya ya guys ya. Silahkan ketik.
Analyst test. That's lovely, you know? It's almost as nice as winning a best of 3.
Aku mau Rengar 2 untuk yang mau skin Street Demon Rengar di LoL PC ya guys ya. Aku mau Rengar 2. Rengar 2-nya no spasi ya, tanpa spasi.
It does feel like it's kind of becoming a formula for them now. They lose game 1, they download, and then it just becomes as easy as that from then onwards.
You can never doubt this team. And I've been doubting them a lot.
Yeah.
So,
yes, you have.
I was like, okay, I mean, we'll see how this game works, because it feels like CFO, even within the third game, we're finding fights again and again. And I was like, okay, like even just looking at Jimyan's team fighting was just so insane, being able to kite out of Aatrox's engages, and I was like, okay, it looks like CFO's going to take it. Just wasn't a possibility.
Yeah, it just seemed like it was so hard for Shun to actually hit targets in this game, especially because like whenever there was like a Rel flank going in or a Vi dive, like those two champions are going in so deep, and there's no one really to protect Shun, so he has to sit back, can't really follow up on the engage. I think if anything, that was when the fights went the most poorly for CFO, was when they were the ones trying to engage, whereas there were a few fights, right, with the wonderful Azir movement or the ultimate or disengage from the Xayah, where CFO looked really strong.
Itu drag-nya sampai 3 tanah gitu. Iya emang gitu kalau di LoL PC.
We didn't like the Vi necessarily, especially with...
Yo, if that was a Kindred, all I'm saying is CFO unlosable.
Yeah.
Anjibat ya, Aatrox ya kena root gak bisa ngapa-ngapain dia.
Biggest success throughout this game in particular was anytime
Gila kuat banget Aatrox tuh.
straight in and being followed by Xiaoxi.
Nah di sini tadi udah bawa spot nih. Tuh lu lihat tuh Ajim. Datang Azir bubar, Azir nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain. Malah jadi mati anjir. Lawan 3 loh itu Azir. Apa 4 malah tadi?
Gemini had a great early game, but overall it felt like Jarvan was just far more impactful.
100%. I think especially like scaling into the later stage of the game, just like even like there was some cataclysms that just kept Shun or Jimyan away from the team, so they still couldn't get autos down when that
Temennya nggak bisa kabur.
was going in. Oh my lord!
That's gruesome.
Let him have it. Let him have it.
Yo, Team Wales, a little bit of a show here. I love it.
Proving that whales better than oysters.
Yeah, those are killer whales.
Those are killer whales right there. 100%. They got the orca blood in them. But I mean, like, I love that you make that kind of point as well about kind of, you know, Gemini and Shouts.
Oke, kita langsung roll aja nih guys ya. Siapa yang bakal dapetin skin Rengar ya? 1, 2, 3.
And all the effort kind of like CCing that was coming down, they just couldn't follow them.
It was really tough for them. And yet,
Yang menang Holdex. Apakah Holdex main LoL PC dan mau dapat straight Demon Rengar di LoL PC? Kalau mau kasih username Instagramnya Holdex.
And then it gets all turned around on them because their Xayah doesn't have any cooldowns. The ultimate, the flash.
Nanti gue jadwal nobarnya lagi di tanggal 19 ya guys ya. Hari pertama untuk group stage, Swiss stage. Main bang, yaudah apa username Instagramnya Holdex? Username Instagram anjing, bukan nickname lu titit. Holdex emang apa?
Knowing the tendencies of your opponents. So that bled into what was, okay, screw side lanes, screw the dragon, I see a hero, I'm going to kill him.
I mean, that's what we came here to see. That's what we came here to have. But obviously, we can have a quick look at the bracket just before, because we do have confirmation of our 2 winning teams heading themselves over to that best of 5. And there you go. PSG and Team Wales.
Nah, ini nih.
They're sitting pretty. They're waiting until Sunday.
Yeah, very nicely done on their side. Of course, this makes the whole the transitive property a whole lot more confusing. It's like Team Wales now.
Jadi nanti di upper bracketnya itu PSG lawan The Flash Wolf ya.
CFO.
There you go. I was going to say, we're getting a lot of different names there. But I also want to say that RIP to everyone's pick'ems for everyone.
Kok The Flash Wolf anjir? The Wells anjir. Kenapa The Flash Wolf terus gue mikirnya?
Most likely PSG versus BDS in that qualification match.
Mana si Holdex anjir? Woi, Instagram lu apa, Cok? Gue udah mau op nih.
That would be exciting to see. So there's a lot that can come into play. Really unexpected best of 3s. A lot of times when you come to this tournament, you're like, okay,
bentar, ini kan PSG lawan The Wells ya. Itu kalau dia menang, misalnya menang PSG gitu, itu udah pasti dia masuk ke Swiss stage guys. Terus nanti satunya lagi ngambil dari lower bracket gitu kah? Atau yang menang di upper bracket tadi ngelawan dulu, yang kalah di upper bracket ngelawan dulu yang di lower bracket gitu kah?
There's a possibility. I was gonna say there is definitely a possibility. But earlier today,
weh, Holdexnya nggak muncul lagi anjir. Gue mau off stream ini Holdex, woi. Dia tadi katanya main LoL PC.
PSG Talon is the first team to qualify for the play-ins knockouts, and I have Chunja with me to talk about their journey so far. Thank you so much for joining me. You guys won everything so far at play-ins. How do you reflect on the run, and what do you think you guys could improve?
你们是第一支确定晋级最后一天淘汰赛的队伍，那你们目前是一场都没有输掉。你觉得你们目前的这个整个状况怎么样？那你觉得还有什么地方可以改善的？
我觉得10分的话，现在大概是6分吧，因为我们整体的
Weh, burulah Holdex, astaga.
需要改进。
I think current.
Weh, Holdex, mana Instagram lu, cok? Aduh, malah hilang anjir. What the hell? Udah 100% gue bilang Instagram anjir dari awal.
First game we've talked about how you play, your play style, and how you guys match together. And he said he's a bit
Gua roll kasihan.
to calm down and take things slow. What do you have to say about this?
上一次访问 Maple 的时候，他有说到，就是你第一场打完的时候好像很紧张，然后他有叫你冷静一下。那个时候到底确切发生了什么事情？
实际上来说，应该是打之前的时候，就是他看我有些手抖，然后叫我不要那么紧张。但是其实我是身体是还好，但是
Tunggu 1 jam, anjing gue udah mau off.
小担心。
Udah jam 6:30 aja, dari jam 2 gue live.
Maple saw my hand was shaking. And he just told me to calm down and tell me everything will be alright. But actually, in my mind, I think I was okay, but just my hand can't stop shaking.
I hope you feel better now, especially given the amazing results that you had here in play-ins. Focusing on the next step, you could face off against pretty much any team from the other group: BDS, Team Wells, TFM, CFO. Who do you think it's going to be and why?
你们现在已经确定进入到淘汰赛了嘛？那你们最后一天对到的对手会是另外一组的第2名。你自己觉得你们会遇到的是哪一队？
我觉得大概率还是 BDS 吧，因为他们可能只是失常了一下，其实实力还是很强。
I think probably will be BDS, although they failed yesterday, but I think they're still strong.
What is special about BDS, would you say?
你觉得 BDS 他们这个队伍特别的地方是什么？
就是前期的游戏内容就是节奏很。
Gak ada nih Holdex ya. Gue tunggu sampai 6:40, kalau nggak ada gue roll deh. Kok bisa sih ada orang menang giveaway ya? Dia langsung hilang gitu loh. Kalau gue ya bakal gue tungguin anjir sampai bener-bener pasti gitu loh.
Thank you so much for the translation. And back to you guys.
The confidence there coming in saying, like, look, we respect BDS, we expect them to be the guys in the finals. They're an aggressive team, so hopefully they can bounce back.
Yeah, and I also just love the continuation of that story about, like, Maple telling him to calm down. He's saying how his hands were shaking before, like, his first game. And it's easy to kind of forget the fact that this is his first Worlds. Yeah. Like, sure, MSI was something that you would expect, shake it off, but, like, a lot of our players, every player, their dream is to be on a world stage and to perform at this level. He's been with EDG as a trainee for a very long time, but he gets to be on this stage, even though he's a 2-time finals MVP for domestically. This is his opportunity to perform. So it's really nice to see that. The veteranship for Maple kind of calming him down, and it looks like he's been getting better and better throughout the tournament.
Yeah, he really does. And honestly, I think for PSG, they've kind of a little bit of a slow
Kita
start
tunggu 3 menit lagi.
A few days ago, but it does feel like a bit by bit, little by little, they are kind of growing into confidence and feeling a lot better about the whole tournament as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I think that team is definitely going to be making it through in my eyes. And I feel good. I feel good there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, because you talked about BDS, and I'm just I'm a BDS doomer. I can't.
I was gonna say, I was like, for BDS to win, then PSG would not have to win. Therefore,
well, also like he's saying like they like chaos and all these things, and I just saw in the series versus Team Wales, it looked like apart from game 1, they just liked chilling.
Yeah.
You know, like they played so passive. So I have faith in the fact that BDS can show the same way they like to play the game.
OTW rumah lu, Kur.
They're especially good back in the LEC.
Ganti aja skin WR, kagak dong.
I'm very low confidence overall with whether or not they can actually push through.
It'll definitely be hard to predict. I definitely failed at predicting the post-qualifying series.
I was going to say, you did not predict them.
That one was tough. So it really does go to Sheo, because Sheo to me was extremely creative in that first series that he had when they were in Lol Park, and now that he's in Worlds, that first series that they had at Worlds officially wasn't great. So I expect him to go back to what we saw in Worlds qualifying series, where the creativity that he had in his early clears were there, and also like I think they're a really well coached team generally with how they've been placing vision. So I am more faithful.
Ayo 1 menit lagi kita roll. 1 menit lagi kita roll.
To have a little bit more faith, because your faith in Golden Guardians was very much beaten out of you. Like,
I'm just nervous because EU at play-ins is a bit of a sore spot, man. I don't want to set my expectations too high.
It is what it is. You lose to Vietnam early. It happened to G2 historically.
Galas, gue mau tidur.
Someone has to go kaboom. That's just how it is. But tomorrow we do have Arsenal versus Gam and BDS.
1 menit lagi, 1 menit lagi.
Before we can really kind of have the
belum tidur hanya.
boomers and the doomers, if you will. But that does it for us here today. If you missed any of the action or are just waking up, which is totally understandable, the rebroadcast begins at an all new time.
1 menit lagi, lama banget 1 menit, Cok.
12 p.m. PDT, 9 p.m. CEST, and all of our channels at esports.com. We'll be back for more Worlds play-ins tomorrow. Until then, take care.
Sampai selesai anjing live-nya. Dari roll. Yang menang Mei, mana Mei? Main LoL PC nggak Mei? Gue tunggu sampai 642, 641, 642, 641. Kalau nggak gue roll. Bagi ini username Instagramnya. Gak main gue, oke roll. Yang menang Ganang Adityo lah. Tadi perasaan yang menang Adityo juga deh. Tadi Prasetyo. Mana Ganang, mana Ganang.
Flash is super valuable if we are playing for this dragon. As BJ, no!
He's pulled in, he's CC'd up, there's no way out of that one. BF on the front line, BJ jumps in for the kick on the stun. It's gorgeous from the jungler with a double kill.
Gak ada ya, kita roll lagi. Yang menang Yonan, mana Yonan? Masih ada nggak Yonan?
He's onto the Baron, and the Baron! Artemis, the god of the hunt, using the animals to his will. Before he goes down, Lord of Feathers down, but the shockwave!
Ada Kur, lu main LoL PC nggak? Mau skinnya nggak nih? Kasih username Instagram lu.
Rest here, they've got the damage to take him down. Artemis just free firing onto the top lane and flies into the backside. It takes out Jimmian. Artemis, queen of the hunt goddess. Team Wales, ever the underdog and ever outdoing expectations. What's your play, God? What's your play, God? They gotta crumble one by one. Then we go right to the sun.
Main LoL, ya Allah lama banget balesnya anjing. Gak usah giveaway aja apa anjing, goblok beda. Gue kasih 2 pertanyaan, dijawab satunya lama banget anjir. Gila. Slow chat kocak. Ya udahlah gagal anjing daripada lu ngetik gituan, bodo amat. Yang menang Mandrey, mana Mandrey? Emang slow chat gue berapa lama sih? Daripada ngetik slow chat mending ngasih ininya anjing. Sepuluh detik doang. Mana ada nggak Mandre? Oke, nggak ada roll. Yang menang Lichi Lonely masih ada nggak? Ada, kasih username Instagramnya Lichi. LCL, oke. Itu dong, kasih Instagram. Oke, sudah kelar ya tuh giveaway ya, yang kena reroll ya, mau gimana lagi ya, buang-buang waktu gua. Bukan yang ngasih username Instagram malah ngebalesin chat yang lain anjir. Oke, kalau gitu sepertinya kita udahan dulu ya guys ya. Oke, thank you semuanya sudah nonton, thank you sudah like, thank you sudah subscribe, thank you yang sudah donate, thank you yang sudah support. Kita bertemu lagi di live atau video berikutnya guys ya. Ini yang di kiri di sini nih. Nanti kita bakal nobar lagi hari Kamis ya. Terus nantinya lagi hari Kamis. Pokoknya setiap hari Kamis kita nobar cuy. Oke, thank you ya guys ya. Nanti gua chat di Instagram ya yang menang.